Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Dukes and Ladders, a LitRPG GameLit adventure by Eric Ugland, narrated by Neil Hilligers. Chapter 1. I turned and saw Eliza Northwoods striding through the camp. Despite the rather austere living conditions, she managed to look flawless. Her hair was perfect, her skin clean, her eyes clear. She smiled at me, and I couldn't help but smile in return. "Duke Cogshall," she said with a slight curtsy. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance again." "And you," I said. "As well. Or, it is nice to—" I'm going to shut up now. "Excellent job, Your Highness," Nikolai said softly. I glared at him. Eliza Northwoods just smiled. "I am quite excited to be here," she said. "I have never seen something like this before. Bringing forth a city from out of the wilderness." "Yeah, me neither." "My father mentioned to me that you might not be familiar with the governance of a holding. Is that true?" "Very." "Have you claimed this land?" He has not," Nikolai answered for me. "Do you know the ritual for that?" she asked. I shook my head, and to my surprise, Nikolai did likewise. I looked over at Nikolai with an eyebrow raised. "Land usage has never really been within my purview," he said. "It is quite simple," Eliza interjected with a big smile. "Would you like me to perform it with you?" "How about you walk us through it?" Nikolai offered in return. "And then we do it, or he does it." She smiled at the slight and nodded. "Of course. I meant nothing by saying I would participate in the ritual. You need a dagger or a blade of some kind, a flagpost or pole, and a patch of ground." I looked around the area and picked out a spot in front of the longhouse. Sure, putting a flag there would make it look like a trumped-up summer camp bunkhouse, but it was the only good spot for a flag. "Does the flag matter?" I asked. "It is more the act of putting something into the ground," Eliza replied. "It is symbolic, really. Once you have completed the ritual, you can remove the flag if you like." I pulled a spear from the bag of holding and held it up. "Blade and pole ready," I said. "Is the flag important? The fabric?" "Yeah, I don't really have a flag. Yet." Again a smile. She was definitely a smiler. I wasn't complaining. She had a great smile. "As far as I know, it might as well be a stick," she said. "Most nobles engage in quite the ceremony for something like this, so it could be quite simple and still work. I just lack complete confidence." "I'm a simple guy," I said. "Let's give it a try." Inwardly, I groaned. It sounded so bad. Outwardly, Nikolai groaned. Eliza pretended not to notice. "Cut your hand," she said, "or anywhere you prefer. Let the blood fall upon the ground, and then plant your flagpole, or spear, in this case, within the blood. You should be given the prompt to claim this land." "Sounds easy enough," I replied and promptly cut along my forearm. Nikolai opened his mouth, seeming like he was going to say something, but then he frowned. I let the blood drop onto the ground, and then I jammed the spear down into the earth through the blood. "You seek to claim this land. Do you claim this as a holding, an estate, a town, a barony, a county, or a dukedom?" Seemed like an odd question. I was a duke, so I claimed the dukedom. "The dukedom of Cogshall has been claimed by Montana, the Duke of Cogshall." "Done," I said. "You have claimed the holding?" she asked. "No," I said, looking from her to Nikolai. "I claimed the dukedom." The blood drained from her face. "Oh no," she said. "That was unwise." I blinked a few times as I tried to parse out what she was saying and, because I could, resorted to staring at her. Nikolai did the same. "How unwise?" I asked. Eliza looked to Nikolai and then to me. "Oh, she stammered, trying to pull her words together. "I believe quite." Nikolai started to draw his blade, but before he could get it up, I grabbed his hand. I felt him relax immediately, which gave me the feeling what he'd done was an act. "What is the issue?" I asked. "The dukedom, I assume, is rather large?" "Sure." "Therein lies the problem." "Okay, not getting it. Why is that a problem? And what level of problem are we talking about?" "The size of the land you claim. It has to do with, your followers." "What's wrong with my followers?" "Is it right to assume you know nothing about what you have done?" "Almost always assume that," Nikolai snapped. "But in this regard, I know little about what it is he has done either, so please explain things, and quickly." Eliza nodded, looking thoughtful, like she was trying to figure out how to talk me through whatever mess this was. "Initially," she started, "I believe you will encounter your first major problem to be one of followers, and the number of followers you have versus non-followers in your realm." "That's the first problem?" I asked. "That is my guess, yes." "Doesn't seem that insurmountable. I'm guessing it's something along the lines of you need to have more of your followers than, not your followers in your claimed lands." "Correct." "Okay, so not a big deal." "It may be," Eliza countered. "It all depends on the space your dukedom takes up, and who has chosen to live there already." "Like those fucking goblins," I said, muttering. I looked over at Nikolai. "Any sign of them?" "Not as of yet, my lord." "Goblins?" Eliza said. "There are goblins nearby?" "There are," I said. "I don't exactly know how many there are or how near, but—" Eliza's eyes widened, and she looked around at what we'd built, or rather what my followers had built while I'd been out snagging treasure. At first glance, sure, it looked like the start to a proper little town. Emphasis on the little. But our longhouse had a cloth roof, and none of the lumber in the house's walls exactly matched. The building that looked like a barn was a little better, but not by much. It at least had a wooden roof on it and a stone foundation, so would likely survive a lot longer than the longhouse, which I guessed was going to be somewhat almost fine. Unless any rain fell. The gate looked impressive, with bulky granite blocks forming sturdy walls around a very, very thick wooden door. Minor issue, though. The wall, at present, could just be walked around with no problems. It was only about 80 yards long. That was it as far as actual structures went. "I apologize," Eliza said. I would feel better if I must go." She turned and walked away. Too confused to say anything, I watched her go. Her butt made the dress flounce in a rather impressive manner. "That could have gone better," Nikolai said. Chapter 2. I felt out of touch with the place, with Cogshall. "Is that actually a barn?" I asked, pointing behind Nikolai. "It is," he replied, and gestured to the bucket of milk he still held. "And you milk something in there?" "Of course not. Someone asked me to carry this bucket to the kitchen." "We have a kitchen?" "We have a fire that—" "You're sweating," I said. "Let me take that." I snatched a bucket from him, and he sighed as I took it. "I was completely in control of the bucket, my lord," he said. Yeah, I replied, catching his use of our stupid little code phrasing. My lord meant he was happy with what I was doing. "Show me to the kitchen." "But of course," he said with a bow. "Knock that shit off." "I would, normally," he said, already walking. "But with our latest guest, I fear I might need to increase my efforts at court behavior." "Northwoods? Why?" "Because you are going to play the dunce, and I am going to play the fop." "Sounds like a terrible play." "It is not the best of plans, but because she already assumes you are an idiot. So by all means continue as a dumbass. It is better to reinforce that particular thought line." Why? Gods, Montana. That girl is not your ally. She is not your friend. She is here to guide you just well enough to build something her father can snatch from you. Yeah, I got that, but you grow tired of being the fool? Exactly. Too bad. It is the best part you play. The kitchen was nothing more than a large fire pit with a spot where coals could be raked out. There were some tripods holding cauldrons and pots above the coals, and a rotisserie with a carcass of something spinning on a spit, its skin crackling. It smelled delicious, especially since I'd been living off old rations I had in my bag and somewhat ripe berries I'd foraged. Nikolai took the bucket from me and set it in front of the prep station, which was just a section of a tree trunk that had been planed on two sides. It was the thickest butcher block you could possibly imagine, and probably pretty nice to work at, though there was nowhere for your feet to slide under, which seemed to make it ever so awkward to stand at. "Milk," Nikolai said. A dwarf looked up from chopping a potato, and a big smile spread beneath his bushy beard. No, the dwarf said. "You need not trouble yourself with such lowly tasks, Master Nikolai. You could—" "Nonsense," Nikolai said. "It was the least I could do." Then the dwarf caught sight of me, and his eyes went wide. He looked down at the potatoes, as if I was a basilisk who would turn him to stone if our gazes met. I shook my head and walked away. "There is another issue we need to address," Nikolai said quietly as soon as we'd given some space to the dwarf. I felt the dwarf staring at me as I left. "They really hate me." "It's not hate," Nikolai said. "It is fear. But a good fear, in a way. They have heard stories about you. They saw you bring the little girl back, and they heard what those who went after you found. They will sleep better knowing you are here tonight. But there is a certain worry you are little more than a chained beast. Peachy, it is just another issue. We seem to have a lot of those. Yes, we do. But we also possess the means to overcome. So before I watch you spiral into something unpleasant, let us continue the tour." Nikolai led me back to the barn, where I peeked inside. It was a big structure with a massive hayloft on the second floor. I counted 18 stalls, only some of which were currently occupied, mostly by the animals that had hauled our wagons from Osterstadt. Notably missing, the predatory Gravlocks who'd been with the Betenti. There was a small work area at the front where 2 Betenti spoke quietly with 2 humans. I gave a little wave, which just garnered strange looks from the group. Nikolai pulled me outside, and we continued on. "Those 4 are in charge of animal husbandry. The younger Betenti is impressive indeed, perhaps a whisperer of some kind. She truly seems to have a connection with the animals." "Where are the Gravlocks?" I asked. "They do not get along with, well, prey animals that well. They are currently being trained to act as mounts. Apparently they work well to hunt with." "Oh." "Hunting will be quite important to us this winter, though I imagine perhaps not as fundamental given the wealth you managed to acquire." Nikolai looked down at the bag at my side. "I suppose that's a question we need to address," I said. "Where you got the coin?" "No. I mean, you can ask if you think it matters, but the question I have is, where are we going to put it all?" "Did you steal the money?" "I didn't steal the money," I said. "Although, I mean, I suppose you could characterize it that way if you wanted to frame it as such." "How about you just tell me where it came from?" "Remember that worm?" I asked. "The one where I recall the beast that followed us and you slew it." "Yeah. That's what I thought. I mean, I think it did follow us, but there was another inside there. A much bigger one that—" "A matriarch," he whispered. "Yeah, that's about the sound of it." "You killed a matriarch?" "Yes." "How?" I sighed again, irritated how this conversation was going off the rails, but I gave him the abridged version of the fight in the cavern and the 100+ wormlings. Nikolai nodded at me. "I am impressed. You were inventive and successful. Good job." "Are you done being a patronizing dickhole?" He clenched his teeth together. I am trying to compliment you. You suck at it. How about we add that to our list of issues and see where it ranks? Fine. Now, your question. Where do we put all this coin? Besides your bag? I'd prefer not to be a walking bank. It is a problem we have been thinking on. We? Your council? Those of us you have entrusted with building your little settlement? You and Lee and the others? We have been speaking of a number of issues, mostly dealing with security and safety. Speaking of that, I was under the impression we were speaking of that. Right. Well, I mean, we were, but I was thinking of something. Try not to strain yourself. Nice. Where is Northwood staying? In his palatial wagon, I imagine? No, Eliza. Are you planning on making a midnight? Absolutely not. I just wanted to know she's safe, and besides, our current sleeping conditions are unsafe. Embarrassing. That they are. As far as I know, her cadre of ladies-in-waiting have erected a tent and have a wagon a short distance from the longhouse, closer to the trees. Closer to where the goblins came from. It might be that direction. And who directed them there? I cannot recall. I know you don't like the girl, nor do I trust her. Fine, but we are still responsible for her. You think I am unaware of that? No, but she has plenty of protection. Fine. Treasury, I said, whipping the conversation back to where I'd wanted it to go initially. What are we doing about that? Come with me. The river was to the east of us, and the mountain faced to the south. The gate and tunnel were roughly 200 yards from the river and higher in elevation. The town, if you want to call our two buildings a town, was situated northwest of the tunnel entrance, about 100 yards distant. Far enough that the wall didn't loom over us, close enough to give us a false sense of security. The barn was the closest building to both the river and the gate, and it had a very large fenced-in enclosure attached to it, where the cattle and whatnot could graze outdoors if weather permitted. The longhouse took up a stretch of ground about 20 yards from the barn. The more I looked at it, the more I realized it was an eyesore. Beyond the longhouse was a large tent next to a nice wagon, with a small paddock out behind where a few horses happily munched on some grass. The Northwoods flag flapped gaily in the breeze. We needed a flag. We need a flag, I said. Strangely, Nikolai countered, I feel there are more pressing matters. Nikolai continued walking toward the cliff face, but further west of both the town and the tunnel. I saw a distinct lack of activity taking place. All three of our wizards sat at a rough-hewn table next to an opening in the wall. Lee leaned against the wall. The prodigal one returns, Lee said, getting to his feet. Yeah, I said. I had things I had to do. He was playing with worms, Nikolai said. Lee frowned, but the wizards were suitably impressed. Worms? Lee asked. Let's talk treasury, I said. I think we should, Essie replied. I have a few ideas about that topic. We need to talk housing, Lee countered. We need our people to be comfortable in order to work the hours we need them to work. Respectfully, Nikolai said, holding up his hand. I disagree. Security is paramount, and whether that's a wall or something else, Lee shook his head. Security is housing. Housing is security. We have housing, and it isn't secure, I said. The housing we have is embarrassing, Lee snapped. So is our security, Nikolai said. Hey, I said loudly. Let's hold off a minute and stop putting each other's ideas down. There's a lot that needs to happen. I wanted to talk about the treasury, but perhaps that's not the most germane idea at the present. I guess there are other needs that are more pressing. I know I've been away, and I should have been focusing on things here, and I guess I mucked that up. But we do have coin again, so that's step one. Nikolai, get together with Lee and figure out what supplies we need and where we can buy them. As far as construction priorities, let me think on this tonight, and we will convene tomorrow morning. Tarry not, my lord, Nikolai said. The well finishes tomorrow, yes? Mercy nodded and Essie replied, "Yes." "So we will have workers ready and available." "There are many unanswered questions here," Lee said. "I don't think—" I held a hand up. "I know. Trust me, I've got plenty of questions myself. But there are, new things I need to figure out before, we make any decisions." "He claimed the land," Nikolai said. Again, Lee was nonplussed, but the natives of Aldrani seemed impressed. "That would change things," Essie said. "I'm lost," Lee said. "Nikolai will fill you in," I said. "I need to go for a walk and check some of this stuff out." Chapter 3. I headed to the woods, which, meant walking about 10 feet. Boom, trees, everywhere. I itched to pull out an axe and pull a bunion on the motherfuckers, but I didn't. Instead, I found a nice big tree with a smooth trunk, sat down at its base, and leaned against it. Then I closed my eyes and thought about menus, notifications and tables and shit. My character sheet came up in a heartbeat, and I took a look at it. Montana. Level 24 Bergman. Traits: race, Royal Fallen. Height, 6 foot 5 inches. Weight, 410 pounds. Eye color, hazel. Hair color, blonde. Renown, 175. Some appreciate what you have done for them. Statistics: HP, 429. Stamina, not applicable. MP, 636. Armor, +0, none. Active effects, frightful presence. Attributes: Strength, 101. Agility, 36. Dexterity, 36. Constitution, 65. Wisdom, 24. Intelligence, 20. Charisma, 32. Luck, 34. Unassigned point, 0. Skills: Riding, improvised, level 1. Falling, level 3. Animal handling, level 5. Harvesting, level 5. Swords, level 22. Spears, level 39. Unarmed combat, level 11. Axes, level 22. Large weapon throwing, level 28. Warhammers, level 25. Light armor, level 5. Heavy armor, level 8. Stealth, level 5. Improvised weaponry, level 5. Swimming, level 16. Fishing, level 5. Carving, level 6. Crafting, level 5. Wooden weapon making, level 1. Intimidation, level 10. Detect traps, level 45. Lumberjack, level 15. Tracking, level 9. Shields, level 25. Abilities: Dark Vision. The sword of my enemy is my sword. Iron Will. Make an entrance. Stand tall. Regal Bearing. Rallying Cry. Art of Movement. Labyrinthine Recall. Detect Mimic. Indomitable. Swift Tracker. Veritasium. Detect metals and minerals. Tremor Sense. Boons: Powerful Build, Mr. Paul. Regeneration, Mr. Paul. Gift of Gab, Mr. Paul. Monstrous Companion, Typhon. Indicium: Cogswell Heraldic Achievement, incomplete. You are granted permission to enter family buildings, granted permission to access family funds, and granted permission to use the family name. Iona's Blessing of the Spear. Iona blesses you with +10 spear, +7 swimming, +5 fishing, +10% movement in water, +3 agility. Indicium of Imperial Prerogative, Magic. You are permitted to perform magic within the Empire of Glatten. Royal. You are identified as being of royal blood, and gain the abilities Stand Tall and Regal Bearing. Dungeon of the Ancients Indicium. You gain the following skills and/or abilities: Duelist, Labyrinthine Recall, Detect Mimic 20 feet, Indomitable, Detect Traps +45 levels, Swift Tracker, Veritasium, and Endure Destruction. Slayer. As a living embodiment of death, know that you cause frightful presence. Your enemies now have a chance to be frightened when they are aware of you. Typhon's Mark of the Beast. Typhon blesses you with +10 Intimidation, Tremor Sense, Labyrinthine Recall, and +5 Strength. Titles: Duke of Cogswell, Ducal Heir of Old Lattimore, Count of Duhamel, Count of Hegland, Count of Dunesmere. Relationships: Rumib Pass, destroyed, liked. Osterstadt, distrusted. Languages: Goblin, Imperial Common, Mardumise, Dark Goblin. Spells. Lifeform Identification Level 1, Heal Other Level 3, Humus Level 1, Identify Object Level 3, Tame Greater Level 1. There was a lot of information to parse through. Also, a notification popped up as I looked over my attributes. Congratulations! You are the first being in this era to reach over 100 in strength. Due to this momentous achievement, you gain the ability Unbreakable Skeleton, wherein your bones do not break. Ever. Huh. Unexpected, but nice. I had felt some painful strain on the old bones when I'd been pulling off some of the more, impressive events like pulling the granite block and the like. I resisted the urge to use my arm as a lever to try and move rocks with it, though. At least for the moment. Instead, I moved through the menus until I got to Holding, which was now in color. I selected it. Congratulations on having a Holding, the Dukedom of Cogshall. You currently have 0 towns in your holding. You currently have 2 complete structures and 2 incomplete structures in your holding. Currently, less than 25% of the population follows you. Thus, all within your holding receive the benefits of your abilities. Note, you must choose your leadership path. 1. Autocrat. You are the greatest resource you have. Everything should be designed to help you. That's how others might help themselves. You receive 20% of your followers' experience points. Morale penalties doubled. 2. Warlord. War, what's it good for? Absolutely everything. It's time to go to war. Soldiers sworn to you do 5% more damage, but crops grow 5% slower. When at war, morale bonuses doubled. When not at war, morale penalties doubled. 3. Builder. Build me up, Buttercup. Your holding is more efficient working with raw resources. Structures require 10% fewer materials. I sighed and punched the ground next to me. Making so many choices was exhausting, not to mention stressful. This was not the game that I wanted to play. I was supposed to get away from everything, to just exist in a quiet corner of the world, and maybe, occasionally, help out a neighbor if they really needed it and they could find me. I was angling to be the angler in the woods kids told stories about, but left alone. Instead, I had to decide what kind of leader I wanted to be. There was really only one choice that made any real sense: Builder. Sure, I could probably do pretty well as a warlord, but I was already tired of killing things, and I couldn't see any long-term benefits to constantly being at war. I chose Builder. You have chosen Builder. Are you sure? This choice cannot be changed until your holding has gained 5 levels. Shit, my holding had levels. Games within games in this world. I was sure, and I selected yes. I needed to focus on building stuff. To be fair, when I'd played RTS games in the past, I'd definitely been the type to turtle and build a shit ton of defenses before slowly heading out to conquer the rest of the world. It just wasn't necessarily the way I'd built myself or my character in this world. Here I was a one-man wrecking crew. That out of the way, I looked at the information in front of me. Dukedom of Cogshall. Level 1 Dukedom. Mood hopeful, morale low. Your holding has a population of 58 followers, representing less than 25% of the total population of your holding. Caution. If this is not brought above 25% in 6 months, your holding will lose a level and shrink. 16 dwarves, 26 potenti, 22 humans, 2 lutra, 2 elves, 1 kitsune girl, 1 wok, 1 fallen. You have filled no positions, you have no towns, you have built 2 structures. Longhouse. Structure type, trash. Structure class, shelter. Material, wood and cloth. Durability, low. Description. A longhouse is a general residential structure used to offer communal living space and protection from the elements. Effects. Decreased morale for anyone forced to sleep inside. Current overcrowding exacerbates the morale penalty. Population growth penalty. Worker efficiency penalty. Proximity penalty. Upgrades. None available due to structure type. Barn. Structure type, common. Structure class, animal shelter. Material, wood and stone. Durability, medium. Description. A barn is a structure designed to shelter animals. Benefits. Provided the barn is not overcrowded, animals left inside at night gain increased healing rates and increased birthing rates. Upgrades. Available but not purchased or installed. Build additional buildings to unlock more details. Resources. No current storehouse. Well, there we go. Plenty of information, lots more stuff to keep track of. And here I was, a guy who hated keeping track of things. I shook my head, trying to figure out how to get out of the situation I'd found myself in. I was just so far out of my element. Why should anyone follow me? And yet, that's where I was. I didn't want to sink into a hole where I'd defeat myself. I'd done that once on Earth, and it hadn't worked out so well. This was the spot I was in. This was what I had to do. And I just had to do my very best. Something hit my face. I opened my eyes. Something else hit my face. I scrambled to my feet and saw Ragnar sitting opposite me, also against a tree. He had a handful of acorns and was in the act of throwing another one my way. I watched as it arced toward me and bonked me right on the nose. "Dinner time," he said, then hopped to his feet and walked away. I got the feeling something was bothering him. Chapter 4. Dinner in the camp was a subdued affair. We ate stew made mostly of vegetables and a small amount of meat, which was tasty and flavorful, but nothing I could identify. No one talked. There was a lot more morose looking around, staring into the fire, looking off into the darkness, than actual conversation happening. I wondered if this was the fault of the morale dip caused by the longhouse. Finishing the stew, I walked over to the longhouse, and I took a look inside. It was worse than I remembered. There were bedrolls everywhere, save a small aisle down the middle and the area around the small stove at the far end. There was a distinct stench to the place, unwashed sweat, and the roof rustled in the mild breeze. It had to be held during a storm. A young woman edged by me and made her way down the house until she got to her spot. She looked at me, and I smiled as soon as we made eye contact. She looked away. I walked out of the longhouse and found Nikolai. He gave me a look like he wanted to eat his dinner in peace. "I looked into the, taking of the dukedom," I said. "At which point you discovered an issue?" "Yeah, we're up against a time limit." "For?" "Getting more than 25% of the population in the dukedom to be followers." "Do you know what it is currently?" "Under 25%. "That is the extent of your knowledge?" "Yep." "So it might be 24 or less than 1. "Correct." "And our time limit?" 6 months. 6 months, and then we lose a town level or settlement level, not like an individual level." "And I assume we are at level 1? "Yeah." "If holdings follow the rest of the gods' games, there is no level 0. You will lose the holding." "You think I can just claim a new holding?" "I doubt it is anything that simple." "Never is." 6 months is not a long time." He took a bite and chewed. Then he swallowed with a little difficulty. "I think this meat might have turned. Anyway, we have 2 possibilities here. 1, we convert everything in the dukedom to follow you. 2, we bring in more people to follow you." "I don't exactly know many people, so I think option 1 is where we can, be proactive." Nikolai scooped one last spoonful into his mouth. "I have a few things I might set in motion," he said. "But this is a real issue we must face and overcome. Be prepared." Then he walked away. I looked around, noticing several people pointedly not looking at me. So I just took a seat by the fire. I was miffed, tired of everyone being afraid of me, but not exactly knowing what I could do to make anything better. So I just joined in on the hottest trend taking over my holding. I stared at the fire. "Evening," came a soothing voice. I looked over to see Lady Eliza Northwood sitting next to me. She had a small glass of wine in one hand and a bowl of stew in the other. She held the glass towards me. "Mind holding this whilst I eat?" she asked. Sure," I said, taking the glass as carefully as I could, worried I'd accidentally break it. "This is quite the adventure for me," she said, taking a dainty bite of the stew. "Yeah," I replied, feeling ever so eloquent. "I have so many questions for you," she said. "Ask away," I said. She took her glass of wine so she could sneak a sip, then handed it back to me. Her eyes had a sparkle to them, like she was always just about to smile. When she actually did, phew, those eyes lit up. "Before you ask me a question," I started, "perhaps you'd let me ask you one." Her eyes went a little wide, and she started to say something, but then realized she had a mouthful of stew. She nodded and swallowed. "Where are you from?" I asked. "Me? My family?" Yes to both. "My family is imperial as far back as we can track. We were, well, I suppose you could call us horse traders. Originally, at least, and we still are to a large degree. My great-grandfather was gifted a barony for providing the Empress, at the time, with her mount." "She must have loved that horse," I said. She blushed and suppressed a giggle. "Oh, my lord, you are scandalous." I was confused and started to open my mouth to say something, but I think Eliza realized I knew nothing about the Empress or her, mount. "Oh, dear, you had no idea?" "None. Is there—" "It is only a rumor. Vile gossip, really. But there were many things said about Empress Cordia and her affection for her stallions." "Ah," I said, stopping myself before I blabbered on about Catherine the Great. "So I'm guessing you grew up near the capital?" "Yes. Our ancestral home is within a day's ride of the capital. My uncles are still there, maintaining the family farm while my father takes a stab at being a count." "A gift from the Emperor?" "No, perhaps from the next Emperor, His Royal Highness Prince Valimir Glatten." "Have you met him?" "Valimir? Gods, no. I have seen him from a distance. He and my father have been business associates in the past, and I believe this title is a gift for my father's aid in some regard. In what capacity exactly, I cannot say." "Northwoods. Any chance that's because your lands are to the north of the capital?" She laughed lightly. "They are. And they are quite wooded. Our horses are known for their ability to run through trees. Smaller stock, but incredible stamina and agility. A better hunting horse is not bred in the Empire. I will bet any amount on it." I held up my hands. "No need. I believe you." "You do not seem much of a rider, my lord." "It has not been, among my favorite activities in Voldrani so far." "Perhaps you have not had the right teacher." "Sure. That's probably it." "Perhaps we might go riding sometime." "I'd love that. Sometime when there aren't goblins about." She thwacked me with her spoon. "How can you be so cavalier about goblins?" "Because they're small and easy to kill." "But they swarm. They breed like roaches. They infest any space they can crawl into, and they are able to survive off anything remotely identifiable as food. They are lecherous and cannibalistic, keeping their victims alive for amusement and to keep fresh meat longer. They do unspeakable acts to anyone and everything." "You're really afraid of them, aren't you?" "I would not say I am afraid of one goblin. I imagine one goblin would run away. But there is a saying, if you see one goblin, there are 100 still hidden." "I think that saying needs a little work." "It means, I got what it means, just A saying is supposed to be quick, pithy. That was a tad cumbersome. She raised an eyebrow at me. I was failing at being an idiot. Who would have thought that'd be a problem? Anyway, I haven't had much, formal education, so I was wondering if you could tell me about the places outside the Empire. Oh? Where do you hail from? It's a place to the far north, east of here, on the other side of Mardoom. So you know of Mardoom? Only the slightest bit. I was more, in the mountains than amongst the peoples. It certainly seems like Mardoom is one of the most interesting countries outside of Glatton these days. They have been making quite a few, shall we call them, diplomatic moves? Sure, call them whatever. I don't know what they've been up to, really. They have been quite busy lately, overtaking and exploiting some of the smaller nations in the area. Had you asked me 2 years ago who the Empire might fear, Mardoom would not have been on that list. But now, who would have? Been on the list? Oh, there have been some discussion of the Centaur to the north. They lack easy entrance to the Empire, but they are exceedingly numerous, and have squelched any attempts for anyone else to take even the smallest foothold in their lands. My father suspected the Centaur nation might march through Mardoom all the way around the Welsach Mountains that mark our eastern border. Then they could attack us through the Lannerhorn Plains. That seems like quite the trek. It is an immense distance. Some think that is the only thing which has kept our two nations from conflict. But you? She gave me the slightest of smiles, as if she was unused to people asking her opinion on things. I think the Centaur are happy where they are. I doubt they are as expansionist as we are, and as long as we remain on this side of the mountains, they will leave us be. You think our borders will remain here? Not for a minute. The Empire lives to expand. But back to your last question. The Empire used to be most concerned with the kingdom of Fedatus. A young king rose to power, and he was incredibly charismatic, strangely powerful, and his people rallied under him. He was so compelling the neighboring kingdom joined his without blood being shed. But the king died in a hunt. His queen has shut herself in the castle and, by all reports, has died as well. The kingdom has fallen apart without the king, and is mostly just a collection of warlords bent on destroying the very country in their competition to take the crown. Sounds like fun. Does it? No, I mean, it sounds pretty horrific, really. From the little news that has come out of Fedatus recently, it is indeed horrific there now. Then there are the Carchadons. They are across the sea, but possess an empire nearly equal in size to our own. Every few years they invade us, and a year or so later we invade them. Occasionally a city is taken, then there's a great siege, and the city is retaken. It's a sad and bloody affair, but it appears to be the cycle we are forced to live within. You just fight back and forth? Seems pointless. I believe it is pointless. But we cannot abide them, and they cannot abide us. So we are locked in conflict until something changes. Saved by the sea, I suppose. Have you ever been there? To Carchadon? No. My father has. During one of the peaceful spells, he traded some horses there. It is a minor secret, she said with a sly smile, looking around to see if anyone was listening to us. But my father brought back some Carchadonian mounts. My uncles have been evaluating them for a few years, breeding them and studying them, trying to decide if they are worth bringing into our breeding stock. You're really into horses. It is the family business. Are there horses out here? Wild ones? Perhaps. I know if you head north, you'll hit the Great Plains, and there you will find wild horses, as well as a host of other incredible creatures. Do you ever think there are better animals than horses to ride? If you ask my father, he will call you a fool, that there is no other creature meant to be ridden but the horse. He is utterly devoted to the horse. But my uncle, William, he believes different. He and I are looking at alternatives. William thinks we could tame and breed the Pegasus, have flying mounts. But I have my doubts. I feel there is more to be gained looking at some of the more armored beasts. Hunting is where our fortune was made, but war will be where our names are cemented into legend." "You have plans." "I do," she said, taking her glass from me and draining her wine. "Plans which I would like—" "Lady Eliza," a voice called out. I looked over and saw a heavily armored woman looking directly at my dinner companion. Eliza stood to address the woman. "I was just speaking to our host," Eliza said. "It is time for you to return to your tent, my lady," the armored woman said. "You will have to forgive me," Eliza said. I stood up. "Nothing to forgive," I said. She handed me her bowl, spoon, and glass. "I fear my chaperone can be overprotective at times." "Seems like that isn't the worst thing to be around here." "I enjoyed speaking with you this evening." "Ditto." "Ditto?" "It means, the same. I enjoyed it as well." "Oh, well then, ditto." "Yeah. Good night." She gave me a smile, lingered for a moment, then walked off, her dress swishing and swaying behind her. "Lovely girl." Startled, I had the spoon to Taryn's throat before I knew what I was doing. "Easy now," the Warmancer said, pushing the spoon down until it was against my side. "I know you are probably able to skin me with that, but I would prefer to keep all my bits where they started." Taryn sat down in the spot Eliza had been sitting in. "Have a seat, my lord," he said. "I have something I would like to chat with you about." Chapter 5. Most everyone had drifted off to bed. Once the sun set, there was little activity around the holding. We didn't have much in the way of candles or any other artificial illumination yet. Also, the shared quarters limited other entertainments after dark, if you know what I mean. But a few of us were still awake. The two Lutra were on guard, unwilling to let anyone else cover the town after the kidnapping. A little work remained going on in the barn, and the Northwoods tent spilled light out of its flap. Perhaps a strategy session was going on inside. Then there was me and Taryn. We sat next to the fire in relative silence. I was waiting for him to tell me what he wanted to talk about. He was, waiting. "This is a strange spot for one such as me to find myself," he said, finally talking. Just too bad he wasn't making much sense. "Tell me about it." I meant... Please go on." "It is partially confusing for me to be this open with anyone else. But you are the leader of the herd I joined, so I feel there should be no secrets between us." "Are you implying I have secrets?" "I know you have secrets." "And you want me to tell them to you?" "I want you to admit them to me." "So you already know my secrets?" "I have theories." I took a deep breath and held it a moment while I thought about how to reply to the man. I knew, in a way, that this had to relate to me not being a natural-born Voldranian. "No one has told you?" I asked. "Not yet." "The secret you're thinking of, does it have to do with me coming from somewhere else?" "Aye, that is the one." He held his hand out for me to wait. Then he did a quick chant and a little flourish with his hands. I saw a dark series of runic letters rush out and fall into a rough dome shape around us. "Just a little help to keep us quiet," he said with a wink. "Hey, do you think you could teach me magic?" "No." "Now, why not? I can cast a spell." I reached inside and pulled my mana together and cast Humorous. The cubic foot of dirt came together, holding its shape for a mere heartbeat before collapsing to the ground in front of us. "I am suitably impressed," Taryn said, "but there are a number of reasons I am unable to assist you on this unwise course of actions, like you have no room left in your body for anything but muscle, Mana and muscle are not friends, my Lord Duke. Not unless it is a partnership you have engaged since your very birth, and a discipline you have mastered in balance. You have not built any such pathways for mana to flow, so no matter how large your storehouse might be, you will never cast spells with any ease. Even that, which is a piddling thing, took you effort, did it not? It did seem to require more exertion for me to cast a spell as opposed to any of the other magic users I'd seen. Have you more advanced spells? 1, Greater Tame. Oh? I am legitimately impressed you managed to learn that. It, maybe knocked me out. And have you attempted a casting? Yes. How did it go? I thought about Barry the Mimic and felt a pang of sorrow. But I also thought about how I definitely passed the fuck out after casting it. Not that well? So there you go. Perhaps if you had been using magic this whole time, it would not be quite as big a deal as it is now. I can see the look in your eye. You want to know why. You want to say that it is not fair. But it is just the way the gods have chosen to make this world work. Perhaps it is to keep such monsters as yourself from also casting spells. Monsters such as myself? You are a bit monstrous of late. But before you push us further down a path of tangents, you have asked your question, and were about to tell me a truth. I'm from another world. Ah, yes, there it is. Is it that obvious? Once one knows to look for the tells, yes, it is. Yeah, I've tried to tone it down. What is your world like? This is my world now, but of course it is. Just you want to know what my old world was like. I am a man of infinite curiosities. Perhaps you could tell me a few things about the place. If you promise to help me figure out how to do all this, leveling stuff better in this world, I'll tell you whatever you want to know about my old world. We are tied together, big man, Taryn said. If I can help you be better, I help myself. I sighed, looking at the fire, then up at the sky. The stars spread out across the darkness, both beautiful and terrifying. I still hadn't gotten used to the breadth of them, or how different they were. I still expected to look up and find the Big Dipper and follow its point to the North Star. I still searched for Orion's belt, looking in vain for the Pleiades, but nothing like that was here. It's a different place. Very different, I said. There's, a lot more people there. You have big cities there? Taryn asked. Oh yeah, plenty. Everywhere. Many filled with millions of people. Some with 10 million people. Hell, there are more than I can count with over 20 million. Million? But, there's no magic there, so wait. Stop talking. There's no magic? None. Then how did you come here? Magic, I guess. But, dude, I don't know. No magic, he said, staring into the fire. That is most distressing. A world where I am completely and fundamentally useless. Nah, we'd find a use for you. I cannot imagine it. It is so, how does it, He stammered out some syllables, but he'd run out of words. We don't need to talk about it, man, I said. It's a very different place with a whole different set of rules, and no, leveling stuff. How do you know how much health you have? You have to just, guess. But that is so barbaric. It does add a certain measure of mystery to the place, I guess. But it's just the way the world works there. You don't have choices or skills, no abilities or nothing like that. I have to say, I prefer a lot of what's here. Even though that is your home? Even though. I tend to think the best home is the one you choose, not the one you're born into. I patted his knee. Get some sleep. He was so flummoxed he just stared into the fire and did nothing to stop my leaving. Chapter 6. I walked into the longhouse, fully expecting to get a night's sleep amongst my people. But a single step inside revealed two very important things. One, most of my people snored. Two, I was too big to squeeze into that place. Laying my giant butt down would force at least two others into a standing sleep, and that just wasn't going to be okay. Instead, I turned around and headed back out. The community fire still burned, and Taryn still stared into the flames, still shocked learning about Earth and the lack of magic. I couldn't see the Lutra, but I assumed they were out and around somewhere. I skirted around the firelight, sticking to the edge of the darkness until I got to the mountain. I climbed up the cliff wall until I got to a small shelf. I plopped down and looked around at the world spread out before me. I was up higher than I'd anticipated, but it meant I could see a massive amount of the valley. Staring straight down, I could see the village, and by village, of course, I mean our two buildings. I tried to visualize the town growing, where things would need to be, efficiency-wise. I thought about what Lee had said, and mostly ignored everything Essie mentioned. But at the same time, I also found her refreshing in a way. She was just so different from most of the others I'd met in Muldrani. I knew I needed to make some decisions about the base and the building thereof. Up here, I figured I'd be safe from anything looking to eat me and any of my underlings who were looking to throw things at me. We needed walls. There was a massive wall there already, in a sense, because we had a fucking mountain range behind us. But was there a way to use it other than a barrier between us and the Empire? I thought back to the games I'd played, the base building I'd done. I always liked to dig into places. Could we just build into the mountains like dwarves? I mean, there were dwarves living amongst us. Maybe this was something they could help us with. But the reality of living in tunnels carved out of rock with no windows, that was less desirable than in a game. It seemed oppressive, and it meant leaving all of our craftspeople outside the protection of our rock mountain home thing. Unless, of course, we brought all of them inside as well. But I knew I didn't want to live under a mountain full time, and I had to imagine that was a similar feeling for the others. Digging a home out of the rock just wasn't a wise long-term move. But we still needed walls, and a castle. It made sense to have a castle. The castle was the hub of the medieval city and the medieval world. If I remembered my medieval history correctly, which was probably not the case, the castle also served as a projection of power for the region, a symbol of strength, a big sign that said, "Fuck off, assholes." We could all live in the castle until we got homes built. But then again, thinking back to my medieval history, I seem to recall castles were the work of huge teams of people over multiple years. I didn't think we had that long. I sat there, buffeted by the wind, and thought while I watched the valley sleep below me. "Quite an interesting corner of the world you have chosen," came a posh voice at my side. I looked over and nodded at Mr. Paul sitting there. It said something that gods intruding on my life was no longer that startling. "Seems nice enough," I replied. "And welcome to my dukedom, Mr. Paul." "Thank you," he said, a slight bow of his head and wide smile across his face. "Good fishing?" "You know, I have yet to check that out. I have seen some big fish in the river, just hadn't had the chance to toss a line in." "And the lakes?" "Lakes? I knew there was one, but I believe there are 3, he said. He squinted for a minute, almost like he was looking at something far off. 4.5, let us say." "Oh, well, I guess chances are good there's some decent fishing somewhere." "Plenty to catch out there." "I bet." I kicked my legs against the rock like I was a little kid in a too-big chair. "Before I get to the main reason why I am here, I must preface it with a sprinkling of praise and a dash of pleasant surprise. I think we both know very little was expected from you, dear Montana." "I'm not sure." I tried to interrupt, but he kept going. "And your impact on the, proceedings was mostly a surprise to me. I had been engaged with, it matters not, But I had lost track of the time completely. And you were I hesitate to use the term afterthought since it has such negative connotations, but let us be honest for a moment. You were an afterthought. By some stroke of luck, there you were in a perfect position for me to pluck you up and pop you in here. And in the spirit of full honesty, I was not planning on watching you pass that little trip down the mountain, which went so much better than I could have possibly anticipated. Just the most entertaining little slide. And your face when you did not quite make the leap? Priceless. Wait, in any case, you soldiered on admirably, not only becoming the brute you are today, which, to be fair, you look just fabulous lately, though please find a tailor and a barber because this wild man wearing ill-fitting clothes is only going to fly for so long, but also becoming, dare I say it, a hero. You might very well be one, and that is, well, surprising is the least I can say about the matter, especially considering our initial discussion vis-a-vis your desire to eschew things like heroics in your search for a solitary life, fishing in a mountain lake. I'm very confused. I understand, and I sympathize. But I cannot say more, unfortunately. You will just have to peek around the details to discern what truth you can. But I am here now to offer you some guidance, or criticism, perhaps. The line between the two can be so fuzzy. There is no simple way to say any of what it is I am trying to say, but you have been, well, there have been complaints. Excuse me? You were just saying how impressed and surprised you were with me. I was impressed. I have no complaints. Not really. And I have also been surprised. But your recent efforts have been less than well received. By who? Whom? That's what I'm asking. Right. Well, as I told you, there are others involved in your progress, your story, as it were. They're watching me? He snapped his fingers, then said, "This happens every time we speak. I forget that I have had to remove some of our past conversations from your memory. Let me say little more on the topic, except for, perhaps, a nudge." A nudge? In a better direction. What's that direction? Towards being a better leader. You are quite shit at leading right now. I could have told you that. Yes, but now I am telling you that. How do I do that? I mean, can you give me a boon or something to help me with that? Have you something to trade? Have you done some great service for me? I mean, isn't everything I do somehow in service to you? Yes, but that is in a different way. That trade has already been completed. I looked at what I had, which, wasn't nothing. I had my bag of holding and all the crap I'd taken from the worm matriarch, including her skin. A lot of skin. I don't suppose you've got a real hankering for worm skin? I do not. I picked up a rock. I thought about throwing it, but realized all my friends were down below, and a rock falling from this height might be, well, unpleasant. I set it back down. Some free advice, then? I asked. Advice is a more nebulous sort of term. Advice for a leader. There are countless experts who do little else but think about how to advise leaders. There really isn't a worse person you could have chosen for this. I disagree. I imagine there are plenty. You have a single quality that makes you great. I don't want to be a leader. Exactly. What? No, I'm saying I choose to ignore what you are currently saying. Whether you like it or want it, you have been tasked with leading these people, and you have accepted that responsibility. Now, while it might be entertaining for me to watch you run away from your responsibilities, I cannot imagine it will be particularly good long-term for either of us. And for better or worse, we have managed to tie ourselves together. So I fear we must look at the long term. Okay, then help me. My dear boy, why do you think I am here? Shits and giggles? Well, those two. But also to provide you assistance in this, your time of need. The problem is you need to ask the right questions. What should I build? For your little village? Yes. Mr. Paul crossed his legs and put one perfectly manicured hand up to his mouth. Then he peered down at the village. He looked to the east and the west, tapping his chin. It is indeed a conundrum. You have yet to explore your dukedom, which means you know little of the dangers you face from without. There are the dark goblins. A stupid name for a vile creation. You know about them? I know of them. Not overly so. I am not a scholar of the goblinoid, but I can tell you a few things, provided I ask the right question. Precisely. Should I worry about them? Oh, yes, very much so. Are there any other creatures out there? Many. Probably more than even I know of at the moment. Ones I should be concerned about? Define out there. In, this valley. Oh, yes. Dangerous ones? What did you mean by concern, if not these creatures being dangerous? Yeah, I was just, trying to get more information. Word your questions better. I'm trying. Your village must withstand attacks from all sides. They will be coming. Attacks. Attacks will be coming. From the Empire? Surely. You think Valimir will leave you be? Setting aside the fact that you have already interfered with his carefully laid plans, you are currently an unknown quantity, and if you do not support his claim to the throne, he will attempt to destroy you. If you support his claim to the throne, he will unland you and destroy you after he has taken the throne. You know this? I know nothing. It is just what is very likely to pass. So defense is important. Undoubtedly. Walls, then. Walls are not the only means to defense. Did you ever study history? I don't know that I'd use the word study. What word might you use, then? I mean, I took history classes, but I mostly just flirted with chicks and drew, demons and stuff. You were an artist? Let's not go that far. He smiled at me. Had you studied history, I imagine you would have more ideas of how you might proceed. There have been a few gifts for you, nothing along the lines of history, unfortunately. Gifts? Yes. He seemed to pull something out of the air with a flick of his wrist, and he handed me a fishing pole. A fishing pole? I asked. It is. A big grin spread across his thin face. And yet it is so much more. Does it slice and dice? No, but the reel has an endless supply of monofilament. What's the pound test? Is that a thing? Yes, it's like a rating on how strong the line is. Oh, might I have it back a moment? Did you make it unbreakable? Of course not. Do you have something to trade for me to give it back to you for a moment? You are learning. Had to at some point. Paul nodded approvingly. What is it you would care for? 2 things. 2? One is pretty minor. I will be the judge of that. A cold can of Fago root beer. He looked into the darkness for a moment, then nodded. Minor enough. Second, a book on history that will help me understand how to defend us. Another nod. Yes, I agree to this. I handed the fishing pole to him, and he gave me a book and a 24-ounce bottle of Fago root beer, ice cold. I slid the book under my butt, unscrewed the bottle cap, and took in a huge mouthful of pop. It was glorious. Sure, it came out the sides of my mouth and the bubbles went up my nose, but it was a moment of perfection. Fishing rod, Mr. Paul said. You fixed the line. That I did. The line is roughly proportional to your strength. It would be unseemly for you to break the line purely because you pull too hard. So it's unbreakable? Not sure I would term it that way. Now, there is also this ring. He held out a thick gold ring. Is that the one ring? I asked. What one ring? The ring to rule them all? No. I sent my little identification spell its way. Ring of questions answered. Item type, epic. Item class, ring. Material, gold. Durability, high. Weight, 0.08 pounds. Requirements, not applicable. Description. The ring of questions answered will highlight the lost. It's rather vague, I said. The best magic always is, Mr. Paul replied, dropping the ring and forcing me to scramble to snatch it from the air. And speaking of magic, I have a last-minute device I think you will be most excited by. Great, hit me with it. He did a little flourish with his hand, and a small pendant dropped down at the end of a chain. It was a sculpture of a small creature. What is this? I asked, taking the chain. A little something to help you. I cast identification on the chain and pendant. Pendant of assistance. Item type, epic. Item class, chain. Material, tungsten and wildwood. Durability, high. Weight, 0.08 pounds. Requirements not applicable. Description. The pendant allows the summoning of prinkies. Each prinky survives off the mana it drains from you and requires 5 mana to survive. Yeah, I said. This is one of the weirder things I found here. I looked back over at Mr. Paul. Yes, well, I thought you would like it, he huffed, almost upset that I was questioning his gift. What is a prinky? It is a creature. Not quite as dumb as they initially seem, but able to assist you in, well, let's be honest, simple tasks. Oh, like golems. Sure, you could certainly think that at first, he said quickly. I wanted to make sure you had a little something to assist your quest to find cute things to entertain your viewers. Viewers? Ignore that. Is this like the time you told me to get a kitsune girl, and get her you did? Well, get her is incorrect. There was, perhaps, a little massaging of some record books to ensure her contract was available to purchase. But all that for nothing, as you seem to ignore her. That does nothing to entice your audience. They want romance and heaving bosoms. Hey, wait, unfortunately, waiting is not an activity I might engage in. Time stops for no one, certainly not me. You're saying a whole lot, and I'm having trouble keeping track of any of it. Maybe you could spell it out for me, just once? That is a very enticing offer, but sadly not fun nor legal, so I shan't be doing that. Which is a shame indeed, because you do have quite the ordeal coming. What do you mean? Opponents are massing all around you. They are? Oh, yes, I thought we spoke about this. Valimir to the south, Mardum to the east, the dark goblins to the west, and the mystery dark horse challengers coming from the north, east, and, well, down. Down? Well, I hardly think anything is coming from above quite yet, but you never know. You mentioned Valimir, and I asked about the goblins, but, well then, dear boy, it would seem you've even more to do than we thought. Best get to work. Go build your little village. You have been offered a quest by Mr. Paul. Build your village 1. Build a wall or defensive structure around your village. Reward for success, XP, and a follower. Penalty for failure or refusal unknown. Yes or no? I looked over it, a little confused. A follower? I started to ask, but Mr. Paul held up a hand. Also, he said, explore the valley before too long. You have been offered a quest by Mr. Paul. Get to know your neighborhood. Explore your valley. Reach all the corners, the center, and the various bits and bobs in between until you know the land you've claimed is yours, at least the non-mountain stuff. Reward for success, XP, and unknown. Penalty for failure or refusal unknown, yes or no. Might regret it if you leave it until last, Mr. Paul finished ominously. Wait, ta-ta, he said, and he slipped off the edge and walked through the air until he disappeared. Chapter 7. I sat in the cold, looking at the camp down below, watching Ragnar and Skeld move about the place. I read over the quests one more time and accepted them, It seemed like the smart thing to do. Frankly, it seemed like the only thing to do. I mean, beside the other something I could be doing. Sipping root beer and reading. A neat thing about life in Voldrani, with dark vision, reading a book at night was as easy as reading it in the day, maybe even easier. The increased contrast of the black and white in my dark visioned eyes made the pages nearly glow. The book I'd been given was on Roman construction techniques and architecture, with a focus on the military side of things. Maybe because I was smarter than I'd been in the past, I didn't get bored reading the book, and I felt like I was keeping more of it in my head. According to the book, the Romans would build a modified version of their camp fort every night at the end of their march. It certainly seemed that I needed to be treating my own little town more like a military encampment. Mr. Paul had been vague about what we'd been facing, but I had no doubt we needed to be ready. By the time the light crept over the mountains and my followers began to move about, I had an inkling of a plan and desire to make things happen. Back on ground level, I grabbed a bowl of porridge and ate it in front of the fire, thinking thoughts of the castrum, the fortified Roman military camps. Nikolai came and sat down on one side of me, with Lee dropping in on the other side close behind. "Gents," I said. "You have a plan?" Nikolai asked. "We need to make real progress today." "I have a plan," I replied. "And I apologized for taking so long. It is more because I am not, smart, or wasn't. I just needed to study some history and then—" "Our history?" Lee asked. "Not America. Rome." Lee looked confused, but just for a moment. Then he smiled. "Castrum? Yeah, exactly. You know about them?" "Some of the basics. I was always intrigued with the Romans. Stories of their roads, aqueducts, arches, it all fascinated me. Their fortresses, not quite as much." "Care to let me in on this?" Nikolai asked, looking from me to Lee and back. I pulled the paperback from my pocket and passed it over to Lee. Then I turned to face Nikolai. "There were these cats named the Romans," I started. "Cat people?" Nikolai asked. "Just humans," Lee said, flipping through the book. "He's trying to be colorful." "Just use regular language, Montana," Nikolai said through a frown. "You will only trip yourself up." "Fine. There were people called the Romans, and they were known for, well, conquering most of our world. They had a legion, likely something similar to your legions here. Every night, after the legion would march, they would set up a fort of sorts, and if they had to spend more time somewhere, they'd just replace some of the stuff they did in the temporary forts with more permanent stuff. That's what we're going to do. Build up a camp, then start replacing things as we can." "Where did you get the book?" Nikolai asked. "And is it about these Romans?" "I had a visit from Mr. Paul." "Ah, your god. One of them, at least. Explain to me this camp before I read about it myself." "Can you read this?" Lee asked, offering Nikolai the book. Nikolai squinted, then turned his head. "No, I suppose I need more of an explanation then." "You want to take this?" I asked Lee. "Time for you to lead," Lee said with a smile. "Do you Cogs Hall?" I nodded, and I ate a big bite of porridge. "We start by changing how we are thinking," I said. "So far we've acted like we are townspeople, or—" "I have not done that," Nikolai interrupted. "You know how irritated you get when I interrupt you?" I asked. He gave a slight smile. "Apologies, my lord. I want to get this talked out before the rest of our little group emerges from that smelly longhouse. We need to stop thinking like we are a village. We aren't. We're a military outpost. We need to start functioning more like an army. In that regard, this town needs to be more like a fort. And we're going to start building that today. If the Romans can build a camp fort in less than a day, we can too." Lee said, a finger up. "You realize the Romans you're speaking of were a legion of nearly 5,000 men who've all been trained on how to work together to do this?" "Yes, well, that wasn't something I was considering, and I should have. So it might take us a little longer, but we've got magic as well." "As long as you're aware." "I am, sort of. But that's also why you're here, to catch my idiocy." "How lucky." "Do you have specifics?" "I do," I said. and I started to sketch in the dirt with my spoon. I probably should have finished eating first, but, well, the porridge was almost thin enough to drink. The mountain face would form our southern wall, with the tunnel coming in and forming what would have been the Via Principale, or the main road. Our longest sides would be our north and south walls, meaning we'd have less to construct and to dig. We would start by digging out ditches, 3 to 8 feet deep, throwing the dirt inward. Then we'd make ramparts with the dirt and use logs to face the dirt and make walls. Outside of the wall, we would clear everything, even using the cattle, horses, and other grass eaters to trim the grass down as best we could. Because of how heavily wooded our little slice of Valdrani happened to be, we'd get the wood for our wall at the same time we cleared the land. The industrial elements would be placed on the north wall, while the housing would go against the south, against the mountain. That way there would be the most space between the non-combatants and anyone trying to get to us. The military would use all the space to the east of the main road, the smaller portion of the rectangle, and we'd have towers on the corners and large gatehouses on the 4 gates. Plus, once we got going, a keep somewhere inside. Not exactly a Roman fort, I said, looking down at the drawing, but I think it takes what we need and makes something of it. As far as trades go, I want a sawmill of some kind up and running first. I fear I must disagree, Nikolai said. We have more stone than we know what to do with. Lee? I asked. Not bothering to look up from the Roman book, he nodded. Neek's right. Plenty of stone right now, but a sawmill would be key to getting all the elements we need for inside. And I'd rather have the industrial stuff, as you called it, the workshops and whatnot, up against the eastern wall, near the river. I've got an idea. Okay, well, I said, we have plenty to do today. I will start on the wall and the ditch. Nikolai, you grab, what's his name? I snapped my fingers trying to remember names, but it eluded me. Who? Lee asked. The mason? The wok, Lee said. Connell. Take him, I started. Learn your people, Nikolai snapped. They must matter to you if you are to matter to them. I will work on socializing. Good. What am I to construct Connell on? Whomever he's been working with, get them to finish that wall and gate around the tunnel through the mountain. We need to sit and talk tactics for what might be coming down on us. Your god gave you a heads up? Lee asked. He did. What is it? Too much to go into right now. Just, let's get walls and ditches and some safety. Lee, you take our carpenter, Guy Gambrel, Lee offered. Sure, you get Guy and whomever he needs to get a workshop up and running. A workshop for him or a sawmill? Yes, both, if you can, today. Everyone else who lacks a job or isn't busy, send them to me. Time to dig ditches, bitches. Lee just shook his head, and Nikolai muttered as he walked away. What? I shouted while scooping a heaping spoonful of porridge into my mouth. It tasted gritty. Chapter 8. While I was busy spitting out the rocks I'd foolishly eaten by using my drawing spoon, the kindly old Betenti came up and looked at the sketches by my feet. These look like plans, he said. They are. For this place? He asked. I nodded, spitting a pebble out. You want them laid out on the ground? That'd be great. Got a few abilities that might help with this? That would be huge. Glad to be of help, my lord, he said, a big grin on his little face. I walked to the tree line, barely 20 feet from our current solitary domicile, pulled out an axe and leaned it against my leg. I got some dirt in my hands, then spit in them and rubbed them together. Seems a rather disgusting habit, came a distinguished voice behind me. I looked over my shoulder at the perfectly put-together Lady Eliza Northwoods. She had a cerulean silk gown on that did quite a bit to accentuate the color of her eyes, and presented her, shape impressively. You look nice this morning, I said before I could stop myself. Thank you, my lord, she said with a curtsy. It is quite difficult to maintain one's appearance when out in the wild, but I feel it is quite important. A job well done, then, I said. What is it you are doing today, my lord? Clearing the land, I said. and digging a ditch. Not exactly befitting nobility, she replied. Does that mean you won't be joining us? Her eyebrows shot up. Are you expecting that of me? Well, if you're part of the community, and you're not part of the tower team or the sawmill team, and you're not guarding, you're probably supposed to be digging. Her ladyship will not be joining you in that, Eliza's armored lady-in-waiting began in that most haughty of tones. Eliza held a hand up, as a sly smile spread across her face. No, Melissa, Eliza said. I think I shall. Duke Cogshall is quite correct. We are here as part of the community, and we expect to reap the benefits of their work. So we should also labor. I would be happy to take your place, my lady, Melissa said, squaring her shoulders with me as if she wanted to race to see who could cut down trees or rip up bushes the fastest. You will work too, Eliza said. We all will. Though I fear I might not have the appropriate attire for the occasion. If you will permit me to change, Lord Cogshall. Sure, I said. She curtsied, then walked back to her tent. I picked up the big axe and gave it a few test swings. It felt so good to swing into that first tree. I gave it a big, meaty thump, and the axe bit deep. A second hit, and I knocked out a huge wedge. A strong shove, and the tree crashed down. Next. I was on the third tree when I realized I was neglecting something. My pendant, the Prinkies. They were supposed to be helping me out. And if my math was correct, I could afford more than a few of them. 5 mana per? That meant I could field 100 plus, technically. Probably wasn't the best idea to summon them all at once, especially since I had no idea what I was summoning. They could be tentacled horrors that oozed weird, oozes, or gibbering beasts full of saliva and wrath. I held up the amulet and looked it over. The carving was, as far as I could tell, a series of balls of fur overlapping each other. I looked at the amulet for a few moments, doing my best to figure out the command to summon the Prinky. My experience with magical items so far led me to believe that most items were actually simpler than anyone expected. Hell, the bag of holding I had would empty itself with the command, empty. I summon thee, Prinky, I shouted. There was a pop, and a small creature appeared in front of me. It looked around, confused for a moment, then sighted on me and looked up. All told, the thing was about the size of a football. It had a very large head with outsized ears, somewhere between bat-shaped and dog-shaped, with one corner folded down for cute measure. Its eyes were almost cartoonish in size and shape. Small nose, small mouth with rounded teeth, not sharp fangs. Short fur covered everything, and it stood on 2 legs while holding its small hands in front of it. Oh, and it was red. Bright red. Vermilion, even. Holy shit, you're cute, I said. It tilted its head to the side and blinked. Oh, fuck, Taryn's voice called out from behind me. Have you been infected with Prinkies? You know what these things are? I asked. And what do you mean infected? Taryn marched over, staring at the little red dude the whole way, and then knelt in front of the creature. The creature looked over at him, eyes wide and innocent, then looked back at me. I do know these creatures, he said, peering around the Prinky. Where did you find this? I have an amulet. Oh, bother. What? Forgive me for assuming you know nothing about them. Correct assumption. They are abominations. Seems harsh. They were created some time ago by a vile mancer who hated other magic users. He was not as advanced as some of his peers, so he created a creature which lived off the mana of its owner. They were cute and they were helpful, and they seemed innocuous until you realized you had several of them working for you, and you had no mana left for any difficult spells. Oh, I mean, that's all? Mana is the lifeblood of a mancer. How do you expect... Dude, what the fuck do I need mana for? He looked at me confused. Besides, it doesn't seem like they take all that much. Oh? From what I know, it depends heavily on the manner in which they are summoned. They are quite rare. I have only read of them in a few places before, but all magic users are warned of their dangers, being that they are so cute and useful. I don't see how that thing would. It made a chirping sort of noise and looked at me, and I had to steel my heart against the beast. It was really frickin' cute. "You are the owner of this?" Taryn asked. "I am, I guess." "Then I suppose there is little harm in it." "It's only 5 mana." "What?" "5 mana, that's all he needs to survive." "Really?" "That's according to the amulet, and looking at my own mana, I'm just down 5 from my total." Taryn's entire demeanor changed. He reached a hand out and ran it over the creature's fur. The thing closed its eyes and purred as Taryn pet it. "I have never felt something quite so soft," Taryn said, almost reverently. "Perhaps it would be okay for me to have one, just one, as a companion or a familiar." "Taryn, get to work already." "What do you mean, work?" "Digging." "Me?" "What is your job?" "Natalie, in her position as head of security, has tasked me with staying inside of you and making sure you are safe." "I don't need protection." "And yet here I am, following duly given orders." "Fine, leave the thing alone and give me some space." Taryn stood up, hands held high, and walked back. "About the Prinky," he said. "You can't have one. I'm putting them to work." "As you wish," Taryn replied. But I had the distinct impression the conversation regarding the Prinky was far from over. The Prinky in question was still watching me, waiting for me to talk to it or do something. It chirped again. "All right," I said, kneeling down so I was a little closer to eye level with him. "I don't suppose you have a name?" The thing nodded vigorously and smiled at me. "And you can understand what I'm saying?" Nodding. "Or are you just nodding at everything I say because you're happy I'm talking to you?" Head tilt, eyes looking around, then back at me, head shake. "Can you tell me your name?" It pointed to me. "I'm Montana. You?" It pointed to me again, a little more emphatic. "Going on a limb here, but am I supposed to name you?" "I would refrain from doing that," Taryn called out. "Why is that?" I asked. "Because I believe that is what makes them more difficult to unsummon." The Prinky shot a dark look towards Taryn, then was back to being cute with me. "Okay, well, let's just wait on a name, shall we?" I said to the little creature. "We're clearing all the vegetation and rocks and stuff between this building here and, well, a long way out that, like, to the river, say." Prinky the First, or Prinky Prime, as I was thinking of it, nodded. So yeah, pile stuff back, I looked behind me and saw Taryn lounging in the grass in the shade of a tree near the longhouse, right where that guy's laying. Prime nodded and immediately grabbed at a shrub near him. There was some grunting and groaning, but eventually the little shrub came free from the earth, and the Prinky hoisted it up, a giant smile on its cute little face, and marched it over in the direction of Taryn. I looked at my character sheet, examining both my mana and how fast it had regenerated. The regeneration didn't matter, I was just 5 mana down. I summoned another Prinky. Pop. Just as cute, but a little different, both in color and shape. It looked up at me, waiting. Do what that one's doing," I said, pointing over at Prime. Prime chirped something as it threw the shrub at Taryn, who shrieked in surprise as dirt and bush hit him in the face. I know that I've always been surprised when a dirty bush has hit me in the face, but I'm pretty sure I never screamed quite as shrilly. Pinky, too, grabbed at a bush. A moment later, Prime came over and joined with 2. They got the bush out faster and worked together to walk it over towards Taryn, who was muttering while wiping his face and robes off. The creatures had a funny way of walking. Well, a cute way. It was kind of like a toddler, toddling around, but they worked together very well, and I started to wonder if they could coordinate in large numbers. One way to find out, really just summon a bunch at once. Pop, 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 pop. Now I had a dozen, all different in little ways. One had bigger ears, another larger eyes. Different colors. One was a gradient, starting dark blue at his feet and winding up a vermilion at his ear tips. A veritable rainbow of cute furry creatures looking at me expectantly. "Help them," I said, pointing to Prime and 2. There were some pleasant chirps between the Prinkies, and just like that, they were working as a team, picking up rather heavy objects, then toddling over and putting everything in the growing pile around the increasingly unhappy Taryn. "Lovely," I said with a smile, feeling like these little things might work out. Chapter 9. Most of the townsfolk were busy digging while I cut down trees, which the Prinkies then picked up and carried over to a stack of logs. Of course, I had to get a few more of the Prinkies going, to the tune of 100. 100 Prinkies of various colors and shapes, within reason. All I mean to say is that they weren't identical copies. They were individuals. It made me disbelieve Taryn to a degree. Not that he was lying, but perhaps Taryn's was but a story. The creature seemed too complicated to be a fabrication or an artifice. They were, however, good workers. Not the best, as there was definitely an upper limit to the directions they understood. Anything where there was the slightest bit of actual decision-making involved, and there'd be a knockdown, drag-out fight over the appropriate means of accomplishing the task. So, while asking them to pull bushes and pile them up was fine, asking them to sort bushes out or only pick the ripe berries, that was just a recipe for disaster. A hilarious disaster, of course, since, like everything the Prinkies did, it was cute. As a plus, the Prinkies didn't seem to need breaks, or if they did, I didn't notice them taking breaks. And they didn't eat, besides draining my mana, which they barely seemed to do. We were making some incredible progress, and by the time we called to stop for the day, there was a swath of clear land about 100 yards in any direction from the village. Sure, there were a ton of stumps to deal with still, and we had stacks of trees to turn into lumber, and a relative shit-ton of shrubs, bushes, and other undergrowth things, but that was an easy bonfire fix away. I felt pretty okay about things, until I checked on the progress of the other groups. My plan called for the tunnel to end in an open area that would essentially be our kill zone if anyone tried to attack from the south through the tunnel. We would need a large gate, which had mostly been constructed already, and some big-ass towers. The towers would be at the corners and provide military housing as well as fighting positions. Then there'd be big walls running from the towers the short distance to the mountain face. All told, the area would be about a quarter acre, but we basically had one guy trying to do all the building. 2 if you count Nikolai. Connell, the walk, was doing admirable work, though rather slow. He'd nearly finished off the walls around the gate. He'd completed about half of one wall and was right around the point where he could start on the first tower, which wasn't exactly much further along than where he'd been previously. Not that he was working slowly, it just wasn't a one-person or walk job. Sure, the dude was built like a brick house and had 4 arms, but he still needed more bodies. And he wasn't exactly a fan of talking, which added to the complexity of getting other people to work with him. He followed orders and directions perfectly, but he wasn't exactly brimming with suggestions on how to streamline the project. Watching Nikolai, I had the distinct impression he was growing frustrated with his position. I didn't interfere, though. I just observed for now. Lee had made slightly more progress. His group managed to get the beginnings of a structure formed up over by the river. I could see why Lee had chosen the place, because even though it was in the early stages, I got a clear picture of what was going on, namely, a water wheel. And it made sense. Use the river to power the sawmill. But that meant we had to find a way to protect the sawmill and the riverbank, which in my head meant we probably need to wall over the river, and I was having enough trouble making a wall around a vague rectangle. "Lee," I called out. He gave me a wave and trotted my way. "Having the water wheel here gives us a tremendous advantage," he said. "Effectively, we can have a power hammer in the smithy and a powered blade in the sawmill. And if we get to the point where we're growing enough wheat to warrant a mill, we can do that too." "It's kind of on the outside of the walls." "Sure," Lee said. But if we are in a siege sort of situation, we can just power things manually, or with animals. The plan isn't to wall around the wheel? Not yet, Lee said, a wry smile on his face. For now, since we're overflowing with massive logs, we run everything through the wall. Essie and I have been talking about doing something with the waterfalls in the canyon, but that's obviously a much more involved project once we've got too many bored people needing jobs. I shook my head. Not sure when that's going to be. You get more of those little furry things running around, it might be. He grinned as he watched a group of the Prinkies tear a large bush from the ground, then toddle it towards the piles. Would having some of them help you guys? I asked. Do they follow directions? Well, I said, then had to stop as the Prinkies started chirping angrily, arguing about whether their bush should go in the shrubbery pile or the bush pile, the distinctions of which were still murky to anyone but the Prinkies. They listen to directions, I think. We might be able to use them, Lee said. Not quite yet. Everything we're doing tomorrow is going to be pretty technical, but the day after that, once we have the wheel up, that's going to be when we put the sawmill together. So we'll have lumber by the end of the week. What day is today? I have no idea. In that case, if it's Saturday, no. If it's Monday, yes. You pick. Works for me, I said, and gave Lee a merry clap on the shoulder. Chapter 10. Once again, I chose to spend the night out under the stars, and I woke up to a blanket of snoring Prinkies quite liberally and literally covering me. I was sweating profusely. Some of them had squashed themselves around my head, akin to pillows. I got to my feet, and somehow stifled the urge to scream because the damn things were clinging to me, still snoring, amazingly. I grabbed one and peeled it off. It tried to squirm in closer to cuddle. I wanted to throw it, but it was just so darned cute. It looked at me with its big eyes, all innocent, so I just dropped it in the pile of Prinkies that was somehow my bed. Then I had the fun of wading through the furry beasties until I was finally free of them, and they all cuddled back together as if I'd never been there. For a moment I inspected my person until I found the one who was still sleeping on my head. That one I tossed over my shoulder, and it fell into the pile. The 4 moons lit the sky, and the sun was still a ways from rising. I'd managed to sleep far longer than I had in some time, and I wondered if that had anything to do with my living blanket. I hope not, because I felt pretty good, and I didn't want to have that happen every night. I walked away from the fire and the pile and the longhouse, and for once I wasn't overwhelmed by all the forest about the place, because it was gone. The Prinkies must have worked well into the night. The pile of bushes and shrubs were huge, and every single tree I'd cut down had been stacked into a neat pile of logs. There was still plenty of work to be done, but the space where we were going to build our village had, for the most part, been cleared. I had left some of the larger trees with wide crowns and thick branches for shade and aesthetic joy. There were markings left by the older Batenti gent, denoting where the wall was going to be, how far out and how far down the ditch needed to be, and where the towers would be. Of all the people who'd been working, I felt like he'd done the best job, or the most work, or both. He definitely made everything move a lot smoother. I walked to the ditch and looked at the dismal progress. Maybe dismal was harsh, I suppose, but they dug down about 6 feet, out 5 feet, and along about 30 feet. And left all the tools there, which, to be fair, they'd be going back in a few hours, but still some goblins, dark or otherwise, could have taken the shovels. I grabbed one of the shovels and hopped down in the ditch. The dirt on either side of me was impressively black, rich, loamy soil. With a grunt, I started digging, going as quickly as I could, tossing dirt to the town side. There was a heavy whomp as something large landed nearby. I jumped out of the ditch and positioned the shovel across my body for defense, looking around. Stretching my senses out, I could tell something big padded across the ground in front of me, just around a tree. Taking the chance, I dropped the shovel and grabbed a spear from the bag of holding I always kept on my person. I cocked my arm back, ready to let go as soon as I could identify what was hunting me. A gray snout came out from the back of the tree, followed by a large head, almost shark-shaped. The skin was smooth and it looked hard. Small eyes sunk into the skull, tucked there for protection. A large mouth, one that ran almost the entire length of the skull, hung open, and I could see a deep red mouth with a large tongue. It had very powerful legs, thick with massive claws at the end. The claws weren't sharp or pointy, but they were big. They looked very strong, as if they were perfect for digging. The creature continued from behind the tree until I could see the whole thing. The gray skin looked more like armored plates now that I could take it all in. The back end had a thick tail, heavy with muscle. All told, it looked a lot like a shark that had been built to swim through the earth. A land shark. Mouth open, it watched me. I crouched a little, ready to jump to either side if this big bastard chose to attack. He remained motionless, just looking at me. Slowly, carefully, I stood back up and lowered the spear until it hung at my side, pointy bit towards the ground. "Hey there, buddy," I said. It tilted its head to the side, and I wondered where its ears were. "I really hope I'm not wrong here, because that probably leads to unpleasant things between the two of us. But is there any chance you're here because of Typhon?" I asked. There was a pause, long enough to make me worry. But then the big head nodded. I had a thought and popped into my sheet to look over the boon Typhon bestowed upon me. Monstrous companion, Typhon. You have been gifted a companion from the god Typhon. Your companion is immortal, though if reduced to 0 HP, you will be forced to return in a different form, chosen at the whim of Typhon. You may absorb your companion for a temporary boost to your abilities, but the boost will only last until Typhon sends another companion your way. Given the wording, I had to wonder. "Fritz?" I asked. The creature's mouth opened wider, and the tongue came out, lolling to the side. Then he nodded. Fritz was back. I dropped the spear, jumped the ditch, and threw my arms around the big land shark. "Fritz!" I shouted. "Welcome home, buddy!" He licked me. Thank gods there wasn't, like, acid in his saliva. It was just, normal, regular, old gross stuff. "What the fuck are you?" I asked. He turned his head to the side and closed his mouth, giving me the land shark equivalent of a "what the fuck, do you think I can talk like this?" gesture. Can't talk?" I asked. He shook his head. "Are you a land shark?" He tilted his head from one side to the other. "You're kind of a land shark, or a kind of land shark?" I could feel frustration rolling off of him, that he felt I was an idiot for asking such a question, that I should just know what the fuck he was. "Whatever, man," I said. "I'm just glad you're back. Welcome home." That seemed to mollify the big guy. He pushed me to the side and hopped down in the ditch. "Yeah," I said, like I knew what he was doing. "We're digging like a protective ditch, which might be called a moat, except I think a moat has water, but it's, going around the wall we're going to build. Dirt's going inside, we'll use that to build a rampart up to the wall." He jumped to the other side and sniffed around a little. "The marks in the ground," I continued, "indicate where the wall is going to be and, the boundary of the ditch. Any chance you're good at digging?" He gave me a look that said, "I'm as good at digging as you are at being a dumbass." I felt like I was getting pretty good at reading his looks. Fritz started digging. Dirt flew out behind him in a massive rooster tail, and, likely on purpose, all over me. There was a chirp from next to me. The Prinkies had arrived, en masse. They spread out and looked at the ditch. Fritz, for his part, stopped digging and looked over at all the tiny creatures. "They aren't food," I said, though it made me wonder if you could eat a Prinky. Would it provide any nutrition? If I could summon them for mana, and a tiny amount of mana, maybe I'd found a way to feed the community through the winter. Though, looking down at all the innocent wide eyes staring at me as if I was the bee's knees, I didn't think I'd be able to slaughter them. They're more like, helpers. So, Fritz, meet the Prinkies. Prinkies, meet Fritz. You guys should work together to dig this ditch. Put all the dirt on the inside and tamp it all down. There was a very short pause, and then the Prinkies all hopped into the ditch and started throwing the loose dirt Fritz had scooped up onto the bank. Fritz watched the little guys work for a moment, and then he went back to digging, a plume of dirt going high in the sky behind him. I left them to it, and walked back to the fire where I heard the enticing sounds of someone making porridge. Chapter 11. By the time we were done with breakfast and ready to get started on the workday, the ditch was finished. Done to a depth of 10 feet, all around the 3 sides of the prospective village. Also, the rampart was up. It wasn't perfect and it wasn't beautiful, but it was there. The Prinkies even managed to follow the rough plans laid out by Lanfranc, leaving spots filled where our gates would be. I couldn't stop smiling. Fritz the land shark laid at one of the entrances, growling at the Prinkies, who were climbing all over him in a big cuddle puddle. I walked into the center of the village, which was really closer to a camp, and I stood up on a stump. "If I might have your attention," I shouted out. People shut up, for the most part, and looked at me. I was their duke, after all. "Our good friend Fritz," I said, "who you might remember as a big scary furry guy with wings who flew you all through the canyon into our new home, is back. He doesn't quite look the way he used to, though. Instead of a manticore, this time he's back as a land shark." I was met with confused looks. "What is a land shark?" I heard a woman whisper to a friend. Her friend shrugged. "I guess there's some other word for it here, but where I'm from," I lied, "we just called them land sharks. He's, laying over there, because he dug out the rest of the defensive ditch this morning." As one, all the heads of my followers turned to look where I was pointing. Then they all faced back to me. "So, yeah, not really much need for digging for you all today." There were some laughs of relief. "We are going to be putting logs up as the outside of the wall, though. So, little need for digging and a lot of need for hoisting up big things. I will be working with Essie and Mercy. I promise I'll get you guys out of the stinky longhouse as soon as I can." Nods and smiles. The crowd was starting to come around. "For the moment, I'm going to talk to my council, and then we're going to do something I should have done right when we got here, but I was a little, distracted, and I didn't know what it was I was doing, but, here I am, and we're going to do it. I'm going to sit here with the council, and we're going to meet you all one at a time. You tell us what you can do, and we're going to assign everyone a job. Provided, you're an adult. Kids, you can play with the furballs for now." The council headed over to me and formed a rough semicircle. "What's up, guys?" I asked. "You think a little heads up on this matter might have been in order?" Nikolai asked. "Sure, but I just thought of it. I'm trying to be a better leader." "And Fritz is back as a bullet?" Nikolai asked. "That I didn't know until a little earlier this morning. I'm not sure what the word you just said means, but I'll assume it means land shark, so yes." "And the little furry things?" "Prinkies," Essie said, with more than a drip of disdain in her voice. "These ones are his, though," Taryn interrupted to say, pointing at me. "Pulling from his mana, which he has no use for. Makes them perfect little utility workers." "As long as they remain under his control," Essie said, "I will not kill them." "They're harmless little furballs," I said. "And if they manage to get that ditch dug and that rampart built in barely a day," Lee started, "I'm a Prinky fan." "I think the digging was mostly Fritz," I said, "but still. Now we're going to go through everyone, divide people into teams. We need to get cracking on this stuff and fast." "Teams?" Nikolai asked. "There's Team Lee on the sawmill and the smithy," Lee nodded. "Nikolai, you're on the walls. Get the logs up against the ramparts, then start in on the towers." Nikolai nodded. "Me?" Natalie asked. What have you been doing?" Training guards, she replied. And guarding. Good. I guess you just need to keep doing that. If you have someone who's free, send them to Nikolai. I think he's the one who will need the most unskilled labor today. What's your team doing? Essie asked. I'm glad you asked, Essie. You're on my team. I don't get my own team. Not yet. I'm going to take you and Mercy and I guess Taryn and see what we can do with some houses and maybe a treasury, or something along those lines. Now, let's meet some people. This was one of those times where I should have done a little more thinking before acting, but, well, everyone seemed to be in reasonably good spirits looking around at the ramparts. They all got in a general line, one that was a little more organized once Nikolai got frustrated and started yelling at everyone and shoving them into an order. It went pretty quickly, mainly because Lee was perfunctory in everything he was asking and saying, and I was happy to let him run the show, at least in this regard. He seemed to have plenty of experience interviewing people and seemed to know what sorts of professions we needed where. First up were the dwarves. There were 12 adults, and each one of them spoke about how happy they were to be part of the dukedom and how they thought I was doing a fine job. Amongst the group we had 8 males and 4 females. They were quick to point out that they had already told Nikolai their jobs, but were happy to do so again. I smiled as big as I could and thanked them for humoring me. I also had Lee explain the teams thing. Then, because I still hadn't learned to stop talking before doing the whole thinking thing, I added that I was considering making it a competition. The team who finished first would get a prize. Nikolai did not like that idea. Everyone else did. Nikolai was a stick in the mud. He did not like it when I called him that. There were the 3 miners, all of whom went into Nikolai's wall team. The smith and the metallurgist went with Lee to work on Team Industrial Revolution, as Lee had renamed it. The 2 cooks and the butcher were members of what I called the home team, which only Lee and I found amusing. I then shifted Natalie to be the leader of the home team, those who were keeping us fed and safe. I took the tanner/leatherworker and the sculptor. One dwarf was a trained crossbowman, so of course he was with the home team. And then there was the old dude. He got the job of making sure the food was hot on time. Next up were the Batenti. There were 23 of them total, but only 16 adults. And of those adults, there was the super old geezer who was hilarious, but of limited mobility. He got into the home team as well. Nikolai took the 2 miners. Lanfranc, the clan leader and an architect, came with me to work on the houses. The rope maker, the tinkerer, and the jeweler went on Team IR. The shortening of the name was the first revolution. Lee was having altogether too much fun with this. There were 2 archers and 2 cooks who got tapped for the home team, and 3 couriers who got pulled into the wall team. Connell the Walk walked up, smiled, and waved to Nikolai. Nikolai nodded, and then Connell was on the wall team. Isaac got pulled into the wall team because, so far, Isaac was the best with all the various draft animals we had. Rebecca, as our top cook, was definitely on the home team. Her brothers, who were very much unhappy about being in Cogshole and not Osterstadt, were less than enthused about doing much of anything. Thankfully, Rebecca was overjoyed with her new home, and after some choice words with her brothers, they seemed to come around. At least while she was watching. One was the guard outside the magic circle, so he was clearly on the home team. The other was actually a lumberjack in the Emerald Forest, and I felt a little bad about the demotion to taking down normal trees. His wife was a little happier about it, being that it was significantly safer felling trees in regular forests, and she would know because apparently she was what's known as a high climber. She would climb high in the trees and top them and set them up to be used as spars for hoisting men, materials, and logs. I wanted her for my team, but Nikolai made a strong case. I wound up taking the brother. Zoe walked up with Mouse and Lily. Lily wanted to be a ranger, and I said she would be fine at it, but for the time being, I needed her to work with Isaac and the animals. I sent Mouse along with his sister to keep an eye on her and help Isaac. As any young big brother, I think he resented having the babysitting be part of his job. Zoe, as a smith, obviously was taken by Team IR. Amber volunteered to work with Nikolai. arguing that as one of our rangers, she'd be needed to see how things were going to function on the other side of the wall. Plus, the Kitsune girl wanted to give her input on the towers. That left the top-tier carpenter, Guy Gambrel, whose wife had begged me to take him. He got snagged immediately by Team IR, and I got the wife, who's a seamstress. I wasn't really sure what she'd be able to offer in terms of assistance for building homes, but I wanted another person on my team, damn it. I stood up, thinking that we were done, but then I got shoved from behind. Fritz made it clear he was part of the village and therefore needed to be interviewed. "Sucks that you can't fly away now, doesn't it?" I said to him. He just glared at me, which is pretty effective as a land shark, though underscored by the rainbow assortment of furry friends standing all around and on him. "Right then, Fritz," I said. "He can dig and be mean. I suppose for the time being he'll come with me, as will the Prinkies. But if someone needs a whole bunch of labor, let me know. Happy to send the little furballs to work." And just when I was about to start walking, naturally someone else came waltzing up. Eliza Northwoods. "What about me and mine?" she asked. "Do we not rate an interview?" I said, stuck. "Sure, you can have one. Skills?" "I am currently a lady, but I have skills in overseer, horse husbandry, riding." "Okay, I guess you can come with me. Or not. I mean, you can join the home team, or..." "I'll come with you." "And your people can, I stammered. "I will assign them for you, my lord," she said, the essence of calm. "I know how to best place them." The teams broke off to get to work, some good-natured jibes already being shouted from Team IR to the wall team. Secretly, I wished I could switch and join Team IR. They seemed like they were having fun. My team, on the other hand, looked markedly unhappy to be stuck with the village idiot. Chapter 12. I led my disparate group over to the rock wall of the mountain, ignoring the feeling of disappointment coming off my people in waves. "So we need homes," I said. "The current housing is, well, inadequate is the nice term, but gross is probably more accurate." There were some murmurs of agreement. Lanfranc had his pipe out and had perched himself on a stump. He blew out blue smoke and leaned back. I watched as he looked at the mountain wall, then back at the space we'd allotted for the homes. Looking around at what we had, at who I had around me, I tried to formulate some sort of a building plan. I tried to think what was necessary in a house, and I quickly came up against a fundamental problem. I still thought like a modern-day American. Hell, I thought like a modern-day Midwesterner. I wanted a place that had an open layout with a big kitchen, 3 bedrooms, and 2.5 baths, and preferably a finished basement where I'd have an air hockey table and a gas fireplace, as well as an overstuffed couch for watching the Lions kick the shit out of the Packers. Or hell, as long as I'm dreaming, kick the shit out of everyone, and have Barry Sanders back for 10 more seasons. But this wasn't Michigan, despite the empty Faygo bottle in my bag of holding. And these people were not accustomed to the same stretches of luxury that my former folk had developed. And to them, watching Lions kick the shit out of someone meant some poor bastard just died in the arena. I wasn't exactly keen on building an arena somewhere. "I'm sorry," I said. "I think I'm just coming at this from the wrong way. Will someone who has had a home here tell me what you need to be happy?" The carpenter's wife, herself a seamstress, stepped up. "I'd like it to have a fireplace, or a means of heat. Osterstadt froze in the winter," she said. "I can only imagine it will be worse here." "Perhaps a loft," Rebecca's sister-in-law, Eleonora, said. "It is useful for families to have a second sleeping area, or for storage." Lanfranc nodded a few times, as if these were great ideas. "Are we thinking like these will just be a single room?" I asked. "I fear you leap ahead of where we need to be," Lanfranc said. "These are projects once we have more time. For the moment, I think we are best served by building homes which nest against each other, sharing walls, simple boxes. They can be repurposed for stores or storage later down the road. For now, they will provide shelter and a modicum of comfort." Eliza nodded. "I agree," she said. "Even having tents for right now would be a boon, but I fear the weather will prove too nasty." "I give it 4 weeks before first snow," Lanfranc said, puffing out a cloud of blue smoke to punctuate his pronouncement. "Winter will be early this year, and hard." "Is that for sure?" I asked. "Do you have a skill or educated guess?" "I agree that time is of an issue," Eliza said. Listening to the debate heat up between the various parties involved, I couldn't help but wonder if there was something else to consider. What were the benefits, in game terms, to having individual family homes? Was there a way that I could see that before I made my decision? I wished I had a manual of some kind to illuminate some of the nonsense in this game world, but I didn't. I did have Eliza. "Eliza," I said, interrupting whatever everyone else had been saying, "is there any obvious advantage, settlement-wise, or holding-wise, I suppose, to having single-family homes versus more communal living?" Eliza mused over things for a moment, trying to remember something, but it was clear whatever she was trying to remember was buried deep in her past. "I would imagine there is," she said. "But what exactly it might be, I cannot answer. Usually it would be a bonus to morale. Perhaps it would even have something to do with the quality of rest one might gain for sleeping here, in which case the positive aspects could be quite stackable. So, weighing that, do you think it might be worth the extra effort?" "Only if you are still able to move your people into homes and out of the present longhouse in a reasonable time frame. I think your current living situation is having a deleterious effect on the village as a whole, and anything to alleviate that effect would be best in this situation." This was a moment where it was good for me to be playing the extra idiot for her, because I had no idea what deleterious meant. So I asked. She smiled. "Deleterious means causing harm." "Got it. Thanks for the vocab tip, Eliza. While I'd really like to figure this out, do some working on the actual mechanics of this holding nonsense—" "You have this as a holding?" Lanfranc asked. "Yeah," I answered. Well, it's technically claimed as a dukedom." "You are quite the egoist," he replied. I thought someone, made an announcement or something." "It is entirely possible I was not paying attention were it made. I have been feeling, relaxed more than anything. This little place is so much nicer for my clan than Osterstadt ever was." It's kinda nothing right now, but we are welcome here," Lanfranc said. "That is not nothing. For some of us, that is a first, and it is everything." I felt my cheeks flush, and I smiled and nodded. I really didn't know how to react to something like that. "Okay, so, housing," I said. Essie had her hand up. I looked over at her. "What?" "Why am I here?" "Because I was thinking maybe you could cut out big chunks of stone and we could use those as, pre-made walls or something." "I can cut bricks and stuff," she said. "But bigger stuff is limiting because only you can move it." "My lord," Lanfranc said, hopping off of his stump and heading over to me, "if I might be so bold as to have a word with you in private." I looked over the little figure, his canine features both alien and amusing, his bushy mustache and his droopy ears offset by the bright and sparkling eyes that bespoke of a vibrancy and intelligence. "Sure," I said. We walked a fair distance from the gathered group. Though the Prinkies followed, we were in relative privacy. "What's up?" I asked. "I fear, my lord," Lanfranc began, "you are inserting yourself in a matter where you need not. There are plenty of things which surely require your attention in our little valley home, but in this matter, I ask that you simply decree what it is you desire, and then let others actually do the building. Because, and I mean this to be far more gentle than I fear it will sound, you do not possess the requisite learning to make the choices you are attempting, and, frankly, It will require more time for us to school you in that regard than it would for you to tell us what to do." "Oh," I replied. "I see." Lanfranc looked at me, concerned. I think he thought I was going to be upset, and in a small part I was, because I had wanted to be involved in this. But he also had a very good point. I didn't know how to build a house. I didn't know what homes even needed to look like here. My current involvement was just opening up debates and not actually allowing any forward progress to happen. "What do you need from me, then?" I asked. Lanfranc let out the breath he'd been holding and smiled at me. "What is it you desire us to build?" "Homes. How many would you like to house?" "Everyone." "And how quickly?" "As soon as possible." We were able to build the first longhouse using reclaimed goods from the wagons in roughly a day. If you can pry the carpenter from Lee, I believe we could have individual homes built to the tune of 1 or 2 a day. And if he stays with Lee? The Patenti took a big puff from his pipe and sent out some small smoke rings. "I think our housing plans would need to change a little. Perhaps, we might need your strength then, and we would probably be better served building a few longhouses. Log longhouses, using some of the larger trees that have been felled. I think that would probably be 3 days for each one. Longer to get the furniture installed, but 3 longhouses would certainly provide adequate shelter until such time as we could make more homes." Again, the debate. Communal living versus single-family homes. A decision had to be made, and it would likely be better that the decision came from me. "Make the longhouses," I said, "but keep them, make them wider than normal. I want these to be able to shift into storage if we can get people out of them." Lanfranc smiled. "A good decision, my lord." "Is it, though?" "Any decision is the right decision at the present, my lord. The worst thing we could do is allow ourselves to become seized by inaction." Lanfranc puffed happily as he marched back to the group, and immediately began shouting out orders. People jumped into action, and the Prinkies started running and digging. Everyone had something to do. Except me. And Eliza. Well, she might have had something to do, but she chose to come over to me instead of hopping into the action. "Longhouses?" she asked. "I think that's the current best option," I said. "You?" "That remains to be seen." "Quite the politic answer," I said. A decision had to be made, so I made it. "And now?" "I suppose now I move on to the next quest." Chapter 13. I'd been neglecting something. Or someone. 2 someones, really. To be fair, they hadn't exactly been keen on interacting with me, but I was the bigger man. Literally. So it was time to be the one figuratively as well. I went into the stinky longhouse and found the 2 snoring lumps that made up the bulk of my hearth. I sat down against the wall next to Ragnar and listened to him sleep. I could hear construction happening in the village just outside, shouting as things went wrong, cheering when something went right. Lanfranc yelling at the Prinkies. The 2 Lutra had been standing guard at night since the kidnapping, and I had to imagine it was starting to wear on them. Ragnar woke up. Granted, it was because I poked him, but still he was awake. I let him poke Skeld. They both glared at me. "All right, dudes," I said. "What's wrong?" "You left us here when you went on your quest," Skeld said. "That's it?" I asked. "I thought I did something terrible." "You did do something terrible," Ragnar spat out. "We are meant to be part of you. Part of what you do, part of your legend. When you leave us behind, when you leave us out of the knowledge of what you are doing, then you treat us as little more than common servants." "You guys aren't servants," I said. "We know," Skeld replied. "We are your hearth. We are something more. We know your truth, as you know everything about us. and so we expect to be treated as such." I looked from furry face to furry face, and I had to hide my confusion. I didn't really understand why they were so upset, why this mattered so much to them, and how it was a big deal. "I mean, are you upset because you wanted to go?" "We are upset. I can speak for myself," Ragnar interrupted Skeld to say. "I am upset because I want to know what is happening in this holding, and with my duke. I am not a casual guard who holds the gate and counts wagons as they come through. I am your herdsman." "As am I," Skeld said. "And going off on your own made it very likely you would perish. Our lives are tied to yours, and if you end your life because you are doing something stupid, we are the ones who will pay the price." "Do you realize what happens to us when you die?" Ragnar asked, getting to his feet and glaring at me. "We lose everything we have gained following you, and we are left bereft of anything we have worked for we gave our lives away to follow you." I opened my mouth a few times, but there was really nothing there. I didn't know what to say. The whole Hearth thing was definitely more than I had realized. There were some real consequences to it that I'd really just kind of ignored because, in a way, they didn't apply to me. As the focal point of the Hearth, I really just got the good bits. But these two really did need to worry about what might happen should I die, or get bored, or anything. They tied their lives to mine and, realistically, had little to no say in what was going to happen. And I had, more or less, just treated them like guards. I needed someone to watch the village at night, so I had the Lutra do it. And they were calling me on my bullshit. Which, good for them. Someone needed to. "I'm sorry, guys," I said. "I just wasn't thinking. Thing is, you guys are all that we've got right now, security-wise." Skeld nodded, but Ragnar didn't seem as quickly mollified. "Someone has to sit back here and guard the home front," I continued, "especially at night, and you two are the only ones I trust to do that." "So we're indispensable?" Ragnar said. "Of course. This place doesn't work without you two." "See?" Ragnar said, looking over at Skeld. "We're not just guards. We're important guards." I gave Ragnar a look. "We cool?" I asked. There was a pause, then some smiles. "It is important to us you acknowledge who we are and what we do," Skeld said, "and that we will be back to questing with you soon." "As soon as I can get you guys back out there with me. But I'm not exactly heading out into anything exciting. I'm just, trying to make this place work." "It smells in here," Ragnar said. "Yeah, I'm quite fucking aware of that," I said. "Especially right now." Someone was shouting outside, calling for me. "Okay, well," I said. "This has been joyful, but I think you need to sleep some more. And apparently I have somewhere I need to be." Chapter 14. I jogged across our glorified camp and went around the still not quite functional gate to see Connell the Walk holding a hammer in two of his hands and daggers in the other two, ready to attack a man and a woman who stood at the entrance to the tunnel, their hands held up. "What's all this?" I asked. Natalie, fully decked out in her armor, stood on the far side of the couple, her sword out and ready to go. "They just came through the tunnel," she said. "Not exactly a crime, is it?" the man said. "Just exploring." "Did they make, aggressive actions?" I asked. "Steal anything?" "No and no," Natalie said. "Then let's disarm ourselves and welcome our guests." Connell lowered his weapons, or, his tools, I suppose. He basically just hopped back to work building the stone base of the tower. Natalie slid her sword back in its sheath and stood at attention, clearly not willing to accept that these two new people were just innocent travelers. "Hi," I said. Welcome to Cogs Hall. Is that what this place is called? The woman asked in reply. She was striking to look at, with dark hair that had just a tiny wave to it, and pale skin. Her eyes were a vibrant blue, and her lips were in an almost perfect and perpetual pout. Yeah, I said, walking up to the two. It is called that. Our little place to call home. Is it just the gate, or... the woman said, her eyes laughing as she smiled. Not a ton, I said. But you're welcome to take a peek, have a bite to eat, rest, that sort of thing. The woman put her arm in mine, and then gestured for me to lead her in. My brother and I are quite tired after our journey, she said. Oh? I asked, starting to walk. Where did you come from? She looked over at the man she'd come with, her brother, and he smiled. The south, he said. A little village called Chaucion. My brother, our brother, he is the oldest, and when our parents passed this winter, he received the farm. Our eldest brother was not willing to keep the family together, so we decided to leave. Family trouble, I replied. Tough. Why here? Caroline heard tales of Osterstadt, that there were more jobs than there are goblins in the Wind River Mountains. I was wrong, Caroline said with a smile. Osterstadt is a strange place, I said. We came around the gate/wall combo, and I showed them our spread. The siblings did not appear impressed, which, can't exactly blame them. It is, rustic, Caroline finally said. Work in progress, I said. We've only been here, 2 weeks, and we focus pretty much exclusively on the tunnel. That tunnel is quite the feat, the brother said. You're Caroline, I said to the girl, but I didn't catch your brother's name. Baldwin, he said with a slight nod of his head. Baldwin Kylo. Well, Baldwin and Caroline Kylo, I am Montana, and welcome to Cogs Hall. Montana? Caroline said. That is an unusual name. Where do you hail from? Well, to the east and far to the north. Outside the Empire? Indeed it was. But I'm an Imperial citizen now. In case you're wondering. Caroline smiled at me. Things were starting to get going, construction-wise. Logs had been put up against the rampart nearly halfway around. There are quite a few people, all working pretty happily, using the draft animals to haul the logs in place. Then, once in place, they'd cut points on the logs while standing on the ramparts. The dirt and log walls weren't anything close to the security of the stone walls we'd built around our gate, but it was something. There was a definite sense of defense coming along, and you could certainly see the scope of the place we hoped to build. The open space, largely level, encompassed several acres, and we had a barn, and a stinky longhouse, and a big open kitchen where someone was working on something that might someday become an oven. The big surprise, to me at least, was that even though it was only midday, Lee's Team IR had gotten the basics of both the sawmill and the smithy down. There were stone foundations on either side, an anvil in place on the smithy side, and the underpinnings of the huge saw needed for the sawmill. Beyond that, I could see a water wheel turning in the river, rotating a shaft through the rampart. We had power. Feeling a mite peckish, I led my tour in the general direction of the kitchen, hoping there might be something in the new oven ready to come out. I was really jonesing for some fresh bread. The siblings followed. Are you guys looking for somewhere to live? I asked. Or just exploring? We thought we were going to live in Osterstadt, but didn't exactly meet your expectations. Signing my life away to someone else? Baldwin said. Might as well join the Legion. At least they would give me a pension if I survived my contract. I don't think a lot of people catch that when they sign the contracts. It is very unscrupulous. I thought it was a good idea, Caroline said. My brother here had to explain that housing did not come with the job, that we still paid for it. They do find a way to get you, I said. I think it is but a clever way to get around the imperial ban on slavery, Baldwin said. To answer you, Caroline said, shooting a pointed look at her brother. I think we are searching for a place to call home, but I cannot say for certain we are ready to give up that search. I see. Visitors to Cogshall, then. My sister can speak for herself, Baldwin said. I, for one, would relish a safe haven in this empire right now. Do you have, say, a profession or some skill you could bring to the party? I asked. I could be a guard, perhaps something along those lines. I trained as a swordsman. He planned to be an adventurer, Caroline said with a smug smile. What is the third son of a barely landed noble to do? Baldwin replied, holding his hands out. I thought it might be the only career open for me. And now, without weapons of my own or any sort of support from my family, I cannot even say that is a possible future. So, Montana, if you have need of a swordsman here, someone trained to fight, then I would certainly be willing to consider making Cogshall my home. I know we could use more guards, I said. I want to say this place is totally safe, but that's just not the world we live in, is it? Baldwin smiled, wan, like he knew the truth of the matter. Sadly, no. I suppose I ought to say a little about myself, Caroline said. I fear I do not have the obvious skills my brother has. I am not quite as practiced with the sword, but— Do not listen to her, Baldwin interrupted. She tries to be humble, but Caroline is an accomplished archer. Only on targets, she said, shaking her head and perhaps even blushing. I have never hunted or, well, shot at something living. As far as I'm concerned, I said, I think we value the willingness to work hard more than exactly what you're able to do. Besides, if there's something that interests you, might as well learn about it here. Are you the man in charge? Caroline asked. I stammered, all of a sudden wondering how to answer that question. Sure, I was, on paper. And, nominally, I was the noble who owned all this land. It was my holding. But I didn't want to admit it. I felt like these people were being forthright, being themselves, and they weren't afraid of me. And part of me felt like that would all change if they found out I was a duke. Sort of, but not really, I said. There's this guy Nikolai. He's in charge. I'm more of a friend of his, so that's how I made it in. And what do you do here? Fish, I said, which was somewhat true. I had been shunted out of my job by Lanfranc, so technically I could go off and fish. Speaking of, I maybe should be doing that. If you want to drop your things off somewhere, I can take you to Natalie, our head of security, and she can, well, see where she can fit you into our guard scheme. Caroline looked to Baldwin, I think wanting to put the brakes on a little. But Baldwin was all smiles, nodding vigorously. That would be excellent. Thank you, Baldwin said. Chapter 15. I hiked away from the village with my fishing pole and supplies. Fritz slumbered along next to me, having grown tired of the work he'd been doing. Taran, for his part, had been roped into working, so I figured this was a fair trade. Fritz could be my unnecessary bodyguard for a spell. While I wanted to invite Ragnar and Skeld, they were still our main night guards, and had switched to an almost entirely nocturnal existence. I could still see the village, well, the walls around the village. I could watch the logs get put up, and, if necessary, I could run over and help. And I could see our brand-new water wheel turn as the river flowed along. We found a fantastic little spot with a slight waterfall, some big rocks, and a large tree hanging over a nearly perfect seat. The river below the small fall formed a beautiful pool, deep and blue and delightful. I sat down and dropped my line in the water. Fritz found a large sunny spot on the far side of the tree and dropped down on his belly. The snoring started in a heartbeat. There was definitely something oddly soothing about the noise. I leaned back against the tree, keeping one eye on my line, half hoping the fish wouldn't be biting. I mean, it was the middle of the afternoon. Obviously, it wasn't the ideal time to fish if you were hoping to actually catch fish. But if you wanted to relax, it was pretty perfect. Just as I was failing to keep both eyes open, something snatched at the worm on the end of my line. It held for a moment, but then it snapped. I looked at the rod, and then I threw it to the ground. It was the first rod I got, the one I'd received with my starting kit. It felt more sporting to use that. The super rod from Mr. Paul just seemed like cheating. Functionally unbreakable line, snazzy blue color. What fish could resist that? I tied on a hook, but didn't bother with bait. I just dropped the new line in the water, and then I leaned back against the tree, closed both eyes, and enjoyed feeling the dappled sun dance across my face. Obviously, I fell asleep. There was no way around it. It was just so warm and comfy. I woke with a start. It was still light out. The sun still hung high in the sky. I looked around, trying to figure out why I'd woken. The river ran on, loud enough to drown out any real noise. The work continued apace on the wall. Actually, it looked like it had sped up some. The short section along the river had been completed, and they were most of the way down the single long section. Fritz still snoozed away in the sunlight, oblivious to everything, including the two songbirds that sat on the pseudo-shark fin-looking thing poking up from his back. I didn't have any dreams bouncing around in my memories. It had just been a quaint afternoon schnoo. I wasn't thinking about anything, really. Even before the nap, I'd mostly been focused on not thinking about things. So I was confused. But there was a nagging feeling. This sense that someone or something was watching me. I scanned the environment around me. Nothing. But then I stopped myself and forced thinking to happen. I needed to be smarter, and that started now. If I was going to watch someone, obviously I wouldn't do it from the same side of the river. I'd be on the other side. That'd give me a physical barrier to be safe in case the something I was watching woke up. So I peered across the river. It wasn't easy to see through the heavy forest. It hadn't been cut back in any fashion, and the perpetual access to water meant the vegetation had grown exceptionally thick over time. Nothing stuck out to me, nothing indicated even the slightest bit of civilization or a being watching me. Could it be an animal of some kind? A predator? Then I saw it. Two eyes blinked. It was luck more than anything else. I just happened to glance at the right spot at the right time. I made sure to keep looking around like I hadn't noticed anything. I swept my head back and forth as if I couldn't find what I was looking for. And then, hardest of all, I forced myself to shake my head as if I was crazy. I reeled my line in, all relaxed-like, and tossed it out again, letting the hook plonk into the pool below. Then I leaned back and closed my eyes. Then, real subtle-like, I reached out with my tremor sense, which was definitely a challenge. The river played some real havoc with it, since all the water provided a slew of vibrations. It took a minute before I could pinpoint where the creature stood. I opened my eyes the barest amount, just peeking through my eyelashes. A creature was watching me. Now that it thought I was sleeping again, I could see it take a more aggressive approach to looking around. It definitely gave some attention to Fritz, also some to the walls, but it seemed more curious about me and Fritz than the town and our defenses, which gave me a slight sense of comfort. I didn't know what to do, though. Did I need to pop up and attack the creature? What exactly was this thing? Did it have aggressive intentions? It wasn't a goblin of any kind, I could tell that right off. It had a snout and clawed fingers, and I thought I caught a glimpse of scales. A lizard of some kind, perhaps? A chittering rang out across the river, something I'd heard a few times but just ascribed to the nature sounds. I thought it a bird of some kind, but maybe it wasn't. I had a feeling it was some form of non-language communication. Otherwise, I'd have gotten some notification for having learned the language. Unless, the river's noise was interfering just enough that I couldn't make out the individual words. Cool beans, you've learned the skill surveillance. Now, when you don't know, try and figure it out. +5% to find the hidden. +5% passive perception. I opened my eyes again, but acted cool. I reeled the line in and checked the hook. I made a show of being irritated the fish took the bait off. I got up and took a few steps into the forest, pushing over a few rocks and logs until I found a few grubs. Then I popped a grub on the hook, and I dropped it back in the water. The water swirled the grub around. The fish still weren't biting, and I didn't think they'd go for the grub anyway. But I had an idea, a plan. It was brilliant. Sort of. I reeled the line in, checked the grub, then pulled the rod back. I cast out hard, straight at the eyes I saw looking at me. Those eyes went wide for a second, then there was a slight crashing as whatever it was bolted. I didn't get a better look at what it was, but I had to imagine it was an intelligent creature of some kind, because it definitely understood the hook was coming its way. I reeled the line back in, dropped the grub in the water, and slid the pole back into the bag of holding. Sure, I'd just gained another level in fishing, but I needed to talk to someone about what I'd seen. Chapter 16. The days were still long, but becoming increasingly shorter, and I didn't get a chance to talk to Nikolai until after dinner. The mood about town was jubilant. The progress made over the day had been impressive by any metric. Well, except for the gate. Having just one mason was proving to be quite the bottleneck, but I couldn't see any way to speed the process up. In any case, the sawmill was running, and the smithy would be ready to rock the following day. And speaking of rock, the miners were itching to start poking around the mountains we butted up against and see where they might find something worth digging up. The wall around the non-mountainsides was basically done. We still needed to get gates up and then erect the towers, but other than that, well, when saying it, it was clear we still had a ton to do. And yet, it was quite an accomplishment. I'd like to claim credit for doing the most work, but the team that had formerly been mine was now mostly Landfrank's, and they'd done some really impressive work. They had rigged up a crane of sorts high up on the mountain, and were able to use it to hoist up huge logs, getting them in place remarkably quickly, fast enough that they had finished, for the most part, a whole longhouse. Some of the little touches needed to be sorted out, putting in a wood stove to heat the place, add in some gutters, put some partitions inside the building to provide an illusion of privacy, that sort of thing. Of course, virtually everyone was planning to move in, which, meant a fight broke out when deciding who actually got to go. Landfrank and Lee were eating near each other, arguing about who'd won the competition for the day. It made me happy to see everything going on. Nikolai sat down next to me, holding a bowl full of meat chunks. Someone had gone out hunting and bagged a large deer, which was providing hot meat to everyone in the town tonight. "Good day," I said. He nodded and speared a piece of meat on his dagger. He blew on it a few times and then popped it into his mouth. It was definitely too hot. "Want me to give you a minute before we talk?" I asked. He nodded, wincing as he tried to keep the meat from burning his mouth. "Well, just for you to think over," I started. "I caught something watching me from the other side of the river today." Nikolai spit the meat out and glared over at me. "What?" "Something was watching me." "Like what?" "I'm not sure," I replied. "I didn't get a good look, just a quick glance." "So no contact? Not anything real?" "I assume you have no ideas about what it might be, do you?" Nikolai asked. "Nope." "Goblins?" "No, definitely not. I did get a glimpse of the creature, and it was, reptilian." "Not goblin is good," Nikolai said. "Unknown is not so good." "Averages out to okay?" Nikolai just glared at me while he chewed his venison. "I will speak to Natalie about it," Nikolai said. "See about adding an additional guard to the north wall tonight. Hopefully it is just some curious valley dweller. Maybe someone who'd like to join us." "Ah, yes. A perfect segue into the next thing we need to speak about." "What is that?" "Our newest residents." "Baldwin and Caroline?" "They worry me." "Why?" "Where did they come from?" "A small town in the south." "Why did they come?" Their brother kicked them out after their father died. I think they're nobility. Baldwin mentioned something about it. Something feels off about them. Maybe, but it felt off to you. A little, but and you still let them into our town? I wasn't sure what else to do. Send them packing. Because I had a weird feeling about them? Yes. That doesn't seem, nice. This is not about being nice. This is about making a safe haven, and we are not in the position where we can allow strangers in. Can't we always say that? Why even build a tunnel if no one else is allowed to come here? We barely have enough guards to look for threats coming from outside. You think they're a threat? I do not know who they are or what they may be capable of, and that concerns me. They're fine, I said. Nikolai glared at me. Whatever you say, my duke, he replied, getting up and finding a different place to eat. That went well, I said, to no one, because no one still wanted to talk to me. I decided to walk over to where the three Mansers were sitting and crouch down next to Essie. She looked over at me, eyebrows up. I had an idea, I said. What? She mumbled through a mouthful of meat. I was thinking about a treasury of some kind, and I had to wonder, if we make it out of stone, what keeps someone who has similar powers to you from just, casting spells to get in? Wards, Mercy, the hydromancer, replied. Taryn nodded. There are things we could do. Things, as he said. Things we could do? Spells we can cast, wards we can set. Well, I can cast and I can set. I've got those same damn spells, Taryn said. You think I spent all my time chained up staring at fucking walls? I read spell books. Have you cast them? Essie sassed his way. He stared at Essie, and then behind him at the rock wall. A rectangle, about 10 feet high by 5 feet wide, cracked. Then it cracked again, forming perfect 1-foot bricks. Essie looked over her shoulder, then half stood. How I had plenty of time to do nothing, Taryn said with a smile. Book learning. How far back does this go? Essie said, standing up and putting her hands against the wall. 20 feet, Taryn said. You want more? He stood up and held both hands out towards the mountain. I could almost see a ripple of power coming out of him. A hard snap came out of the mountain. Taryn, I asked. Yes, Taryn said. Totally impressive work, thank you. Maybe next time you could talk to me about placement before you make a giant fucking corridor in the mountain that's our primary defensive structure at present? He opened his mouth, then closed, and nodded. Well, that probably would have been wise. We were a fair distance from the tunnel, but it wasn't exactly the spot I was thinking of using as our in-mountain fortress. Does it fuck us, Essie? I asked. She popped in the last bite of meat from her bowl, then walked over to the wall and put her hands on it. It is less than perfect, she replied. There is a cave above this area about 20 feet up. I think there might be water inside. Mercy perked up and darted over. She put her hands next to Essie. Oh, yes, Mercy said. There's plenty of water in there. It drops down over there. She pointed to the east, and comes out in the waterfall about halfway down the canyon downstream from us. So there's a river underneath our tunnel that goes through the mountains? I asked. Yes, she said with a big smile. And above this, new tunnel? Yes, another big smile. Does it seem to anyone else that there's a ridiculous amount of water in and around this valley? I just thought you chose a spot particularly suited for hydromancers, Mercy replied. Back to this tunnel, Essie said, happy to get the attention back where it belonged, on her. I think we'll be fine if we do a little shoring up. It would have been better if numbnuts there knew anything about structure and design. Maybe weights and crushing forces, so he used an arch instead of right angles. But it's something I can fix. Numbnuts, I said. You have more mana to burn? Not with that nickname, I do not. Taryn Numbnuts Flynn replied. That's pretty catchy, I said. Might be permanent. He glowered at me. Get with Essie there and make a big room at the back there. A treasury. I want a big, thick door that's impossible to break into, and a bunch of shelves. Big room. I plan to have a lot of treasure. I can do this on my own, Essie said. I want you to take the start, I said, and then build some safe rooms in there. Spots we can retreat to if the outside here goes to complete shit. Get a barracks of some sort dug out, and some personal rooms for the people who think they're important. Also, Mercy, can you get that water into a way that it will be clean enough to drink? And maybe touch base with Lee about setting up a backup water wheel inside. Build a fortress in the mountain? Essie said. Is that all? Yeah. Oh, and also, make a secret back tunnel to the other side. Don't dig the wall all the way out until we can figure out a way to, hide it. I understand what secret means. And this is going to take forever. You've got something else on your dance card? I asked. Mercy whispered something to Essie. Then Essie curtsied with a really patronizing smile slapped across her face. No, my lord. Beautiful, I said. Now make some magic happen. Chapter 17. As perhaps the only somewhat neutral party in the camp, I asked Eliza Northwoods to be in charge of who got to sleep in the new longhouse and who'd have to wait a day or two and suffer through the stinky house some more. She offered me a spot, but I politely declined. Instead, I walked into the darkness a bit, still in the boundaries of the camp, but we had virtually nothing in the way of lights around yet. I made a mental note to talk to Lee about that, or Zoe. Maybe she could smith up some hanging baskets that we could fill with burning wood or something along those lines. I had no idea what medieval cities used for lights. Well, magic. But I had zero desire to interact with the Mancers again on that particular evening. Instead, I wandered until I found Ragnar standing on the ramparts looking out over the wall. See anything? I asked. Those little furballs are fighting each other with bushes, he replied. While half the Prinkies were removing the stone blocks from the tunnels Taryn made, I tasked the other half with clearing the undergrowth out to a distance of 500 yards from the ditch. The trees were still there. I figured that was something I could take care of soon, or I could assign it to someone. But I had gross images of the Prinkies pushing down the trees on each other if I asked them to do it. You have thoughts on the winner? I asked. Pretty sure the blue one is going to thump the yellow one upside the head. Silverpiece says the yellow one gets the bush to the pile. Done, he said. The blue one did swing the bush at the yellow one. Yellow, being a bit smaller, took the hit and tumbled to the side, but then made a surprising recovery, leaping up and over Blue to grab the bush from the top. This caused Blue to overbalance and crash to the ground. Yellow kicked Blue in the face, snatched the bush from him, and made a mad dash across the ground. Blue charged after. It was a foot race, and though Yellow had the lead, Blue was faster. Blue gained on Yellow, but there was little time to catch up. Blue made a valiant leap and managed to just grab Yellow's foot. Yellow plowed into the dirt, sending a shower of pine needles up into the air around him. Blue rolled over Yellow, grabbed the bush, and sprinted the last 10 feet or so until reaching the pile of shrubs, tossing it onto the pile. Then he immediately turned around and headed to get the next bush. Similarly, Yellow was back at work already. It seemed like there were no hard feelings. They're so weird, I said. And yet profitable, Ragnar replied, his paw out. I pulled the silver from my bag and set it in the waiting paw. Nice doing business with you, he said as the coin disappeared onto his person. See anything besides the furballs? Not yet, he said. I saw something watching me today by the river. Something vaguely reptilian. Might have scales. Was communicating with bird calls. Yeah, Natalie told me. Us. She told Skell, too. How'd she know I only told Nikolai? You think those two don't talk? Ragnar said. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Haven't heard any bird calls. Not at night, at least. Nor seen anything reptilian. Or otherwise. Doubt Skell does either, but you can check with him. Where is he? By the river? Is anyone watching the tunnel? Not that I know of. Who else is on duty tonight? Ragnar and I are on the wall. Daniel is on the ground. Okay, I said, wishing I knew who Daniel was. Well, if we see something, we'll let you know, Ragnar said. Feeling incredibly superfluous, I walked down the rampart and I made my way through the empty area of the town toward the main fire and the longhouses. But I stopped because I had no reason to go over there. I had nowhere to go, really, and nothing to do. I wasn't tired, and I didn't have a place to sleep. If I went out chopping down trees, I'd just keep everyone awake with the noise, and then everyone could be mad at me for being loud and afraid of me for no reason. Which, tempting, but... Instead, I just found a nice-looking tree and sat down against it. There weren't many trees left within the boundary of the village. We'd only left the biggest and best-looking, and the ones that didn't interfere with our proposed building sites. This one was a nice big pine, over 100 feet tall. Nice and thick at the base, plenty of big branches. I was tempted to climb up into it, but I knew if I did, that'd be the moment something big and nasty attacked the walls, and I'd have to jump down, and I'd probably break something. Which then made me remember that I had a thing to prevent that. I had unbreakable bones. I popped into my sheets, thinking I'd make sure I had unbreakable bones, but I saw there were some notifications waiting for me. Huzzah! You have successfully constructed a building in your settlement. The building, sawmill, is now operational. As this is your first industrial building, your holding gains 1% to work efficiency. Sawmill. Structure type, common. Structure class, industrial. Material, wood and stone. Durability, medium. Description. This sawmill is designed to turn trees into lumber. It is able to accept trees up to gargantuan. Effects. Serves as a small storehouse for lumber. Turns raw logs into finished lumber. Requires a staff of 3 for basic operation. Upgrades. Available but not purchased or installed. Build additional buildings to see more details. Huzzah! You have successfully constructed a building in your settlement. The building Longhouse is now operational. Longhouse. Structure type, common. Structure class, shelter. Material, wood and stone. Durability, medium. Description, a large building that provides shelter for those interested in sleeping. Effects. Population growth penalty. Worker efficiency bonus. Increased chances of followers gaining the well-rested condition. Proximity penalty. Upgrades. Available but not purchased or installed. Build additional buildings to see more details. That was cool. I wondered why I was still getting a population growth penalty from the new longhouse. Perhaps, I mused, it's because people weren't especially keen on getting it on in a wide-open room, which, I could understand. But frankly, I felt we had enough little ones running around the town as it was. What with all 4 of them already being more than I'd ever really interacted with in my entire life. Perhaps I could make a small one-room building somewhere, get a bed of some kind, call it the breeding hut. Maybe that'd get my population growth going in the right direction. I chuckled to myself. Breeding hut. Chapter 18. I sat against the tree thinking for a while, reminiscing about home, and trying to answer honestly if I preferred living in Voldrani to Earth. Sure, I was basically immortal and spoke to gods on the regular here, which, pretty damn cool. But there were a lot of things back on Earth that I missed, and on nights like that one, I missed them fiercely. There was the girl, of course. I missed her every time I stopped and thought about, anything. Sometimes I felt that my desire to escape her was my reason for acting without thought so often. Keeping her away required action. It required me being busy. But somehow, in this town, I'd managed to lose that busy streak. I had nothing to do. And so her face kept swimming back into view. Memories of our time together, just a few at first, flashes of individual events. The time I'd cooked chili shirtless and how it was a lesson learned. Her laughter at all the tiny burns all over my chest. The time we wound up at the wrong restaurant and had a meal from one of the most famous chefs in the world. They were beautiful memories, but I knew there was only one thing that could happen. I'd start becoming the man I'd been again. I'd drop into despair, find some way to ruin myself with alcohol or drugs, lash out in violence as I tried anything to give someone else the pain I felt. It wasn't something I was willing to do, though. It wasn't a path I was willing to tread again. But while I sat there against that tree, alone in the darkness, I felt myself losing grip on the new person I was becoming. The memories were still too raw. It was easier to live in them than in the present. To close my eyes and dream I could go back there, not only to that place, but that time. Just as I was about to truly give up and let myself wallow for the night, something bizarre caught my eye. A Prinky flying through the sky. It made a noise, a cute version of screaming, followed by a ploop as it smacked against the mountain wall. Then another flew through the night and exploded against the mountain in a shower of glitter. It left a sparkly goop behind in a nearly textbook splatter pattern. A third, fourth, and fifth went flying over in quick order, and I realized they were all coming from the north side of the wall. Springing to my feet, I ran for the rampart. At the top, I skidded to a stop and gawped at what I saw. Large, gray-green humanoids, 20 or 30 feet tall, grabbing handfuls of Prinkies and stuffing them in their mouths. Every time a Prinky fought back or bit the humanoids, the big guys would throw or kick the Prinky, sending it soaring towards the mountain. I shot a quick identification spell towards the gray, green-skinned dudes. Forest Troll, level 28 monster. Trolls. I didn't like them, immediately. And not just because they were eating all my little buddies. They were fundamentally gross. There was a real wrongness to them. 4 of them were out there, and each one was quite unique in appearance. One had 2 hands coming off of one arm, but each hand on all of them had a different number of fingers. A profusion of warts pocked their mottled skin, and hair hung off them like moss, twisted into grotesque ropes. Thick tusks stuck out of their disturbingly large mouths. They had big underbites, I think because their jaws were actually larger than the rest of their heads. One of the forest trolls had 3 nostrils. Any way you cut it, these dudes were disgusting. Viscous ropes of saliva hung down to the ground as they feverishly tried to scoop up all the Prinkies. I think one of them had a cold because there was a massive glob of snot dangling precipitously under one large hooked nose. "Trolls!" I yelled out. "Ragnar, trolls!" My Lutra buddy happened to be on the far side of the wall. Whether blind luck or whatever, the troll struck at the perfect time to avoid being seen by our guards. Ragnar looked at me, and I pointed over the wall just as a Prinky sailed by, nearly striking me. When I glanced back across the wall, all 4 trolls stared back at me silently, the Prinkies forgotten. Apparently, they'd heard my call out to Ragnar. It's not like I'd been quiet about it. Maybe the great big monsters realized that eating the Prinkies didn't actually nourish them, or they got tired of having glitter rain out of their mouths. The sparkling Prinky blood did nothing good to the standard troll look. I was staring down at the 4 worst club kids ever. I reached into my bag of holding and pulled out a spear. It twinkled in the darkness, just a hint of a magical glow coming from it. I realized I had a minor and somewhat amusing problem to deal with. I'd emptied most of the weapons from my bag and now had all the crap I looted from the ancient worm's cave, which included a veritable armory of moderately magical weapons, most of which I'd only done the most cursory examination of. I prayed to the various gods I knew that none of the weapons were cursed. "Hey," I shouted. "Ugly dudes. Get out of here before I get mad, okay? Those little balls of fur are funky and kind of annoying, but they're my funky kind of annoying balls of fur. So stop eating them and go about your business." Whether they actually understood what I was saying was up for debate. They stared at me, then passed some looks between each other, and then one of them threw a squirming Prinky at my face. He had good aim, too. I had to duck out of the way to avoid being hit. Couldn't save the Prinky, though. "Not exactly what I meant," I replied. Three Nostril roared back at me, allowing me to see that his teeth were a really unpleasant mixture of brown and black. Then he charged. "Fine," I shouted. "Kinda what I preferred." I hauled back and threw the spear as hard as I could. It whistled through the air and slammed into Three Nostril's third nostril, hitting with enough force to punch out the back of the creature's head and send a foul spray of blood out across the ground. The blood looked black under the vague moonlight, but it could have been green or orange for all I could tell at the time. The troll managed 2 more steps before the lower portion of the body realized the upper portion of the body was running purely on autopilot. Then it collapsed. "Who's next?" I asked. Turns out Extra Hand was next. He'd gone through the trouble of uprooting a tree to use as a club. I reached into my bag and pulled out a sword. Extra Hand cleared the ditch and put his one giant hand around one of the logs to pull himself up and over. With a wind-up, I swung the sword baseball style and sheared off all 7 of the dude's fingers. His grip slipped and his upward momentum stopped. He scrambled at the fence with the hand not holding the club, but since that hand barely had any grip strength, he fell back, hitting the ground with his spine and rolling into the ditch. Not one to let a gift troll go to waste. I leapt from the top of the wall and fell on the troll's sword first, plunging the blade deep into his chest. I must have sliced through an artery because there was a fountain of gore around me. I slipped a bit, hauling myself up out of the ditch, just in time to catch a fist to the face from Wartface, troll number 3. He hit hard, and I got airtime, cartwheeling through space until I smacked against a tree. Thankfully, there were enough branches to break on the way down that I didn't knock myself out. In any normal circumstance, a blow like that probably would have broken my spine, but here it was the sort of thing I could just get up from. It hurt like hell. The pain was still there, even if the broken bones weren't. But I could move. And I had to move fast. Wartface was nearly on top of me, swinging his giant fist my way. I leapt back, hitting the tree trunk again just as Wartface's next punch was coming my way. With nowhere else to run to, I jumped forward, feeling the wind from the troll punch ruffle the hair on the back of my head. I landed in a roll and continued on through Wartface's legs. Once clear, I came to my feet, sliding to a stop. Hand into the bag, thinking of a mace, hoping there'd been a mace in the treasure hoard. There had not been. My mind went blank. I remembered a big statue, some majestic woman carved out of beautiful white marble. It was in my hand, and I pulled it out just as Wartface turned around and roared at me. It was a heavy hunk of fine art, and whomever had sculpted the lady had done a fantastic job, as even the folds of the woman's dress were perfectly represented in the marble. Lady Kensington, item type, rare, item class, 2-handed improvisational, material, marble, damage 40 to 80, bludgeoning, durability 780 out of 820, weight 480 pounds, requirements strength 35, description, an exquisitely carved likeness of the Lady Kensington in her royal robes by the sculptor Ellis Allison. Wartface lunged for me just as I swung, and there was a tender moment as the lady statue kissed Wartface's warts before sending his tusks and teeth flying across the landscape. He stumbled, clearly woozy. I brought the lady down on the back of his head, the marble making a dull thunk on his oversized noggin. Wartface dropped to the ground. Just for good measure, I got the statue up in the air and was about to plant it in the back of Wartface's skull when a tree trunk collided with my trunk, and I went flying for the second time of the night, soaring across the land until I smacked into our wall and rolled into the ditch. I heard the twang of a bowstring above me, and I saw Ragnar shooting at the trolls. "I didn't know you knew how to shoot a bow," I mumbled through a mouthful of foamy blood. Following the trajectory of the arrow, it was quite clear he didn't know how. You'd think hitting a troll 30 feet tall would be on par with hitting the broadside of a barn. Apparently not. The troll, however, was more than happy to send his club our way, the tree tumbling end over end until it slammed against the rampart with an explosion of bark and branches. Ragnar, for his part, disappeared. I dragged myself out of the ditch and looked at my opponent. Correction. Opponents. 2 trolls were facing me. Extra Hand was back up, and the last of the 4 trolls, Sir Snot, was holding a very large rock above his head. "Look, guys," I said, "maybe we got off on the wrong foot. Maybe it's fine that you guys are covered in glitter because you've been eating my little friends. It's not like it's that hard to make more." I summoned a bevy of Prinkies, and they popped into existence around me. "Attack them!" I shouted. Pro tip: Pinkies are essentially pacifists when it comes to any creatures besides other Prinkies. So they mostly just stared at me, and then the huge boulder Sir Snot had thrown crashed into the collection of cute. I got splashed by a wave of sparkling blood right before the bouncing boulder bounded into my balls, and I maybe blacked out from the incredible pain. Chapter 19. I came to when my head bounced against the ground. I was inverted, and something was holding onto my leg. Also, my balls hurt. Sir Snot was dragging me through the opening in the walls while 3 other trolls walked in front of him. All 4 of the trolls were up and mobile again. Sir Snot, being the largest, got the prize, me. I didn't see Ragnar, but it was dark and my head was doing a solid impression of a basketball at a Globetrotters game. All 4 trolls, which meant that the spear through the head of 3 nostrils hadn't taken him all the way down. He'd gotten back up. I could see the gory remains still stuck to the back of his head, but otherwise, he was whole. This was bad. Trolls in this world seemed to have the same unbelievable regenerative powers they had in the games I'd played on Earth. Even better regeneration than I had, considering it didn't seem to matter if they were in combat or not. And that made them really fucking hard to kill. I hoped there was some way to keep them from healing every injury. Despite their size, the trolls moved with surprising stealth, and whatever noise we'd made in our fight hadn't carried across the camp. At least I couldn't see any indication that it did. Instead, it seemed like the trolls could just walk across the open ground, rip open the roof of the longhouse, and be treated to a bunch of sleeping snacks, all wrapped up and ready to munch upon. I had to do something. And by something I meant killing trolls. Killing them to the death. Sir Snot seemed unconcerned that I was moving, so I got my hand into the bag of holding and thought of a sword. In one motion I pulled it out and sliced across, the long sword biting deep into Sir Snot's arm. He turned his face so quickly that his namesake dangly mucus went sailing into the darkness. He roared and tried to lift me up with his arm and smash me on the ground. But that's pretty hard to do when missing several key tendons. I got a second slice going and hit perfectly, going right through the cartilage of his wrist, cutting mostly all the way through. There may have been a little sawing at the end, but then his hand dropped off, and dropped me with it. Sir Snot the One-Handed lifted his arm up to his face, his eyes bulging out at the fountain exiting where his hand once was. I wasn't about to lose even the slightest opportunity, so I wound up and swung for the fences, slicing right through the big bastard's knee. It took 2 chops before he was ready for a peg leg, and then he toppled over with a resounding thud, screaming in pain as he went. The other trolls had turned and saw what I was doing, and they headed back towards me. I grabbed Sir Snot's leg and shoved it in the bag of holding, followed by the hand. I didn't know if trolls could regenerate from anything, but it wasn't the time to try it out. Then I jammed the sword in Sir Snot's neck and sawed frantically, doing what I could to avoid the tusks in the flailing hand. I also got doused quite liberally with troll blood, which washed away all the sparkles from the Prinky smash. Frankly, I preferred the sparkles. Troll blood smells rancid. I had the neck down to just a few tendons, but I was running out of time. The other trolls were just about to run over me. I grabbed Sir Snot's hair and pulled. The head came off with a snap, and I chucked it in the bag of holding. "Regenerate that," I said. Motherfucker. And then I turned and ran. Extra Hand stopped to look over Sir Snot's headless corpse, but Three Nostril didn't bother. He just scooped up a rock and threw it at me. It went right by my head, clipping my shoulder with enough force that I skidded to the ground. I knew my pursuers were on me, so I did my best combat roll to get up, then planted my feet and prepared to receive their charge. I swung the sword up as Three Nostrils reached out with both hands, ready to tear me apart. The sword cut cleanly through the troll's stomach, allowing a steaming pile of ropey intestines to spill out. The troll couldn't stop his forward momentum, and his next step went into the worst possible place, and the poor bastard wound up tripping on his own tripe. I started for an overhead chop to cleave Three Nostrils' head, but damn Wartface was there, and I had to jump back to get out of the way of his tree club ramming through the air. He swung again and again, and I had to keep dodging. The motherfucker was strong as fuck, and he had impressive control over his club. Every time I tried to set up to fight back, the club would come at me again. Finally, I tried to block the troll's pummel. The trunk club hit the sword, and the sword shattered, the metal pieces shooting past my face and hitting the ground with a tinkling noise. Then the trunk hit me. It hurt, but I didn't go flying this time. I slid across the ground, sure, but I wasn't flying. That's progress there, that is. Behind Wartface, as he wound up to pummel me into paste, there was a tremendous whomp, and Three Nostrils went up in a blaze of gory glory. Wartface spun, eyes searching for whatever had caused the gout of flame. It was pretty obvious to me. It was the man walking towards us, his hands on fire. Taran. Another fireball streaked through the sky and slammed down on the remains of Sir Snot. Taking advantage of the distraction, I reached into the bag and grabbed a dagger out. It was a jeweled thing with a brilliant gold sheath. I tossed the sheath to the side and held the wicked dagger in front of me. I had to scramble across the ground, but I brought the blade across Wartface's Achilles heel, sundering the tendon with a surprisingly loud snap. Wartface howled and dropped, his feet unable to support him. He looked over his shoulder, his red eyes filled with rage. He tried to swing the trunk club, but being stuck on the ground, he just couldn't get the leverage to do anything. I leapt onto his back and grabbed onto his green mane. Shaking from side to side, he was trying anything to get me off him. I started stabbing, hoping I'd hit his heart before he realized he could just roll over and crush me. He realized, and rolled, and I was smushed under the big stinky troll. But it also drove the dagger deep into the troll's chest, and my hand was still on it. So I kept pushing, and once I was elbow deep, I pretended I was whipping up some eggs, and I made a fine mess of his lungs. I had to pull myself out from under the big dude, but he was dead. You know, for the moment. Now free, I tried to suss out what was happening around the camp. Taran was raining hell down on Extra Hand, but Extra Hand just charged through the flames. I took a big breath in, feeling my chest complaining as it really just wanted to let my lungs collapse. Then I sprinted, seeing that Extra Hand was going to get to Taran before Taran crisped up Extra Hand. My legs pumping, my chest burning, I did my very best dirty football trick, tackling super low and taking out Extra Hand at the knees. Bonus, I heard that telltale snap of an ACL tear. Extra Hands went down hard, a plume of dust around him, and also smoke. I happen to be on fire as well. I recommend never being on fire. It's pretty much the worst thing ever, and it ruins your hair. I rolled around to put the fire out, and felt a great splash of water all over me. It was gloriously cool. I sputtered some of the water out and wiped my face while I got to my knees. Steaming in the night air, I glanced around to see a relative stillness. Sure, people were running out of the longhouse to see what was going on, and there was some screaming happening, but all the trolls were down. Ragnar had just doused Wartface in an oil of some kind and lit him up. So, all 4 trolls were barbecuing right nice, and, well, they smelled a whole lot better cooked than they did raw. Nikolai walked over and looked down at me. "You're gonna need a bigger gate," I said. Chapter 20. I learned some interesting facts about trolls while cleaning up after the attack. 1. Trolls are quite flammable. Well, troll flesh is, as well as the other parts of their body, hair, nails, claws, that sort of thing. 2. Troll blood is actually remarkably good at helping soil grow, to a slightly ridiculous degree. Anywhere the trolls had bled that hadn't been touched by fire, vegetation was already growing at an almost absurd rate. A little sapling that had barely been peeking out of the ground was now waist-high, with a remarkable profusion of pine needles. The ground that was largely dirt and pine needles was now getting a hardy covering of verdant grass. I pulled out the troll hand I had in my bag and squeezed it to get the blood out, pouring it around to spell out Cog's Hall in the grass. Can't say it was my best attempt at penmanship, but it made me giggle. That's when I noticed that there was substantially more of the troll than just the hand I'd cut off. A goodly part of something along the lines of a forearm was now attached to the hand, and as I stood there, I could watch the progress of the regeneration happening. I was torn. This could be huge, a great revolution in gardening and farming. Just keep hacking bits off the troll arm and pour the troll blood over everything. This little town of Cog's Hall was going to be overflowing with oversized produce. Our food worries were over. "I know what you're thinking," came a voice from behind me. The pedantic tone and implied disappointment meant it could only be Nikolai. "That it's time to take over the world?" I asked. "What? Never mind. There's a reason troll blood is not used as fertilizer. Because it'd ruin the world's economy? It very well might, though not quite in the manner you're imagining." Nikolai watched the blood dripping from the arm, even as the arm had grown an elbow. "Can you tell me what that manner might be?" "Trolls. Troll blood also grows trolls." "What?" "Enough troll blood in the soil, and eventually a troll will dig free. Enough troll blood pooled anywhere will get you a troll. Where do you think trolls come from?" When a mommy troll and a daddy troll really love each other, they are genderless." "Oh, are you sure?" "Would you like to take another close-up view of the bodies?" "No thanks, I've had enough of that for the present." "Then perhaps we should look into some deeper cleaning." "Fire?" I asked. That is usually the method of choice. Taryn was already walking over to me, and I could almost feel the fire magic coming off him. "Is there any use for, powdered troll blood?" I asked. "I am scared, wondering what it is that made you tempted to ask that question." "I was thinking about Mercy and her skills. She can purify water, right?" "I assume that is among her abilities." "Can she just take all the water out of troll blood and leave the other stuff behind?" "That'd be dried troll blood." "An intriguing idea, but not one I believe there is a—" "Mercy!" I shouted. "Duke Cogshall," Nikolai said. "How'd I fuck up?" "Burn the blood. Perhaps it is worth something, but it might also be dangerous. Have you considered it could cause trolls to be formed any time it comes into contact with liquid? Spill it in the river, and you might spawn an unending horde of trolls." "Why aren't there more hordes of trolls?" "Because trolls are not yet smart enough to understand their own procreation. At least that is my hope." Mercy came jogging over. "You bellowed, my lord?" she asked, eyes proclaiming her desire to sleep. "I did," I said. "I was going to suggest an experiment, but Nikolai here pointed out some issues I hadn't really imagined, so yeah, I called you over here for nothing, and for that, I apologize." My apology garnered a harsh glare from Mercy, which was nice in a way because she'd been so damn meek up to now. "Then I suppose I shall return to bed," she said. "My lord?" I gave her a smile, but didn't get one in return as she stalked off toward the longhouse. Instead of the cool experiment, we burned the blood, and the head of the troll that had been in the bag. The arm managed to regrow almost to the shoulder before I chucked it into the fire. I escorted Taryn into the area outside the walls where the fighting had taken place, and he started burning all the blood we could find. It was a good thing because there were definitely some suspicious lumps on the ground. I didn't get close enough to see if they were miniature trolls, but I hadn't seen anything like them before, and they seemed to be getting bigger faster than I was comfortable with. The world I lived in was weird. At every intersection, it just seemed to get more bizarre. A creature that procreated through regeneration? That's madness. It was a minor miracle they hadn't taken over the world. And what happened if troll blood was mixed with, well, any other blood? Could a troll grow inside me? Putting aside the myriad pregnancy jokes I wanted to make as I thought through that, the potential truth horrified me. But trying to get Taryn to talk about anything was pointless. He was wholly absorbed in his task, and it seemed to be draining him of his energy. By the time we'd cleansed the area to the satisfaction of Nikolai and Taryn, the sun was coming over the mountains. Morning had come once again to the sleepy little valley. I had to help Taryn back to his bedroll in the longhouse, because he wasn't exactly able to walk any longer. Chapter 21. Given the excitement, it didn't surprise me that work got off to a rather slow start that morning. Nikolai gathered up everyone he could following breakfast and got them to start on the gates. More than a bit of repair needed to happen after what the trolls did to the walls, but Nikolai figured that'd be an hour at most. Lee had his team wrapping up the smithy. Lanfranc was getting the second house up with hopes that they could get some of the third up as well. Natalie had her guards sparring and doing some physical activity, and the rest of the home team had their own activities planned, fixing meals, preparing foods. In a sense, it felt like things were starting to gel, that we were becoming an actual community. Taryn was still asleep, but Mercy and Essie were up working on the treasury and the in-mountain plans. I walked in that direction, thinking I'd check things out, see how it all functioned. I'd popped out a bunch more Prinkies to replace the ones who had, well, sparkled their last, and the new Prinkies had done a stellar job unpacking the stone blocks from the mine, and they were following me at a not-so-discreet distance, ready for something else to do. And without me even realizing it, I had Eliza walking next to me, too. "Taking on a troll by yourself is quite the feat," she said. "But four? Are you trying to show off for someone?" She had a wry smile on her face, but I just shook my head in response. "A lot of people to keep safe," I said, "and I'm unfortunately good at killing things." "Not sure I would agree it is unfortunate. My lady-in-waiting was saddling my horse in case the trolls breached the walls." "Going to run for it?" With a shake of her head, she said, "While she may have wished for me to run, that is not who I am. For good or bad, I have agreed to be part of this community, and I would have stayed to fight." "Can you fight?" I asked, eyeing her swishy blue dress. It seemed too tight in the upper body for easy movement, and too voluminous on the bottom for, well, any movement. "I have trained with the blade," she replied. "But I dare say I am nowhere near your level, nor even the level of most of our guards." "Well, I admire your honesty." "Thank you, my lord." The hole cut in the mountain had been cleaned up some, likely Essie doing a little molding of the rock. The edges were a little softer, and I could see indentations for mounting hinges and a door. The inside was lit by glowing rocks mounted in the ceiling. "What is this to be?" Eliza asked, taking a tentative step inside the tunnel-like hallway. "This is our fallback point," I replied. "And some other things. We'll have a barracks here, at least for the time being. Who knows if it will remain. There'll be a safe room in case the trolls do manage to squish me. Then hopefully we can sound an alarm and everyone runs in here. We shut a big fuck-off door, and then we wait until the cavalry comes." "What cavalry is that?" "Oh, right. It's just a phrase from back home." "Ah, yes. Your home far away. To the east, was it?" "And north." "East and north." "And the treasury is going to be back in here." "Are you going to place all your governmental structures in the mountain here?" "Not exactly sure what you mean by that, but I might." "There are certain buildings and structures required to get the most out of a settlement, or in your case, a dukedom." "Like what?" "As a noble, at a bare minimum, you need to have a great hall and a throne room. The great hall is where you will throw banquets, and the throne room offers your followers a place where they may come and address you." "Seems like a lot." "It is. Were this just a holding, You could have gotten away with simply having a nice enough home and calling that a manor house. With this, I believe you will need to have an entire castle. Anything larger would require a castle and a palace. Do I need something like a city hall? If you wish to establish a town of any kind, you will need a building in which to run the town. The larger the town, the more individual rooms you require. At this level, merely a hall of some kind would suffice. Larger, and you might require a basilica. If you allow your followers to engage their own government, then a gathering hall must be inside, large enough to accommodate the entire population of the town. Would the Great Hall fulfill that? I doubt it. And if I didn't want them to have a government of their own? You will need a baronage. And to appoint a baron? Yes, though you can merely appoint yourself as baron. Convenient, perhaps. Would the Great Hall count then? I suppose it would. But if you construct additional towns, you would need a basilica or hall in each of them. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Building this basilica will give me more stats on the holding. It should. Please understand that this is just what I have been taught. I am not an expert on this, just I understand, Lady Northwoods. We're muddling through this together. Hell, you're the only one who knows anything about this nonsense, so even if you don't know much, you're leagues better than anyone else who's talking to me. We walked into the mountain, which was unsettling. It just didn't seem right. The ceilings were very high, the walls intense, the light was unnatural. Still, it did have a real feeling of security. I knew I'd be able to hold the hallway indefinitely against any number of attackers provided I had a shield and a weapon. We came to an intersection, and looking to the left, I could only see darkness. Forward, the tunnel continued south unabated, but to the right, the glowing stones were up on the ceiling, and there was a huge door. A door made out of the same granite as the mountain. Essie leaned against the door. I need your hand, she said. I held it out to her, and she pushed it against the door. She closed her eyes and started chanting something softly. Her hand glowed, and then my hand felt warm. Rune-looking things lifted up from the stone and seemed to settle on my hand for a moment before flowing down my arm and back into the stone. There was a pulse of light in the door, and then stillness. The stone has been bonded to you, Essie said. What does that mean? I asked. Only you may open the door. Only me? Currently? What if I want others to have access? I asked. I can add anyone you want. Do you have access? No, I suppose I could, but as you are my boss, I figured I should leave that alone. Now, if you'll excuse me, making this stupid room has completely drained my mana pool, so I'm going to go eat some food or vomit, or both. She pushed past me and Eliza, keeping one hand on the wall to steady herself. I put my hand on the door and pulled. Nothing. I wondered. Essie was the type to do something like this, make a door that didn't open. Or maybe she cast the spell incorrectly. Would you know if a spell like that misfired? Was there? I think you push, Eliza said. And what do you know? The door opened. Like it was nothing. It felt like it was floating. Which kind of bothered me. It'd be an added layer of security if only I was able to move the door, but then no one else could use the treasury. And I'd always have to come back to get a coin out when Nikolai needed one. The inside was large, open, and dull. Gray rock everywhere. The shelves were rock, the ceiling was rock. There were a few of the glowing stones mounted in the ceiling, giving off a faintly annoying blue-white light. My builders had installed the Voldrani equivalent of fluorescent lighting. Sure, it didn't have that horrible hum, but it wasn't flattering in any way either. Should I give you leave, my lord? Eliza said. Nah, I said. I'm not staying here right now. Do I claim this somehow? As a treasury? Yes. Have you checked your notifications? I snapped my fingers and pointed at her. Good idea. A quick check of my notifications did indeed turn up a new building. Congratulations. A structure has been added to your holding. Treasury. Cool, I said. You get one? I did, but it says I have nothing. She gestured at the shelves. Seems accurate. I pulled a bag of gold from the unfillable knapsack and plopped the bag of coins on one of the shelves. It felt heavy, made a good clinking sound. I figured I had a ton of coins, so I checked my holding status screen again. Treasury. Current value unknown. Current treasure unknown. Current contents. 1 bag of unidentified coins. The smile that had been on my face vanished in an instant. What? Eliza asked. She took a step towards me and put her hand on my arm. I have to count out the coins, I said. It's just saying everything is unidentified, uncounted. Oh, a simple fix, my lord. You merely need to appoint a treasurer. Someone needs to be in charge of things for it to count towards your holding status anyway. I was not amused. This whole holding business was turning into a giant headache, and I had a very bad feeling it was one giant micromanagement cringe fest. Hire a dude to do job A, hire dude B to make sure job A is done, dude C to count sprockets, dude D to make sprockets, dude E to find the stuff to make the sprockets, dude F to fuck off. I need to take a walk, I said. I don't much like being underground like this. Not meaning to be rude, I stepped around Eliza and walked out of the treasury. I didn't even bother to shut the door. I just marched right down the hallway and back into the sunlight outside. There was a gentle breeze coming off the mountains from the west, and it had a heady pine scent to it. I closed my eyes and just took a moment to myself. When I opened them, I looked upon a sea of fuzzy faces staring at me. I live in a fucking Muppet movie, I said to no one in particular. I was about to yell at the Prinkies, thinking of drop-kicking a few of them over the wall just to see if I could do it. But then I heard shouts from the walls not yet surrounding the tunnel, followed by something pounding on the double doors held by the large gatehouse. We had a visitor. By the sound of it, a big one. Chapter 22. Running toward the gatehouse, I reached into the magic bag and pulled out a big sword. I hauled ass up the stairs so I could stand on top of the stone wall and look down on whomever was coming to Cogs Hall. I struck a manly pose, sword in the ground, chin up, chest out, somewhat singed hair streaming out behind me in the wind. Who is that ungainly tosspot? I heard a gruff voice call out from below. I looked down to see a big group of dwarves. With big bushy beards and long hair and braids, they filled the area between the tunnel and the gatehouse and beyond into the tunnel. They were men and women and babies, dudes in full armor and at least 3 dudes just wearing robes. There were wagons being pulled by girthy lizard-looking things and someone herding sheep. This is my place, I said. Looking for Cogs Hall, the gruff dude said. He had a full suit of armor on, including a heavy helmet. A large war pick rested at his side and a shield covered his back. Despite wearing a ton of metal, he moved like it was nothing. Is this Cogs Hall or Tospatopia? Cogs Hall. Lovely. Can we come in? I'm not sure the gate works, but you can go around, I guess. I pointed to where Connell sat, slathering mortar onto a stone, right next to the still sizable gap between the mountainside and the constructed wall. Connell used one of his little arms to wave. The head dwarf smiled. Right safe place you have here. A work in progress. With the slight shake of his head that told me he had nowhere else to go, he turned to face his people. This way, he said, walking towards the gap. Everyone followed. I walked back down the stairs and pushed through all the various followers who'd come running with weapons to defend the tunnel. The dwarves walked and rolled into the open area, coming to a restless sort of stop while looking around at the holding. As it was, not a whole lot to look at. The gatehouse was incomplete and inoperable. The stone walls surrounding the tunnel weren't exactly surrounding anything. There were dirt ramparts all the way around, but no gates or doors stopping anyone or anything from coming inside. There was one really slapdash and embarrassing longhouse, and one nice one, as well as 2 unfinished frames for more. There was a barn, which was pretty cool, and then the smithy and sawmill were both operational, as was the water wheel. In fact, it would be safe to say that our resource piles were the most impressive things about Cogs Hall, in that both were quite overflowing. The perfect granite blocks were in huge squares, 8 feet by 8. Lumber came out of the sawmill quickly, as we had an embarrassment of trees. I walked over to the head dwarf and noticed him speaking softly to a woman at his side. He stopped talking as I closed on him and turned to face me. He had a big nose, and his auburn beard was remarkably thick. Braids ran down either side of it, and his eyebrows were almost to the point that they could be braided as well. "So, you are the one in charge?" he said. "I am. Montana Cogshall, Duke of Cogshall. Is there, how did you find us?" The dwarf was about to answer when I heard a joyous cry behind me, and I was brusquely pushed out of the way so a dwarf woman, the one whose contract I'd purchased from Osterstadt, could leap into the head dwarf's arms. "Uncle!" she cried out. He caught her and swung her around. Within moments, the rest of the dwarves swarmed her in a massive and joyous reunion. More and more of the stout folk came to say hello and pushed me out of the way further and further until I was standing all by myself at the outside of the group. "Wait!" I shouted. "What's going on here?" A bunch of eyes turned on me. "Is he worth following?" the head dwarf asked the woman who'd come with me from Osterstadt. "That he is, Uncle Hermit," the woman said, bowing her head deferentially. "I would speak with you then," the head dwarf said. "In private, yes." I looked around at the various buildings of the town. We really had nothing approaching formal or private. But then I remembered a new construction. "This way," I said, walking towards the treasury. At least there I could be assured of privacy. We walked in quiet, with his people following at a discreet distance. As soon as we disappeared into the mountain, I could hear the reunion resume. The dwarf beside me, Harmit, looked at the stonework with an experienced eye. He even nodded at the door. I didn't bother to close the vault door. That seemed a bit, aggressive. Instead, I turned around and leaned against one of the empty shelves. "Let's talk," I said. "Stonework done by magic, I see," he said. "It is. Is that what we're talking about?" "No," he said. "But I find it interesting you chose to take me here. You think all dwarves like to be underground, in mountains?" It hadn't even entered my mind, but now I'm curious, do you? "Tell me first why you chose this room to meet." "Because it's the only finished, private-ish spot I've got, okay?" His eyes went wide, then crinkled as a big smile spread across his broad face. His mustache jiggled with delight. "This be your vault?" "At the moment." "Bit empty." "You're telling me." "Is there something wrong with using magic to cut through the stone?" "Wrong? It is not wrong, it is just perhaps not as good. Imperfect. Your mage has not understood fully the desires of the stone. If you cut like this," he rested his hand on the wall, "you're forcing the rock to your whims. And the rock has grown the way it has grown for a reason. The person who has made this done little to account for the grain of the rock, nor paid much attention to which rocks have been cut through. The door is impressive. Whoever made that, I would like to meet." "She's probably sleeping right now." "A dwarf working your stone, 'tis a good sign." She's a human." "A human did this?" he said, raising his bushy eyebrows. "This is closer to dwarven work." "I take it you know how to work stone." "Aye, that I do. My whole clan does." "So you do like it underground?" "Most dwarves tend to. Only been above ground for the last few 100 years." "Oh?" "At least as far as I know." "Is there a dwarf kingdom somewhere?" "Plenty." "But you're part of the Empire." "That is currently a difficult question for me to answer." "I'm a little, lost on dwarven culture and history. Also, the history of Valdrani. So, please forgive me if I offend you, because I just don't know what I'm talking about." He smiled again. "You are an interesting sort. For a duke." "Well, don't hold that whole duke part against me." "I will try not to." Are you ready to talk about why you're here, or do you need a little more small talk? He shook his head. I have been thinking about how to have this conversation, and I have yet to figure it out. I suppose I could just leave you here alone for a spell if that'd help? No, not sure it would. Then how about you spit it out and we deal with the awkwardness later? Unless you're here to tell me I've got to marry your daughter because she's pregnant. He barked out a brash guffaw of laughter. Figure that might be easier. He took a deep breath and looked down at the ground. I am here, he said slowly, almost testing each word before saying it. Then the rest came rushing out. To ask if you would take my cleaning as your own. I had a feeling the conversation would be something along these lines, but I had not expected begging to be involved, or taking a whole clan into Cogg's Hall. Before you say no, I didn't say anything, I interrupted. How about we take this one step at a time and talk a few details here? How many people are we talking about? What do you mean by take as my own? Adopt you all? A smile. You are new to this. I am, learning on the job. My clan is 254 dwarves strong at the moment, and we would be swearing ourselves to you, coming to live as your sworn followers. Is a sworn follower different than just a follower? Yes. How did you become a duke? It's a long story. How are they different? Sworn followers are your vassals. They gain more bonuses because of you, and you gain more bonuses because of them. Their children are your followers. Their family are your followers. They cannot leave you as easily, and you are beholden to keeping them safe. That's a lot of responsibility. It is funny for you to say that. Why? Most nobles look at their sworn followers as livestock, as resources to be used and abused. They seem to think that keeping followers safe is more of a guideline and not so much a rule. Are you a noble? I was. What happened? It is a long story. Does it involve you betraying someone, maybe doing something horrible to someone else? It involves someone betraying me. Someone destroying my family and splitting the clan apart. My brother killed my father and allied our clan with our sworn enemies. I ran, taking those who were loyal to me, and we searched for a new home. And you'd like this to be your home? I would. We are desperate. We have been traveling for more than a year at this point, all the time running from my brother and his masters. Who are they? The masters? Yeah, they sound unpleasant. They are evil, yes. They have taken my brother and his soul, and they have corrupted him beyond all redemption. This is quite something to take on, I said. And I don't want this to sound cruel, but if I let you come in here, doesn't that mean I'm opening my dukedom up to attack from your brother and his masters? Aye, and his followers, the rest of my clan. And that doesn't sound like a great deal for me. Looking around at what you have built here, I can assure you that we can help. I have many craftsmen with us and several warriors. Not enough to take on my brother, but enough to provide some guards. Guards which you seem to be lacking at the present time. If we're lacking guards, why bother staying here? Because of you. Because of what my niece has told me about you. You will protect us, I know it. And so, I beg of you. He dropped to a knee. Do not turn us away. I mean, you had me at tosspot, dude, and we do need some help here. But you're putting me in a rough spot. We don't have sleeping accommodations for you guys, and is that all? No, but that's a big one on my list. We have tents we can sleep in, tents we have been staying in for quite some time. We are not adverse to staying in them, and if you give us leave, I assure you, we will have any buildings you desire up by the end of the week. I have already had to admit once that I have no idea about the weeks here, so if you're happy staying in a tent until you can get something built, then you're welcome here. I'll do my damnedest to keep you and yours safe and fed. We aren't doing anything like taxes for now, and there's no shops. Everything is just, property of the dukedom until we can get a real town up and running. But of course, and all of my people are ready to swear to you. I don't know if that's really necessary. It is. We must be sworn followers of you to be citizens of the Empire. And if we are citizens of the Empire, any attack on us is an attack on the Empire. I get it. I do still have one question. I will answer any question you have. If you've been on the run all this time, how did your niece tell you about us? Harmut smiled and pulled a leather-bound book from a pouch tied to his belt. A paired book, he said, holding the book out to me. What's a paired book? I asked. You have not heard of these? He asked as an answer. I haven't. They are books that are joined together. Anything which happens to one book happens to the other. If you write in one, it is written in the other. He flipped the book open, and I could see the written conversation between uncle and niece. I didn't bother to read it, but it was really interesting to think about the implications of that type of technology. Are these expensive? I asked. Depends on how good a friend you are with an enchanter. Are they common? Enough. We'll talk about them later, I said. Let's go make your people my people. He smiled at that, and we walked out of the treasury. Chapter 23. We held a little ceremony where all the dwarves knelt before me and, as one, swore their allegiance to the dukedom of Cogshall and the family of Cogshall. I got a notification that my holdings population had increased, but it wasn't enough to push me over the 25% mark, which worried me. Had 250 people gotten me close to the 25% threshold, or was it barely a drop in the bucket? Just what else was out there? The clan, already calling themselves the Cogshall Valley Clan, was quite full of craftspeople, artisans, and worker types. True to what Harmut said, there were very few capabilities with wielding weapons, but our security forces managed to more than double. Natalie jumped in quickly to assess their skills and readiness. Nearly half the dwarves joined up with Lanfranc, seeming pleasantly surprised to see the Patenti leading the charge on building homes. Harmut tasked 80 dwarves to work on the front gate and the surrounding walls. They swarmed over it, but looked happy to follow Connell's lead. By the time dinner came out, the walls around the tunnel were complete, and a tower was rising up. There were 3 longhouses to sleep in, as well as the stone foundation of a hall with some offices. I was duly impressed. But once again, I was mostly left alone at dinner time. And to be fair, there was some reasoning behind that. The dwarves were trying to get to know each other. There were plenty of reunions happening, and also the clan intermingling. The 2 dwarves who I hired in Osterstadt came from different kingdoms outside the Empire, and now the other dwarf was thinking of reaching out to his extended family to see if there was the chance they'd come out and help establish this new dwarven outpost. Of course, as soon as the humans heard that, the quiet talk of dwarves taking over Cogshall and what they could possibly do to stop it followed shortly after. Naturally, I wanted to swoop into the conversation and suggest a good way would be inviting people they loved and trusted to join us, but that seemed to be desperate and creepy. Instead, only slightly creepy, I sat in the darkness and ate by myself. Well, not totally by myself. I was, as always, surrounded by a horde of Prinkies. I was starting to dislike them. I told them to pick up all the pine needles within a mile. And they were off, running to turn my foolish whims into reality. I hadn't seen my bullet buddy, but I hadn't received any indications of his death, so he was probably fine. Scooping the last bit of food into my mouth, I brought my bowl back to the kitchen area and then walked my over-muscled butt to a tree near the ramparts. I spread out my bedroll and got a little fire going. Then I lay down, fed bits of wood into the fire, and watched the miniature fireworks show as sparks flew into the sky. Somewhere along the way I drifted into something approximating sleep, so I'm not sure how long it was before the drinking started, nor how long until I was woken by Caroline. She sat on a log pulled up to my fire and poked me with her foot. It took me a moment to figure out where I was and what was going on, but I managed to get to a seated position and look around. Over near the longhouses, there was a tremendous bonfire happening, the flames practically licking the stars. Music came from a small stage near the fire, and there was some sort of dancing going on. "Huh," I said, ever so eloquent. "Party?" She nodded, a big smile on her face. She handed me a mug. I looked into it and saw a frothy liquid. A sniff told me it was likely mead. "Thanks," I said. "You should have come. Celebration time." "I suppose I should," I replied. "Why did your brother do it?" It was an awkward segue, but I didn't particularly want to drink any mead, and I figured this would be the best way to make sure she stopped paying attention to me for a minute. Ask her the really hard questions she'd been avoiding. She looked back over her shoulder, I think searching for her brother in the crowd. I took a moment to dump most of the mead out at the roots of the tree. "It is a question I ask myself most mornings," she finally said, giving up her search for her brother and turning her attention back to me. "Oh, just mornings?" "Mostly. That is when I wake up cold, tired, hungry. I wonder what my father actually wanted for my life." "You were a noble?" "My father was. My brother is. I am mostly nothing now." "No, don't say that." "You speak strangely." "You know, I probably do. But not many people call me out on it. Most people just accept how I talk, which is odd." "Perhaps because they are afraid of you." "Could be." "I am not afraid of you." "Good," I said, starting to realize how drunk she must be. "Are others, though?" "Oh, yes. They say you bathe in blood, that you have killed thousands, that you delight in violence and have staked a claim in the wilderness because you intend to fight until you die." "I bathe in blood?" "I caught someone who bathed in blood, stopped her from killing kids, but I had nothing. I meant no disrespect. I was merely passing along the gossip of your people." "I don't bathe in blood." "I did not think so." "Have you killed thousands?" That was a good question. I certainly had ended the life of a number of living beings, and through a variety of gnarly and nasty means. But did the slaughter in the dungeon really count? And even if it did, was that something I wanted to answer here? "No," I said. "Just like I don't bathe in blood, and just like I didn't pick this spot so I could kill things or fight things. This spot was chosen because it's full of resources and, easily defendable." "Is it?" she asked after a long pull from her mug of mead. "It seems to me as if there is one side that has great defense and another that is wide open to the world. And that seems to be where all the monsters have come from so far." "Working on that? How are you liking guard duty?" "I admit to finding it dull, but I do appreciate the chance to improve my archery." "You like shooting?" "I find it is one of the things I am best at in life. So yes, I enjoy it." "I've never shot a bow." "If you like, I can teach you." "That'd be pretty cool. I mean, not now." "No, of course, but it might be a useful skill to have." "If I must fight, I prefer to do it at a distance, especially if my opponent is a monster." "Yeah," I said, thinking of all the various wounds I'd taken at the behest of monsters and how it must be nice to be able to kill the monsters from a distance without getting your face bitten off. "That does seem slightly smarter than going toe-to-toe with them." "Is that what you do?" "Unfortunately." "You seem to do it well, though." "Still winds up hurting quite a bit." "You seem like the sort of man who can take a little pain." "Doesn't mean I like it." I mimed drinking my mead, and noticed a figure stumbling through the darkness from the bonfire area toward my little fire. "We've got a visitor," I said. Caroline turned around and almost fell off the log. Her brother caught her, righted her, then plopped down on the log next to her. He sloshed mead all over himself, then quaffed half his mug right down. though, to be fair, quite a lot wound up running down his chest. I had the feeling there were going to be plenty of headaches on the coming morning. "Sister," Baldwin slurred. "Brother," Caroline replied. "You are avoiding the dancing." "I am attempting to bring our Lord back to the festivities." "You seem to be failing at that." "He is the Lord of the lands. Who am I to order him to have fun when he wishes to do otherwise?" "Hey," I said, "I like to have fun." "Could have fooled me," Caroline said. "It's more, given the size of the bonfire there," I pointed to the towering inferno. "Either we're going to burn this place down, or we're going to attract some nasty customers. So I'm planning on spending some time on the walls tonight." Baldwin finished off his mug, giving me a wink. "That's right you are," he said, or at least I think that's what he said. It came out a string of sounds I couldn't 100% place, but I don't think he was particularly concerned about the veracity of his speech. "Then I will leave you be, my lord," Caroline said, getting to her feet and giving me a bow. "But if you find yourself a little too cold in the middle of the night, I would be happy to sit by the fire with you." Then she walked off into the darkness. I watched Baldwin watch her walk off into the darkness. It was disturbing the way he seemed to be leering at her. It was decidedly non-sibling-like behavior, but I didn't want to say anything. It made me question if incest was a thing with the nobility here like it had been in Europe. Baldwin turned back to the fire and chugged his mug of mead. Then he belched. "My sister is nobility," he said, his eyes barely open. I think he winked at me and then tapped his finger on his nose. He laughed and got to his feet, then stumbled off into the darkness. Things were getting weird. Well, weirder. It definitely felt like Baldwin was pimping his sister out to me, or, perhaps more politely phrased, he was pushing me to think of his sister as potential marriage material. Natalie was also supposedly here for marriage, but she hadn't exactly been doing anything in that regard. And Eliza was there for the same reason, at least according to everyone who was advising me. She'd been putting in the time, definitely doing more than a little laying on of hands. And don't get me wrong, I was appreciative, but every time she touched me or was nice to me, I had Nikolai's voice in my head, telling me that she was there for Northwoods, that she was the wolf in sheep's clothing. And there was the girl back home, gone from my life, but not yet from my heart. Though there were moments I was attracted to the girls in Valdrani, largely I just wasn't feeling it, with any of them. Sitting there, I wondered if it was something I actually needed to worry about. Did I have to marry someone? I mean, Cleve hadn't been married, and he'd managed to adopt me, task me as his heir. I suppose I could do that as well. I kicked out the fire and headed towards the rampart. I took a position looking out into the wilderness, pointedly staying in the darkness so no one else could find me. I wanted to be alone, to take the time to stop and think. I figured I should peruse my notifications as well. Congratulations. You have constructed multiple buildings for your holding. The 2 new longhouses were identical to the others we'd built, but because we weren't having to throw so many people in them, the morale bonuses were slightly larger. There were still some issues with the longhouses that needed to be resolved, notably the complete lack of privacy. The smithy gave some bonuses to efficiency and production output, and also a fun little reward. You have constructed an advanced mechanism, Power Hammer. Having this advanced mechanism gives your holding an additional point of renown and a boost to productivity. It struck me as odd that I hadn't received anything for putting the sawmill in place or the water wheel itself, but perhaps those were common enough in this technological level to just be, things. I could also see that my population had swelled, and that dwarves now represented far more of the population than any other race, which, frankly, I was fine with. I liked having a wide range of peoples to interact with, especially because every race seemed to have certain abilities and environments they excelled in. Given that we were nestled in the mountains, I loved that we had dwarves around who were happy to dig in said mountains, and even live in the stone. It certainly meant they'd be safer than if they were in the wood longhouses. Looking out into the forest, I wondered what else was out there. If there were more trolls, if there were different trolls, or monsters I couldn't imagine, worse, monsters I couldn't defeat. The goblins were out there, I knew that, but what were their numbers? Did they count against me in my follower count? Would I have to declare war on them, and likely push my kill count up into the thousands? Or, gods forbid, millions? One of the most dangerous things about the valley was that we knew nothing about it. But on that night, at least, no answers came from the darkness. It was still, and the only sounds were my people, deep in their revelry. Chapter 24. The morning was full of groaning. Almost no one was spared from a hangover. After a good greasy breakfast, everyone was still hungover, but now not quite as hungry. By some miracle, work started on time. All attention on the towers. By lunch, we finally had what probably should have been the first or second thing we built, the hall. It wasn't a great hall. It was just a big rectangle with some chairs in it. One might be considered a throne, but only because it sat on a small platform. There was an office added on to the side, something for either myself or a chancellor, which would be Nikolai whether he wanted the job or not. As soon as I walked into the place and called it my hall, I got a notification. You have built a new structure. Hall. Structure type, common. Structure class, political. Material, stone and wood. Durability, high. Description. The hall is a large structure designed for meeting with groups of people. It represents the seat of power for a holding. Effects. Unlocks the position Chancellor. Unlocks position appointment. Upgrades. Chancellor's office. Other upgrades available. Nikolai, I shouted. He came running over a minute later. I made an office for you, I said, then went into the menu systems and appointed him as my chancellor. His eyes on focus as he read over his notification, and he nodded at me. I accept, he said. Did you have a choice? I asked with a smile. Now, let's get some positions filled. We walked into the office, which was just another stone box with a very basic table and chair setup. It could only be called a desk if you were feeling quite generous. Nikolai took the one seat, and I leaned against the wall. What positions do we need to fill? I asked. Some of them are already filled, at least, insofar as our little village is concerned. Captain of the Guards, Natalie, naturally. You may also appoint individuals as the heads of certain industries. Head carpenter, exactly. That one dude, Guy Gambrill? Yep. I beg of you, learn the names of your citizens, at least while their numbers remain small. I'm working on it. You have become increasingly antisocial. Let's stay on topic. Imagine my surprise that you are not the one spiraling off on tangents. Yeah, I'm becoming so mature. Smith, Zoe, you might want to look at some of your new residents before proclaiming Zoe to that position. She's been super loyal, though. Loyalty is not alone in determining these positions. Skill should be the key factor. Any complaints of her work? I have yet to see much of her work. The hinges in here are spot on. All I counsel is caution. Fine. I want to at least get a treasurer appointed. An excellent idea. Do you have someone in mind? You. I think you will find I am already the chancellor. Multitask. His forehead wrinkled while he thought that through, and then he shook his head. No, there is too much for me to do in this position to take that on. Wasn't Lee Cleve's accountant? He kept the books on the caravan, yes. So let's make Lee do it. You realize it would be better to ask people to take these positions instead of just forcing it upon them? I mean, what's the point of feudalism if you can't rule by fiat? Nikolai sighed, then leaned back in his chair. What? I asked. I am hoping you will suddenly decide to actually abide by your intelligence score. You know, about that, How come I'm not smarter, given, how smart I should be on paper? You truly want the answer? Yes. Because you act stupid. I assume you were not particularly bright in your old life. I wasn't that stupid, but to some level you were. And the manner in which you lived your life there influences how you live your life here, even though you are changing mightily. When you actually work at it, you are more intelligent. You are better making logical leaps, and your understanding and comprehension have improved. But you have yet to internalize and truly capitalize on your mental gifts the way you have your physical ones. That sounds like something that might be true. It is true. Now go find Lee and ask him to be your treasurer. I pushed off the wall, walked outside, and found Lee. He was standing on the rampart looking at the water wheel spin. "Hey, Lee," I said. "Hey, Montana. You got a minute?" "Sure." "Want to be treasurer?" "Of what? Cogs Hall?" "I guess." "Okay. Is that all there is to it?" "I mean, yeah. Are you going to run away with all the gold and treasure and screw us all?" "No, I mean, I hadn't planned on it, but if that's an option, I trust you. Nikolai trusts you. Everyone likes you. It seems like pretty much a no-brainer." "Sure." "Wait, why not Nikolai?" "He's the chancellor." "So he's my boss?" "I think I'm your boss." "And Nikolai is?" "An asshole?" "Pretty sure he's the spot in between me and you." "Well, if he bothers you, let me know." Lee smiled. "Thank you for the trust." "You are welcome. And I'm sure we can figure out some, compensation." Lee nodded. "You think this wheel slows the river too much?" I looked down at the water, watching the current for a moment. "Not that I can tell. Why? You thinking of building another wheel?" "Considering it." "Why?" "To crush rock. We've got wizards to do that. Mancers. Them too. As much as I appreciate magic, I'd prefer finding non-magical solutions for as many things as we can. Magic should be a force multiplier and catalyst, not a stand-in for technology." "I mean, when you put it like that, I'm in full agreement." "Good. We might start work on another wheel then. How about after we get gates built in the rampart? Or replace the wood wall with a stone one? Or get some siege weapons built so we can take down trolls and other nasties from a distance?" I don't know what I said that sparked the twinkle in his eye, but he nodded enthusiastically. "That gives me a great idea," he said, already darting off. "Hey, you need to count all the crap I put in the treasury soon?" He nodded and waved, but continued on his way. So I moseyed back to Nikolai. We moved our meeting to the treasury so I could unload the bag of holding while we continued our cogshold discussions. The first thing we covered was the building schedule. We still needed more housing since the dwarves were mostly living in their tents. Come winter, or even fall, that wouldn't be feasible. I floated the idea of building some, basically apartment blocks, but Nikolai had other ideas. He was really into the idea of building as much as we could into the mountain itself, that we should leave the area we just walled in as our industrial area. But something like that required us to go and talk to the head dwarf, Harmit, to see what it was he and his people would like. So off we trumped. Harmit loved the idea of digging deep into the mountain, and digging down into the mountain. He figured that between his miners and Essie, he could have apartments for the entire population done in a matter of weeks. But I didn't like being indoors in that way, and I had a feeling that other non-dwarves might agree. So Nikolai and Harmit wanted to talk to people about that, see how everyone else felt. And that's really how the day went, go from townsperson to townsperson and talk. Lots of talking. After which, nothing would get decided. We would just go on seeking more input. At the end of the day, I was tired, but hopeful things would start to get moving. At some point during the night, I woke up overheated because I was under a blanket of Prinkies again. It had taken them a little over 24 hours to pick up all the pine needles. I sighed, wondering how I'd already run out of jobs for dumb labor. Chapter 25. things started to fall into a rhythm. Life in Cogs Hall seemed to almost normalize. Morning would be a communal breakfast, lots of socializing, and the de facto leaders coming together to argue about who needed what for their projects. The gatehouses were finished quickly, and I got a welcome quest complete notification. You have completed a quest. Build your village 1. Build a wall or defensive structure around your village. Reward for success, 2,500 XP and a follower. Immediately, though, I got the next quest. You have been offered a quest by Mr. Paul. Build your village 2. Build a hall. Reward for success, XP and a follower. Penalty for failure or refusal unknown, yes or no. Which obviously completed as soon as I accepted it. You have completed a quest. Build your village 2. Build a hall. Reward for success, 2,500 XP and a follower. Which caused another quest to pop up in the line. You have been offered a quest by Mr. Paul. Build your village 3. Gain a population of 100 followers. Reward for success, XP and a follower. Penalty for failure or refusal unknown, yes or no. Which also completed. This went on for a spell. I got quests for having 200 followers, for building housing for 200 followers, for building a treasury, and for building workshops. Each time I was rewarded 2,500 XP and a follower, which made me intensely curious. Where would these followers come from? Who might they be? Would I get to pick them somehow? At the end of it all, I had a quest I hadn't yet completed. You have been offered a quest by Mr. Paul. Build your village 9. Gain a population of 500 followers. Reward for success, XP and a follower. Penalty for failure or refusal unknown, yes or no. Naturally, I accepted the quest. The walls were being shifted from wood to stone. The apartment blocks inside the mountain were being finished off. The mine had been opened, the barracks finished, the armory finished, and I finally got notices that the Chancellor had finished his overview of the population and the Treasurer had taken stock of the treasury. Dukedom of Cogs Hall. Level 1 Dukedom. Mood hopeful, morale high. Your holding has a population of 314 followers, representing less than 25% of the total population of your holding. Caution, if this is not brought above 25% in 6 months, your holding will lose a level and shrink. 270 dwarves, 26 potenti, 24 humans, 2 lutra, 2 elves, 1 kitsune girl, 1 wok, 1 bullet, 1 fallen. Your holding has the following positions: Chancellor, Treasurer, Head Carpenter, Head Smith, Architect, Captain of the Guard. Your holding has 14 structures: Longhouse times 4, City Walls, Barn times 2, Hall, Smithy, Sawmill, Kitchen, Cantina, Treasury, Barracks. There was also a breakdown of the jobs/choices the population had. We had a bunch of miners, and we're up to 12 blacksmiths, 4 carpenters, a ton of masons, a sculptor, some farmers, including some cave farmers, 3 ranchers, an animal trainer, and on and on. It was an impressive list, to be sure, but I couldn't help but feel we were missing things. Definitely the military tab was, well, pretty much empty. We had Ragnar, Skeld, Natalie, 12 dwarves, and 4 humans. Amber was still listed as a courtesan, and that really bugged me, so I had a feeling it pained her. I knew I needed to get her leveled up, which made me think the best thing I could do would be to get her out into the world with me. We could do some exploring and adventuring in the valley. Also interesting was the statistic, guests. I had 7 guests listed, and I had to imagine these represented Eliza Northwoods and her 6 ladies-in-waiting. I wondered if they counted for or against my follower percentage, or if they weren't counted at all. Just one more topic to speak to Eliza about. She had been quite useful, guiding me through some building selection processes and offering guidance to Nikolai on how to do his job efficiently. But every time she said something, I found myself wondering if it was genuinely helpful or a long-term plan to sabotage us. I knew that sort of thinking was just bad, so I resolved to go out exploring. I was mostly just extraneous anyway, at least as far as I could tell. With Lanfranc as the appointed architect, I was really just a rubber stamp on selecting building projects and locations. Lee was spearheading a trade run, prepping to sell treasure that was finally cataloged. It was a long and rather tedious list in some ways, so if treasure ain't your thing, you should skip ahead. Treasury. Current value unknown. Current contents: 1,026 Imperial Platinum coins, 24,523 Imperial Gold coins, 84,991 Imperial Silver coins, 256,749 Imperial Copper coins, 12,642 Ancient Platinum coins, 65,992 Ancient Gold coins, 156,209 Ancient Electrum coins, 345,662 Ancient Silver coins, 115,920 Ancient Copper coins, 214 Mardemise Gold coins, 1,429 Mardemise Silver coins, 82 Mardemise Copper coins, 17,459 gold coins of indeterminate origin, 27,764 silver coins of indeterminate origin, 2,429 coins of indeterminate origin and of indeterminate metal, 126 assorted diamonds, 1 pink diamond of unusual size, 6,019 assorted sapphires and rubies, 1 large ruby, magical in nature but unidentified, 14,890 assorted unidentified gemstones, 1 crystal urn filled with unidentified gray powder, 17 gold crowns with assorted jewels, 8 gold scepters with assorted jewels, 2 statues of slugs, gold, 1 leather folio containing 6 complete restoration scrolls, 16 jeweled eggs, 1 white and blue tea set with refilling teapot, 17 crystal decanters of various alcohols, 24 vials of perfume, 7 unidentified jewels of a magic nature, 1 full set of cutlery made of platinum, 1 full set of flatware made of gold, 1 chest full of 18 unidentified masks made of various stones, magical in nature but unidentified, 1,594 ingots of gold, 254 pounds of diamond dust, 1 mahogany box of 24 scrolls of Banish Undead, 1 obsidian box containing 1 glowing orb, magical in nature but unidentified, 1 driftwood box containing 3 unidentified tusks carved, magical in nature but unidentified, 3 sets of armor, magical in nature but unidentified, 11 suits of elven chain, 4 suits of full plate, 8 swords, magical in nature but unidentified, 8 axes, magical in nature but unidentified, 3 maces, magical in nature but unidentified, 18 spears, magical in nature but unidentified, 118 various minor magical rings, 42 various minor magical necklaces, 17 various minor magical amulets, 22 various minor magical bracelets, 31 various minor magical cloaks, 4 rings, magical in nature but unidentified, 2 necklaces, magical in nature but unidentified, 1 amulet, magical in nature but unidentified, 14 bracelets, magical in nature but unidentified, 1 cloak, magical in nature but unidentified, 1 suit of full plate, the Red Dragon Defense, 1 quiver of slaying, 1 brazier of infinite imps, 1 platinum torch, the Blaze of Glory, 17 magic beans, 1 ring, the Ring of Monahan, 144 books, 12 grimoires, 31 spellbooks. The bulk of the magic weapons that we'd identified we put in the armory, as well as all the non-magical stuff. And looking over the list was a good reminder that we needed an enchanter of some kind, because none of my magic users were good enough at identifying things to clean up the list. 12 days after the dwarves arrived, I decided I would go out and explore the valley with Amber. I started gathering things together to refill my bag of holding. The following morning I was going to talk to Amber, and we'd set out into the wilds. I was pumped. I felt like I'd spent too long doing nothing. I was ready for excitement. It just seemed too bad that excitement always found me before I was ready for it. Chapter 26. I looked over the cantina, seeing the people eating, laughing, and having a jolly good time, and I knew I had to have the talk I was dreading. Well, I had to have a few talks I was dreading. I didn't exactly know how to broach the whole adventure thing with Amber. That was going to be an issue. She had no idea that her Duke expected her to be out rangering into the wilderness the following day. I definitely intended to tell her to give her time to prepare, but it always seemed like such an awkward conversation to have. Hey, Amber, I know you want to be a ranger, and we'd like you to be one, but for the moment, it looks like you're still a courtesan, so, could you come out in the wilds with me, alone, and I'll totally level you up? Yeah, that was up there in the creepy statements I'd come up with. But what else was I supposed to do? Then there was the talk I needed to have with Ragnar and Skeld. They would want to come. Hell, I wanted them to come. But we had a village of 300-plus souls and a whopping 15 guards. I needed them to stay with the village, especially if I was going to head out. So instead of talking to them about it earlier, I chickened out. And, added a bunch of shit to my bag of holding. Lots of spears, a sword and shield, a bunch of dried meat. I took the bag into the treasury, and I looked at the various bits and bobs of magic that we had, trying to see what might be worthwhile. I currently wore my ring of water breathing, my ring of lost things found, and my amulet of Prinkies. By my count, I could have at least 8 more rings. Unless, of course, overloading magical items would cause the magic to overload or cross-pollinate or something. I grabbed the ring of Monahan, figuring that looking through things would be useful. I hitched my bag back onto my belt, walked out of the treasury, and ran into Caroline. Literally, I knocked her over. Sorry, I said, helping her up. My fault, she replied. I was just waiting out here because the last thing I wanted was for you to think I was trying to sneak into the treasury. I wanted to see you. See me? Is something wrong? No, sometimes a girl just likes to talk to a boy, she said with a smile. Maybe share a glass of wine overlooking the river as the stars come out? She pulled the bottle from her bag, then poured out some shards of glass. Though we might need new vessels. I laughed, and so did she. She had a nice laugh. I was doing my damnedest not to compare her to the girl from Earth, but it was hard. Smiling as Caroline led me through the mountain tunnels towards the kitchen, I was actually imagining the time the Earth girl and I had taken a bottle of champagne to the top of the tent, 150 feet off the ground, watching the moon while laying on the just slightly bouncy tent top. And here I was, doing the same thing, but different, with someone who clearly wanted me in a way I just couldn't reciprocate. But before I knew what was happening, I was standing by the riverbank, maybe 5 feet from the falls, struggling with getting a cork out of the bottle. Having trouble? Caroline asked. No, I got it, I replied, pretty much a total lie. Just give me a second. Oh, take your time, I suppose. Not like I wanted to have a glass of wine while I watched the stars come out. I looked over my shoulder and realized she was right behind me. She smiled. I smiled. And then she shoved me. Chapter 27. I was so surprised that I didn't react at all. I just fell into the water. Water so frigid it stole my breath as soon as I plunged into it. I popped back up, sputtering and trying to get my bearings, all the while holding onto the bottle. Surely she'd been joking. I didn't want to lose the wine. That's when the first arrow hit, pinning my arm to my chest. I looked at Caroline and saw her lining up a second shot. She was stone-cold sober and aiming for my head. I didn't hear the twang of the bowstring over the noise of the onrushing waterfall, but I sure as hell felt the arrow as it slammed into my throat. I gurgled once, and then drifted over the falls. It wasn't that far of a drop, maybe 50 feet. More than I'd take voluntarily, sure, but not enough for a guaranteed death. I slammed into the water with a loud thwack, taking the hit on my belly. Blood pumped out of me at an alarming rate. It looked black in the moonlight. I had one arm free, the other hand was attached to my chest at the moment, and was still holding the stupid bottle of wine. I gritted my teeth and forced my arm up and off the arrow, ignoring the strings of flesh left behind in the shaft. I got to my feet on some rocks, slowing me down enough to snap the head off the arrow in my neck. The arrow that had gone all the way through my neck. I had to rip it out, which made me flinch and slip off the rocks. The river caught me once again. The current was strong, and I felt it ripping me down the mountain. I'd gone rafting once in my life, but luckily, the river guide's advice to go down the river feet first came back to me. Also that I should keep my feet up to make sure I didn't get one caught in between two rocks. After the nasty rapids under the waterfall, things got much worse. I was slammed from rock to rock, each time watching my health bar deplete. I got to experience the downside of having bones that didn't break. My muscles and organs were brutalized between the unbreakable bones and the implacable rocks. It was among the worst agony I ever experienced. Yeah, I wasn't in combat, so I regenerated health constantly, but I was in a perpetual war between damage and healing, and there was nothing to mitigate the pain. I blacked out at some point. I just couldn't do it any longer. I came to underwater, swirling gently in an eddy. I don't know how long I'd been swirling or where exactly I was, but it was clear that having a body of virtually all muscle meant I didn't float. I felt exhausted, and my body had some residual aches and pains. Almost lazily, I side-stroked to the riverbank and crawled up onto the rocks. Laying there, I took a moment to read over the notifications I'd just received. Cool. You have leveled up your skill, swimming. Look at you. Due to your ability to withstand extreme pain, you've gained +1 constitution. Sweet. Go through hell and gain a little prize on the other side. It took me a hot minute to get to my feet and shake the water out of my head and finally realize where I was. On the other side of the tunnel, almost to the bridge Northwoods had built. But I could see the pathway leading up to the tunnel, so I started running. The trail was rough, and I knew what the next thing I'd be having the Prinkies do, which reminded me to unsummon all the Prinkies. I wasn't sure what I'd be facing when I got back to the town, and I didn't need the little guys in the way. Were the ex-noble brother and sister combo attempting to take my dukedom? Was that a thing that could happen? Once again, just a friendly little reminder that I had no fucking clue what was possible in this stupid world I'd stumbled into. I was freezing. The combination of the cold water and the cold wind was cruel. But there was a burning rage inside me. If there's one thing I hate above all else, it's Kent Prescott. But a close second is betrayal. Especially betrayal after I'd gone and stuck my neck out for them. I fed that rage as I ran, leaning into the anger, the frustration, and the embarrassment. But then the worry began. Who else had they hurt? Who else might they have killed? Coming upon the tunnel, I knew I was close. Hell, going at a full sprint, I might be able to throw down a 4-minute mile. I streamed through the tunnel, my legs pumping, ready to kill. Chapter 28. The gates were closed when I got to them. I slowed my sprint so I could move with more stealth. Though my usual move was breaking shit and killing people, I figured it might help to have a better view of the situation before I did anything. That's also when I discovered a rather impressive flaw with our stone walls. If you could manage a little kickoff from the cliff side to the wall and back, the 20-foot wall was climbable in seconds. I pulled myself up onto the stone, balancing there in relative darkness. The village spread out in front of me, its bonfire roaring up into the night. Tonight wasn't a party, though. Or if it was, there were plenty of uninvited guests. There were more humans than I could count in the moment I had to look. Men and women in patchwork armor, mostly chain and leather, holding gnarly-looking weapons and plenty of chains. Most of my people were chained up and in a large group to one side. There were a few other groups to the right side, near the barn. A large man stood in front of the fire on top of a table that had been pulled out of the cantina. Though humanoid, his proportions were off. His head was a smidge small, his arms too long, and the tusky teeth-like protrusions coming out of his lower jaw kind of sealed the whole inhuman thing. I thought he might be getting ready to make a speech, but instead he just looked over the people brought before him. The man was sorting my people, my citizens. No sign of Nikolai anywhere, nor Skeld or Ragnar. Amber was already in one group, a group made up mostly of women. Eliza was also in that group, along with most of her ladies-in-waiting. Melissa, the one that was always armored up, was missing. I looked everywhere but couldn't see a single guard. Not one of my people was armed or armored at this point. Most of them were sporting injuries of some kind. Nothing serious from what I could tell, but there was plenty of blood about the place. I watched the sorting process go on for a minute more, trying to get a read on the opponents I faced. The big man on the table had excellent armor on, full plate covered with black enamel. He wore a helmet that kept his face clear and had a plume of hair coming out the top. Caroline was sitting off to one side, her hand draped lazily in the lap of her brother Baldwin. I wondered if perhaps they weren't actually siblings. Not that it really mattered. They were dead to me now. I started to count the enemy and stopped after I got to 33. There were a ton of them, and one of me, which meant I needed a plan. I didn't have a plan. I had no ideas about how to attack this situation. What I needed was Fritz. One of the many problems with having a rather independent monster companion that traveled largely by burrowing underground is that he was pretty hard to keep track of. I had no idea where Fritz was, nor any idea on how to contact him. A distraction would be useful. So would being able to sneak around. Also a good idea, armor. I had no armor. I'd emptied it all out into the treasury. There were still some weapons in my bag of holding, plus some food, but no armor. Plenty of spears, a sword and a shield. Really, that should be enough for me to take on an army, which is almost what I was doing here. First step, distraction. I dropped to the ground in the dark corner where our wall met the mountain, and I started summoning Prinkies. They'd shown zero regard for fighting or really their own lives, but I had a different idea for how to use them. Once I had a mini horde, 14 of them, I told them to grab branches and light them on fire in the bonfire and bring the lit branches to the tall man on the table. Naturally, they took to their task with gusto, running off. I pulled a spear out of my bag and took a few steps around the edge of the wall until I could see things. There were a few shouts of surprise, followed by light laughter. Then someone caught on fire, and a lot of screaming happened. I darted from my position and slid into a hiding spot behind the longhouse. I was about to peek through a window, see if anyone was inside, but then I remembered I had a magic ring that would allow me to do that without having to find a window. It took me a second to figure out how to use the ring. In that time, the invaders killed all the Prinkies and were tending to the various people who had gotten burned. I could hear all the yelling, and thanks to tremor sense, I knew the location of each and every asshole. Notably, I didn't feel a bullet moving around, so still no Fritz. The ring wasn't like a spell of any kind. You literally put it up against an object, and you looked through it. Then you could see whatever was on the other side of the thing you put the ring on. I put it against the wall of the longhouse. Empty. Insanely curious, I put it on the ground, and I could see blue sky. It weirded me out too much, so I stopped. I crept along the longhouse until I got to the corner, and then laid on the ground to peek around the edge. An invader was standing there, leaning against a spear. I slipped my spear back inside my bag. I needed to do this quietly. Taking my time with each and every step, I walked along the path between the houses until I was 3 feet from the man. I could smell him. The rank odor of a man who eschewed bathing in favor of drinking himself into a self-urinating stupor. Fast as I could, I swooped in. My right hand went around his mouth and my left around his chest. Then I pulled him back into the relative shadow between the houses and wrenched his neck. There was a tearing sound before a cracking sound, and then body went limp. I laid it on the ground and edged along the longhouse wall to see if anyone had noticed. All clear. The table the big man had been standing on was smoldering, and the sparkling remains of Prinky blood drifted all around him. The fancy helmet's hair was gone, which made me smile a little. I stepped back and knelt next to the dead man. Giving him a once-over, he looked gross. His teeth were an even mixture of brown and black, with a few broken into jagged bits. His hands were rough, his body muscled. This was definitely a man who knew how to fight. He had a sword at his side, and the weapon looked well cared for. He might have smelled bad, but his armor was in fine condition. Naturally, I took his armor. It was certainly a squeeze, but being mostly leather, there was enough give that I managed to get into it. I had to tuck my beard into my shirt to make sure it wasn't quite as obvious, hoping that in the darkness I wouldn't be noticed as being different. Then I walked back to the position the guard had occupied, standing there with his spear, in his armor, looking over the situation. There were other guards spread about the village, in between buildings and up on the rampart, most of whom I hadn't even noticed during my initial assessment of the invaders. Taking them out would be step one. Heading to my left, I walked along the grass towards the next guard. He was a shorter man, had a spear out, wore visibly heavier armor, but the same malodorous funk. "You see that Kitsune girl?" the short man asked me. "Gonna get a fortune for her. Think I might use my chits to get a night with her on the road, though. Never had one. Might be me only chance. You fancy—" He shut up when my spear went through his eye. Like the first guard, I dragged his body back into the darkness. After a quick pat-down of his body, I came away with another spear, another sword, and 6 daggers. The daggers I put in my belt, but everything else went into the bag. I didn't bother to loot anything else. Right now, I only wanted weapons. Back out, I continued along my path. The next guard was a woman. She had a full breastplate on, thick steel that had been rubbed down with oil to make it black, less reflective. "Get back in position, Ruger," she snapped. Her eyes went wide as I continued to advance on her. I saw her about to shout, so I lunged, leading with the spear. She managed to squeak before the spearhead hit home. I put too much force behind the attack, and I accidentally speared her to the wall of the newest longhouse. A macabre decoration, and one that would have to remain in place because I didn't have time to wrench it free. I just took the woman's spear and kept walking, speeding up just enough to where I could move quickly without looking suspicious. I noticed that all the guards on the rampart were looking out. They thought the inside was safe, that danger could only come from outside. It made sense. Probably what I would have done. There were plenty of eyes watching the internals. So I went to work. I pulled spears out of my bag, driving them into the ground in front of me until I had one out for every guard on the rampart. I looked around at them one more time, memorizing where they were and what they were doing, how they were standing, and when they were moving. Then it started. I pulled a spear from the ground and threw it as hard as I could. Before it hit my target, I had the next spear out of the ground and flying through the air. Thwack, thwack, thwack. As the last spear flew from my hand, I dropped to a knee and checked the results. The hits were hard and wet, slamming into the upper torsos of each guard in quick succession. I hit with enough force to topple each of the guards against the wall and over, tumbling them into the ditch beyond. Nary a sound came from any of them, and no one noticed all the guards on the walls disappearing. I checked my notifications. GG, you've killed a human. Level 23, Slaver. You've earned 500 XP, what a mighty hero you are. They weren't super high level, but they sounded pretty damn evil. I appreciated that I was getting a little extra XP for protecting people, but I hated that I had to in the first place. Where were these slavers from? Where were they planning to sell my people? I was getting really angry. I ran up the rampart and slid to a stop against the wall. Time for Part 2, Electric Deathaloo. Chapter 29. The sorting had continued unabated from the looks of it. More than half the town had been sorted. I wasn't exactly sure what metrics were being used, but it was obvious one group was destined for sex trafficking. For a moment, I considered if this was, somehow, a plot related to Northwoods. But seeing his daughter's tear-stained face and the large bruise forming over her right eye, I couldn't imagine Northwoods being involved. Not that he wouldn't put his children in peril, but more that something like this would just be too base. Dealing with slavers, that had to have too much potential to hurt his image. Which meant, ultimately, this was just a fun project from Caroline and Baldwin. So, bonus pain for them. I crept along the rampart, keeping to the shadows and watching my enemies work. There weren't really any left standing by themselves. I saw some men in the kitchens packing up all our food, so that's where I was heading next. In video games, you can creep in a crouching position for an unlimited amount of time. Hell, you can even run that way. In the real world, or in this real world, it was awkward as fuck. Still, I tried to keep low as I moved from the rampart down to the cantina. Once there, I took a heartbeat to stretch my knees out. I kept my back against the wall and slid along it. Then I pulled the ring out and peered through. Inside the kitchen, I counted 8 people going through our stores. 6 men of various sizes and 2 women. As far as I had seen, every member of the enemy team was human. Not sure what that meant, but I was feeling glad I wasn't a human anymore. And that was a good mental reminder, too, at some point when I wasn't embroiled in a life-or-death situation, to figure out what the hell I actually was. Smiling, I realized I finally had the chance to use an ability I'd been dying to use. Make an entrance. As soon as I thought about using it, I got a vision in my head that someone was walking towards the door. I needed to get a sword out, and as soon as I did, a feeling washed over me. I needed to open the door. I opened the door, and my hand seemed to move on its own, the sword flashing in the candlelit interior as it sliced through the air and then went cleanly through the neck of the invader who'd been striding towards the door. His head flew off his body, arterial blood shot into the air, and the other 7 people in the room froze. 2 were standing next to a barrel of fish, 1 was drinking a mug of mead, 3 were stacking sacks of flour onto a cart with wooden wheels, and 1 had thrown some morsel into the air and was waiting to catch it in his mouth. Swinging in a backhand, I set the blade free. It flew perfectly through the air, burying itself to the hilt in the chest of the man drinking the mead. Before the mug shattered on the floor, I had the spear out, going through the man by the fish and into his buddy, bringing them closer together one last time. I hurdled a table that was in my way and hit the ground just as the first person started coming out of their shock. A man by the flour tried to get a sword out of his sheath, but I already had a sack of flour up and ready, and I slammed the 50-pound bag into his face. Then I snapped a fist out, clocking the next dude in the face, his jaw dislocating and hanging off to the side. The cart got a swift kick, and it shot across the room, smashing into the shins of the morsel catcher, which caused him to double over in pain, the morsel bouncing on his head. I grabbed for my daggers, and then went stabby-stabby until the room was still. Just me, breathing hard, and 8 dead assholes. I paused there, blood dripping off of, well, many things. There'd need to be a deep clean of the kitchen before any food got prepared there. Looking at some of the entrails across the floor, I wondered if just burning the place down and starting again was the better answer. I waited a few beats, straining to hear anything outside the room, hoping I hadn't aroused any suspicion. Nothing. I gathered up weapons, getting more daggers about my person and sliding more swords and sheaths on my belt. Spears went in the bag. As I knelt down to pull the sword out of what was once a chest, I heard the door of the cantina open. What the fuck? A young woman in leather armor and no helmet was staring at the bloody mess inside. In one motion, I stood up and hurled the sword at her. It went right through her forehead. She fell backward, and the door closed on her. There was some shouting from the cantina. it looked like my attempts at stealth were over. Knowing I was going to be facing a lot of enemies at once, I pulled the shield out of my bag, got it on my arm, and twirled the sword around. I had a bunch of skill points just chilling from the times I'd gotten double choices in one day, and I figured this was the time I might need to use them. So I dumped 25 into shield, bringing it up to 50, and 10 into swords, bringing it up to 32. I was now a journeyman in both shield and sword, and both felt more natural in my hands. I ran out of the kitchen, ready to face hell. Chapter 30. No one outside was prepared for me. Sure, they were all looking in my direction, but they all had a mostly slack-jawed look, trying to figure out what was going on. It gave me a heartbeat to strategize. The kitchen was on the north side of the village, next to the barn and the place the original crappy longhouse had been. There was a large open area in front of the kitchen where the fire pit had been dug, with some rudimentary benches and seats surrounding it. Currently, the pit held the bonfire. Big Man was standing on another table, still sorting people, mostly dwarves at that point, and he was about 50 yards from me. Between myself and him were 20 of his soldiers. My people were largely to the left, having already been sorted out, and there was a small group still to the right. There were 10 guards on the right and 7 on the left. It amazed me that the 300-odd people that made up my village had been taken by such a small number of assholes. Thinking time over, I had to act. The first of the invaders came at me, leading with a spear. Almost instinctually, I knew how to angle the shield so the spear slid off to my left, leaving the invader open for me to slice through his leather-covered stomach. The sword got stuck in his spine, so I calmly pulled his sword from his sheath and moved my shield in place to take the next hit, pushing it to the right. Completing a spin, I stabbed the sword up through the second man's skull, gliding perfectly in the slim gap between the breastplate and helm. I pulled the sword out and met the next man's charge, dropping very low so the guy hit my shield hard. I lifted him up and over me, turning and stabbing him on the ground quickly before resetting. It was almost too easy. I just knew where to put the shield and how to swing the sword. It all just went together so well. Parry, block, stab, shield bash. Enemies kept coming and kept dying. And then they stopped. I glanced over my shoulder and saw a trail of death. I was nearer the fire, enough so that I felt a little warmth any time I lowered my shield. There were low groans and moans from the enemies who hadn't yet accepted their death behind me, and relative silence everywhere else. Big Man was off the table and staring at me. I swung my sword to loosen up my shoulder, and also to sling some of the gore off. "Who are you?" the big man asked. "Tell me your name first," I said. "I am Titus." "Titus? Is that like a one-name thing?" "You have yet to hear of me?" "Titus? No, haven't heard of you." He laughed, looking at his gathered men. "I admit it has been some time since I have worked the Empire, but I thought my legend might have remained." "Nope." "So, your name?" "Montana Cogshall," Caroline said. "He's the Duke," Baldwin added. "Oh?" Titus said, suddenly interested in me. "I believed you two had disposed him prior to my arrival." "We did," Baldwin said. "I saw him go over the falls." "And yet there he stands." I was tired of being talked about like I wasn't there, so I whipped the sword end over end at Baldwin. Sure, I had to throw through the bonfire, and I didn't exactly have the best angle on him, but I had a hefty luck score, and the sword traveled through the air perfectly, sliding between 2 burning logs in the fire and cutting Baldwin's face right through the middle. For a second, he remained standing, but then the rest of his body realized it was over, and he crumpled. Caroline screamed. "That was a mistake," Titus said. "Ask anyone," I replied. "I'm not very smart." "Kill that one," Titus said, pointing randomly. One of his men darted a blade out and stabbed a dwarf through the heart. The dwarf sputtered out blood and fell to the ground, coughing as he died. Rage blossomed in me, and before I knew what I was doing, I ran at the big man. "You come closer," Titus said. "I kill more." Titus was going to kill everyone he could. He had to know I wouldn't let him leave alive. Holding my people hostage was the only chance he had. But I still had one card to play. "I've killed most of your men here," I shouted at him. "Look around. See who is left guarding you right now. Any of you throw your weapons down, I will be merciful. Otherwise, you will all die." The slavers looked around at each other hesitantly, trying to gauge what their fellows were doing. In that momentary doubt, I charged Titus. Titus pulled a huge sword out of nowhere and brought it up in a massive overhand chop. I got my shield up in time, but the blow was enough to drop me to my knees, and the shield deformed completely under the hit. I tossed it to the side and swung at Titus. He parried without thought, but the swords came together with a remarkable crash. My sword failed catastrophically, bending all the way over until it almost cut his arm. He pushed me away as I let the sword go. The blade got him tangled up and gave me enough time to grab another sword and get into position. Laughing at me, he swung his huge blade around again. I parried it, taking it at an angle so I wasn't getting the whole force of it. But like before, my sword couldn't take it and got mangled by his weapon. I tossed another sword to the side, but as I attempted to grab another weapon, Titus brought his gargantuan blade around faster than I thought he could. With no other options, I took it on my forearm. The sword bit deep, then came to a stop on my bone. It hurt like a motherfucker, and I wanted to scream. Instead, I just grinned maniacally. I felt myself start to lose it, feeling that blood rush coming on. Titus, for his part, just stared at me. I shot my fist out and punched him right in the midsection, as hard as I could. His plate armor dented under my fist, and he stumbled back. Eyes wide, he took a step around me. Blood poured out of my arm, and I felt laughter coming up unbidden. This was just so ridiculous. "You made a big mistake," I said, swallowing the giggles. He tried to stab, but his sword was made for chopping. It was essentially a giant cleaver, but with more style. It mostly looked like something from an anime. I shifted my hips a bit to dodge the sword, the edge missing me by less than an inch. Titus's mouth opened in surprise, and I saw an opportunity. I jabbed out, but instead of punching him in the nose with a closed fist, I opened my hand and grabbed his jaw. He tried to bite me, but I had a good grip on him. I pulled down as hard as I could, getting my knee up against his chest. For a moment his mouth held, but as soon as it dislocated, his tendons and ligaments popped, loudly, and I ripped the fucker's jaw off. A loud sound escaped from the man as his tongue flapped about, hanging out of the upper portion of his skull. Blood gushed out of his ruined face, and he dropped his sword as both of his hands went up to feel what had happened. He stumbled about, making a horrible noise. I picked up his giant sword and sent a quick identify through it, curiosity getting the better of me. The Sword of Weight. Item type, epic. Item class, one-handed melee, two-handed melee. Material, hepatizon. Damage 100 to 250, slashing. Durability 500 of 800. Weight 18 pounds. Requirements strength 18. Description: an oversized sword designed for cutting and slashing, hits with triple times the weight. I held it in one hand, confused by what hepatizon might be. Looked a bit like dark gold or bronze, but the sword felt remarkably balanced for its size. I hefted it around, building up momentum before angling it right towards Titus in a mighty swing. It even surprised me when the blade cut right through the man's torso. For a moment, he stared at me, uncomprehending. Then his disconnect came through, and his upper chest slid off and hit the ground with a resounding squish. Silence reigned, save the occasional crackle of the fire. "Nice sword," I said. I looked out over the gathered slavers, and they started tossing their weapons to the ground. I did intend to be merciful to them, more or less. But there was one person left to deal with. Caroline. The color had gone from her face as she stumbled through some sort of excuse, trying to get the right story together. "I'm sure everything you did was forced upon you by the big mean man," I said, walking her way with the massive sword resting on my shoulder. "I'm sure you were just trying to keep your brother safe, while you looked for some sort of an escape from the evils of slavery." She nodded at me. "You understand," she said quickly. "You know that I would never have done anything to—" In a quick motion, I brought the sword down in an overhand chop, and she was suddenly of two minds about the whole thing. And that was a little gross, even for me. I didn't puke. That was some of the slavers. I think, in addition to being disgusted, they were suddenly really fucking afraid. Chapter 31. The surviving slavers, 22 of them, were gathered together and chained up. The bodies of those I'd slain were stacked outside the walls, surrounded by wood and covered in oil. They were lit unceremoniously, and though I'd argued to let them rot, it was pointed out that many dead slain in violence would likely cause some undead to rise up, and then they'd have to be killed again, so it was honestly just better to burn the bodies. Our dead. That was a different story. Those we took outside the walls, sure, but we put them on individual pyres. Words were said about each person, songs were sung, and the fires were lit as the first rays of sunlight touched each pyre. There were 6 of them, and even that was too many. I didn't know any of those that died. 4 were dwarves, 2 were Batenti. Somehow it was worse that no humans died, given that all the slavers but Titus were human. I stood on the wall, watching all the fires burn. I couldn't look away, even when it was just ashes blowing into the river. Sometime close to midday, Nikolai walked up the rampart and stood next to me. "It's my fault this happened," I said without looking at him. "Partially, yes," he replied. "So much for blowing sunshine up my ass," I said. "I believe you have others for that." "Really? I'm not sure we filled that position." "Perhaps after this conversation we can do that." "Is this where you chew me out for letting anyone in?" "I was thinking along those lines, but I wonder if that would do any good." It wasn't completely my fault. I was trusting, and if we just turn everyone we don't know away, that makes us just as bad as Osterstadt. "Worse," Nikolai said. "We let humans in almost unquestioned." They seemed nice. That they did. I had some lovely conversations with Baldwin, and I dare say you finally seemed to find someone you could feel a measure of affection for. Nah, I was just being nice. Oh, fair enough then. But these were clearly experts at what they do. Which is slavery? It is. Isn't that illegal in the Empire? Very. But not everywhere else. Our chief rivals to the south, they love slaves. I would wager most historians believe their country depends on slavery to exist. Okay, but we're on the northern edge of the Empire. How would these asshats expect to get the slaves from here to the southern border? "Enchanted wagons," Nikolai said, pointing over his shoulder. There were some very basic-looking wagons lined up along the walls, though all the draft animals had been taken away and placed in our barn. "If you go down there," he said, "you can feel and look and do whatever you like, and those wagons will look empty. But inside, there are benches with iron rings to run chains through. Slaving wagons." "What happened to you? Where were you during all this?" "Holding the treasury with Ragnar and Skeld." "How'd they get into the treasury in the first place?" "Someone forgot to shut the door when he left." "Oh," I said, realizing that when Caroline had come to get me, I'd been in the midst of pulling gear from the treasury. "Yeah, that might have been me." "Might," It was definitely me. Baldwin drugged the dinner. People were passing out left and right. I went to look for you, then found the open treasury, so I assumed the worst. I got Skeld and Ragnar before they ate, and we managed to guard our gold. But by that time, the slavers had rounded everyone up, at least as far as I heard. Sounds about right. I got pushed into the river, and shot twice for good measure. I do appreciate your aversion to dying. I guess I do too. And I believe there is a bounty on Titus. We might be able to get a payout from this disaster. I'd rather have those 6 people back, and our sense of security. Yes, that will be somewhat difficult to fix. However, I have heard that your display of violence was quite inspiring, if disgusting. I didn't know the sword was going to cut quite like that. Do remember, you are a duke, and your people watch your every maneuver. So, no more ripping jaws off of people? Did you really do that? I nodded, feeling rather disgusted with myself. That would be something to avoid in the future, if you can, my lord. We stood there a moment, just 2 dudes watching the river. What's next? I asked. In what sense? What do I do now? He sighed and bit at his fingernails. I am divided on how to advise you. Your presence here is both positive and negative right now. You bring a sense of security, and yet your inability to avoid shedding copious amounts of blood also brings a certain amount of panic amongst the population. I was thinking that we might want to do an exploration of the valley. That needs to happen, yes. Perhaps in a day or 2. Let things settle down. Help restore order here. Then head out. 2 days might be a bit, early to go, I replied. Let's be realistic about what needs to happen before Cogshall is settled down. And I was thinking of taking Amber with me. Try to get her levels up enough that she can be an actual ranger instead of a courtesan. This seemed to vex him more than what I should do. Are you... he started. No, I said firmly. Look, man, I don't like talking about my past, okay? But I will tell you one thing. I was in love, real love, and she died. So there's no one else for me. I haven't met anyone since her that There's no one else. Nikolai looked at me a minute, then nodded once. You are a strange man, my lord, but somehow that makes perfect sense. In that case, yes, I think taking Amber out into the wilds to work on her ranging skills would be ideal. But I'd probably need to leave Skeld and Ragnar here. Yes, Skeld, Ragnar, and Natalie are almost our entire guard now. I nodded. So, just me and Amber. Hence why I had to question your motives. It's not like everyone only thinks about sex around her. It is not a fault of hers. It is part of how her species operates. They have been bred for that purpose. And honestly, it is rare to find a kitsune girl who is not of that mindset. And do not paint her with your brush of humanism. Kitsune girls are their own beings, and they are not humans. Hey man, that's fine. Dwarves prefer living underground, Prinkies want nothing more than to do what I tell them, and kitsune girls desire to give sexual... Let's just leave it there, shall we? He smiled, shaking his head. Odd that you who feel nothing about bathing in viscera are prudish about sex. We all have our quirks. That we do. Chapter 32. The mood around the village was mixed. There was certainly a fair amount of ebullience for those who survived, and for the most part, people had survived unscathed. 6 out of 300 plus isn't that bad. Certainly not for the Voldrani, where full wipes of small towns are pretty common. Roving horde of gnolls, and there goes a town. Hell, apparently an infestation of goblins can be enough to wipe out a town. Or, 4 rampaging trolls. So the fact that we'd bested both trolls and slavers in the same fortnight gave our little town quite the boost in morale, something that the game was all too keen to tell me. Congratulations! Due to a successful defense of your town against a superior force, your holding gains a bonus to morale. Perhaps it was the bonus to morale that kept the townsfolk from dropping into sadness over the deaths of our friends. Well, their friends. I felt pretty shitty that I couldn't even picture those who died after hearing their names. There was a brutal amount of gruesome cleanup, and we had 22 prisoners to house securely. I still wasn't sure what I was going to do with them. I'd said I'd be merciful, but plenty of my townsfolk were interested in getting a little revenge. Maybe that'd help. Maybe that'd boost morale further. But it seemed like an evil thing to do. Nikolai finally told me his plan. Wait until we had some more guards trained up, and then march the 22 men and Titus's head to Osterstadt and turn them over to the Legion there. Nikolai seemed to think there was the possibility of a reward for Titus's capture, or beheading, as it were. More of the dwarves were pressed into service as guards. Natalie did her best to train them to some degree, with the help of Rebecca's brother. There was a frenetic level of activity after the affair, since it suddenly seemed like we had nothing to keep us safe. Harmut and his dwarves went crazy in the mountains, really just going to town, digging and building, and adding in a ton of doors and safe rooms. Essie kept busy adding in murder holes all along the main tunnel, and building a smaller parallel tunnel, giving us access to the murder holes, as well as small defensive pockets where we could kill anyone who came up the tunnel from safer spots. As soon as that was done, she and Harmut got together and built the escape tunnel leading to the other side of the mountain. Harmut had a couple of his best masons fix up a door that looked exactly like the mountain. I even took a trip down the tunnel and poked around the door on the other side of the mountain. As soon as it closed, I couldn't find it. I got a nice notification about that. Congratulations, you have completed a structure in your holding. Escape tunnel. Escape tunnel. Structure type, good. Structure class, security. Material, stone. Durability, high. Description, a tunnel with a hidden exit providing a means to leave your settlement in secret. Benefits, bonus to morale, bonus to mood, calm. Thanks to the Prinkies, we'd got the wooden walls replaced with granite in no time. And then we started adding height onto them. I'd been able to climb over them too easily. In 2 weeks, we managed to transform the place, making Cogshole feel much more like a castle, highly defensible. And yet there was still a fundamental problem. Next to no actual guards. A facet that became quite clear when strangers arrived at the gates. The call went out from one of our 10 guards, and everyone able did the arm and swarm, gathering weapons from a miniature armory near the tunnel gate and hauling ass up the wall. We would look the part of having security, even if no one holding the bows actually knew how to use them. But once at the top of the wall, I saw something surprising. The rest of our original caravan had finally arrived. There were 7 wagons now, with quite a few new faces. But I smiled at seeing some of the first friends I'd made in Voldrani. Cole was driving the first wagon, taciturn as ever. Donner the scarred guard sat on his horse and gave a slight wave at all of us on the wall. Hadamar the dwarf was on the next wagon back. The huge black minotaur, Darius, walked next to a whole herd of horses of all different sizes and builds, while Bruna, the young blonde woman, drove a wagon filled with burly-looking men. Nikolai shouted for the gates to be opened and the caravan rolled in. Tension was palpable in the air, until Lee pushed through and gave Darius a giant hug. And then it was like we were having a carnival. There were all sorts of greetings going on, little baby dwarves running around, and Prinky started to unload wagons. A ton of horses of all different breeds and styles milled about. It was a gleeful madhouse. It was an unusual morning for us, for the village. There were a bunch of new people coming in, and they brought supplies. It changed the whole dynamic of the place. It was the first influx of the people whom Cleve had intended Cogshole to be for, his legionnaires. Suddenly, we were awash with warrior types. Sure, most of them were a little on the older side, but they were men and women who knew how to hold a sword and use it to kill. An immense feeling of relief washed over all of us. For those of us already in the village, it was because we had finally had enough people to hold the walls, and for those who had just arrived, because they finally had walls to hold. Naturally, this called for a party. The mead was broken out again, animals were slaughtered and roasted, and even cookies were made. All those wonderful foods and drinks were laid out in our cantina, and everyone partook. Even me. Sure, I was the relative outcast, sitting at a table full of people with room on either side of me and no one exactly engaging me in conversation. But I was there, and I smiled at people. You know, when the old villagers were pointing me out to the new villagers as the dude their children should watch out for, as the dude who cut people in half and went around in the dark killing people. Sure, I had only killed the bad people so far, but you never know when a slayer like that might snap. Finally, though, Ragnar and Skeld came in, and they sat down across from me, their plates piled high with whole trout, freshly caught. They smiled and tucked into the fish. "Heard you were planning a trip," Ragnar said around a mouthful of trout, butter dripping out of one corner. "I don't know about a trip," I said. "A little walk around the valley." "Taking us?" "That's up to you two. Originally, you had to stay here and guard the place. I still think you'd be useful here, but we have more bodies now. It should be safe." Ragnar looked to Skeld. Skeld speared a potato and munched it down. Then he shrugged. "You don't have an opinion?" I asked, looking to Skeld. "Have to admit," he replied, "I find this, lifestyle more conducive to actually living than what we were doing." "Skeld never was one for adventure and excitement," Ragnar said. Skeld opened his mouth like he was about to object, but then he closed it, and looked up at the big beams running across the ceiling. "Not often the case, but Ragnar is sadly correct," Skeld finally said. "I never was one for adventure. Perhaps that is why I was tapped along with Ragnar, in the hopes I would temper his unceasing desire for excitement." "So stay here," I said. "There is no dishonor in being a guard. It's a necessary job, especially in this fucked-up world of ours." "And Ragnar?" Skeld asked. "You know, there is an additional thorn in this next trip of mine," I said. "See, the main thing, obviously, is exploring the valley. But the other thing is getting Amber leveled up." "I'm great with Amber," Ragnar said quickly, eyes alight at the possibility. "Hold your damn horses, Ragnar," I said. "That enthusiasm, Ragnar, is why you're off the trip," Skeld said. "At least, such would be my guess." Looking at Ragnar, I pointed to Skeld. He's kind of got it on the nose. Ragnar crossed his tiny furred arms and made the very best angry face he could. And, you know, an otter's angry face is still damn cute, but I did my best to maintain a serious expression. "I think this is bullshit," Ragnar said. "Think of it as a way to work on your ability to withstand the charms of kitsune girls," Skeld said. "Or to increase your archery ability." "He's right," I piped up. "Your bow skills are pretty lacking at present." "Oh?" Ragnar asked, sitting up straight and glaring at me. "Are you suddenly an archery expert?" "My arrows didn't just bounce off a troll." 1. Trolls. 2. You didn't use arrows." "True on a technicality," Skeld said. "But still true," I added. Ragnar snatched a potato off Skeld's plate and winged it my way. I barely ducked out of way in time, and I swear I could feel the butter as it whizzed by my ear. There was a wet thwack somewhere behind me. Skeld stood up on his street and looked over me, having to stand on his tiptoes to do so. Then he pointed to Ragnar. "He did it," Skeld said. "Look," I said. "Ragnar, you have to sit this one out. I'm sorry. But that's the call I have to make, okay? I promise we will have adventure and excitement galore, but to do that, we need to get everyone in this little home of ours up to the same level." Ragnar nodded, serious for a moment ruined when a whole fish flew by me and smacked Ragnar in the face. It took everything I had not to scream out, "Food fight!" Instead, I walked out of the cantina as the food fight started in earnest. Chapter 33. Something had been nagging me for the past few weeks, and it wasn't the lack of quest I completed, though that did bug me a little. What bothered me was that I was promised followers for completing my settlement quests, and yet I had no way to know if I was getting them. Were they already here? What was the definition of follower? Could it be as lame as just a fucking squirrel who'd taken up residence in one of the big trees standing inside the walls? Thing was, I wasn't exactly sure there was a way for me to find out unless Mr. Paul decided to bless me with his presence. Still, I had to try. In that vein, I climbed up the mountainside until I got to the ledge, the site of our former meeting, and I sat there. I watched the world do its thing below me. The various men, women, and children going about their affairs at the end of the day, the stream of dwarves into the mountain, the sudden panic Nikolai was feeling facing the 100+ extra bodies who needed food and beds. But up on the ledge, it was quiet, serene almost. I could see a nasty storm coming in from the west, but for the moment, nice. Not ever being one for a prayer back on Earth, I wasn't exactly sure how to go about it on Voldrani. But I remember the motions my grandmother went through. I knelt, brought my hands together, closed my eyes, and bowed my head. Mr. Paul, I said into the night, swallowing that feeling that I was being ridiculous. I know you are a busy god, but I have a question. Yes, Mr. Paul said, stepping out of the air into existence on the ledge. Get up off your knees. I appreciate the genuflection, the, respect, I suppose, but it is unnecessary. At least from you. You, Montana Cogshall, have earned my respect. So let us treat this as a two-way street. Neither one of us needs to kneel. It is hell on the knees. And the pants, for that matter. I stood up and brushed my knees off. Do be a dear and hurry, though, he said, his voice rapid fire. Far too much to do and far too little time to do it. I dare say I have stretched myself thin trying to talk to all the, well, everyone who wishes to speak with me at the moment, which, by the by, is all your fault. I have never had so many gods who have tied themselves to me, and now, look at all the social butterflying about I have to do. I am practically exhausted just standing here, and that is not a good look for anyone. So what is it? Quickly, before he could start talking again, I said, I don't want to be too much of a bother, just, for your quests, the settlement ones, it said I was going to get a follower, and I was just wondering if there was a way to, tell who that follower is? Just to, I guess, know that the quest reward was given? Oh, shit. I don't want to, I guess seem like I don't appreciate all you've done for me, but no. This one is on me, I fear. He reached into the air and plucked a notebook out. Flipping through, he tut-tutted and tapped his fingers on entries occasionally. Shit. All I can say is, well, shit. It was my fault. Normally I set this stuff up and I knock it down, but recent events have transpired in such a way where I am not sure. Just, look, I could make excuses, but the truth is, I had been busy and I forgot. I apologize. Dude, it's fine. It is not fine. It is a breach of trust. I have broken the compact of this world. How should I go about even trying to fix this terrible mess? Mr. Paul, it's fine. Montana of Cogshall, please stop saying that. It is most definitely not fine. This world, this universe is all built upon laws. Rules that are in place for a reason. And one of those rules is that quests exist and the rewards for quests exist, and if the rewards are not given for quests, there are dire consequences. Okay, well, we won't tell anyone. He looked at me like I had taken a shit on his leg. I'm guessing that won't work. It is more that something as simple as that I thought was a given conclusion. Of course we cannot tell anyone about this. But reparations must be made, because clearly there are those who will know this happened, and I will face penalties, which means you might face penalties. Granted, let me tell you, I will fight quite strenuously to only punish myself, because clearly this was not your fault. It is on me 125%, or more, okay? He pushed me out of the way, towards the mountain and not off it at least, and then he started pacing and muttering to himself. Clearly you must have followers, that's what the reward said. But why did I offer that as a reward? What was I thinking, giving something so nebulous? I don't know, maybe that this settlement was heading to the toilet because there weren't enough residents? Well, I mean, that is obvious. Normally I eschew the obvious and try to rise above it. Giving a follower, though? How would you know who the follower was unless I specifically poofed them down in front of you with a glittering sign? I'd probably notice that. God's only hope? You still have left your valley unexplored, and none of your real enemies have arrived. That slaver guy, a real treat. I believe his visit might have been arranged by a potential rival of ours. Oh? Who's the rival? On that I must seal my lips. A warning, though. I fear there may be reprisals. Titus was quite the favorite. Titus was quite the dick. Not an uncommon opinion, and yet it doesn't solve the issue at hand. Which is? The lack of rewards to you. A follower, how could I have been so daft? He punched the mountain next to him, and his fist turned the wall into sparkling dust. He pulled out a pocket watch on a very long chain and took a look at it. Shit! How is it this time already? Time moves inexorably forward. You are more right than you realize. So, rewards. Followers. I cannot believe I have done this. He tapped his perfect teeth, then stuck a finger up into the air. Ah, yes. First, this. He plucked a glass ampule out of the air and held it up like a bonbon. I started. Allow me to explain, he said. This little beauty is a custom concoction of yours truly, made just now for you. You made that just now? Yes. Efficiency is paramount. It is a one-time use item wherein anything you smash it upon will form a very close bond with you. Like a pet? More than a pet. You will have a true bond with the creature, and it will be with you for life. And this is for any creature? Yes, well, I think. As far as I know, any creature, well, I would caution you not to use it on sentient beings. It would likely be seen as slavery, and there are several gods, myself included, who would view that quite dimly. Got it. Super Pet Pod. Although, perhaps there is something I could give you for a sentient being, perhaps. He reached into the air and grabbed out another glass orb and held it up. Love potion. No, thank you. I insist. I'm sure that's more trouble than it is worth, and yet an incredible rarity on this planet. Worth plenty. He tossed it at me, and I had to grab it. What if it broke on me? I'd be stuck being in love with Mr. Paul forever. That'd just be inconvenient. Among other things. I slipped both orbs into my unfillable knapsack. 2 down, Mr. Paul said. Though I wonder if they will both count as followers. Let us call the love potion an accessory gift to make up for forgetting the reward, shall we? Thinking cap back on, Mr. Paul. Too much to do, too little time. He had his little book out again and flipped through the pages quickly, found what he was looking for, and smacked his forehead. 8 followers. What was I thinking? It's fine. There's more than 8 down there, and it is not fine, Mr. Cogswall. Lord Cogswall, it is a breach of the very rules that govern this world and puts more than you could possibly know at peril. Due diligence and attempting to bring it back in line is all I can do. That and hide that it ever happened in the first place. But invariably, secrets such as this are sussed out. 7 more rewards, dear me. What is it you need? Need? I don't know. And, I mean, like, what are you going to do? Make a person out of thin air? There are a few things I might be able to do in this situation, some of which are less, well, ethical than others. I could intercede in situations where there are people who are about to die, bring them here, like from Earth. No, natives from Valdrani or other places. Pulling in a new player to the game is, well, I am not in a position to do that. I could also attempt to influence individuals who might come here. Dude, I don't think you should do either of those things. Maybe you can you turn, help me help people who are already here? He spun and looked at me. Now that is an interesting interpretation of the reward. Turn a lesser follower into a greater follower. I like it. Provided, of course, it is something you agree to. Yes, definitely. He smiled, then started pulling books out of the air. He tossed them at me one at a time, until I had a stack of 7 of them. Then he switched to pulling out little vials of liquid, again tossing them at me. I bobbled one of them, and just barely managed to get my hand around it before it fell the 100+ feet to the ground. I now had 7 vials as well. 7 skill books. Each will grant an upgrade of 50 skill levels in any one skill of your choice. My choice? Yes. You must choose what skill will be elevated. Oh, why? Because these are supposed to be your followers. And there are also 7 vials for bonus attribute points. Each vial holds 21 points, and, unlike some of the other vials I have offered you, they will last in perpetuity, as will the books. Got it. Very cool. And our little secret? Yes. Lovely, Mr. Paul said. He took a single step and then turned around. I am going to amend this current quest of yours, and likely all the other quests in this chain, so the award is a tad different, provided you have no problems with that. Not at all. No problems. Thank you for being so understanding, Lord Cogswall. It is always a pleasure. He stepped off the ledge, fell for a second, and then disappeared. I stood there, flabbergasted, trying to come with grips with everything that he'd said, which, had been a ton. Rules had been set and broken. He was meeting with other gods. For the first time, he had social obligations, all because of me, because of the other gods I'd been interacting with. It was all a ton to deal with, and I really wasn't sure how to parse it all out. Instead, I climbed down the mountain, and I found a quiet tree to lay my bedroll down and go to sleep. Chapter 34. I woke up, covered in Prinkies. This time, I just stayed there, enjoying the warmth. The morning was particularly cold. Dark clouds hung low on the ground, blocking off much of the mountains. Even most of the treetops were lost in the clouds. That storm I'd seen was definitely coming. But for the moment, I was warm, reasonably comfortable, and I didn't have to make any difficult decisions. It was really tempting to just remain there. But I knew that it couldn't last, and that I had to get up and do things. The desire to laze in bed all day, every day, was definitely a holdover from my Earth life. Not that I did it much on Earth, but the desire was there. And realizing that I was close to wallowing in inertia one more time, I forced myself up. I jumped to my feet, maybe squishing a Prinky or two, and threw the rest of them to the side. I strode forth towards the cantina, trying to ignore the sparkly gore on my boots. It was still early, so the cantina was mostly empty. Just a single man sitting alone amongst the sea of tables. Nikolai, eating gruel. Was there a better illustration of who Nikolai was? Getting up early to eat gruel? I got my own bowl of the stuff and sat down across from my chancellor. The Prinkies gathered around me, a living rainbow carpet, and watched me eat. Morning, I said. That it is, Nikolai replied. I had an interesting night. Congratulations. You're hungover, I said, watching as he winced at every word I said. His only reply was a grunt. I got some quest rewards I want to talk to you about. Can this wait? Typically, when I wait on something like this, I forget about it, and then when I finally remember, I rush to take action, and that's how I wound up having strength over 100 and little to no intelligence. It's not that low. Fine. Tell me about your quest rewards. I've got some, well, things that will help make our followers better. Weapons, armor, a barrel of endless food. 7 skill books that will boost any skill by 50 levels, and 7 vials of bonus attribute points. He looked at me, eyes searching my face for some indication I was joking. So I pulled one of the books out and set it on the table in front of him. He ran his fingers over the cover, then looked at the spine, careful to touch it as little as possible, and certainly making no moves to open the book. This is... he started, talking slowly. Unexpected and unprecedented. What quest did you complete for this? A bunch of settlement-type quests. And you said these were for any skill. Any skill I select. For you. No. Technically, these are for others. Anyone can use these. Yes, how much did you drink last night? More than I should have, considering my current constitution level. With a quick reach into the bag, I presented Nikolai with one of the bonus attribute point vials. He didn't take it, but he stared at it for a minute. Put that away, he said. Why? I'm not going to take it. You should. There are others who it will serve. You're way behind where you were, and I will never match the point where everything was stolen from me, and you could try. There are others. Yeah, but you're my choice to get it. Montana, listen to me. Dude, I'm the Duke, and you're Hearth... I paused, brain faltering a moment. What's my position in the Hearth called? Hearth Master? Chief Hearthsman? Usually King. Well, shit, I'm in charge, man. So do what I say. Go fuck yourself and listen to your chief advisor if you value him so much. But Lee isn't here. Funny. I try. Tell me, why not take the attribute points? Because my main abilities are not physical any longer. I can just as easily instruct others in swordplay with my current attributes, and my mind is still as keen as it ever was. And yet it could be keener. Have you not pulled your head from within your voluminous anus long enough to realize how problematic it is having a singular powerful individual within a large group of people? Voluminous anus? You are hugely powerful, and yet we still face the end of our settlement because you were lured to the riverbank by a woman and went swimming. She pushed me. What is her strength that she was able to push you, Mr. Over 100? I was surprised. Hell, Montana. I'm sure we were all surprised she was able to do that. But if we had another individual who was as powerful as you, they would not have been able to trap us as easily. And if we had 3 people who are as powerful together as you are alone, we would still be a force to be reckoned with. And we would be able to do much more than we currently are. One giant is not as powerful as a village. Are you sure about that? Haven't giants destroyed villages? It is a saying, Duke Cogshall. Giants have destroyed villages, but they have not destroyed the Empire. Do you think that is because the Empire is constantly filled with legendary heroes? No, it is not. It is filled with regular men and women who band together to fight off great evils. We will be better served spreading these gifts out amongst our population than hoarding them to 1 or 2 people. Okay, fine. But be honest with me for a moment. Aren't you a little tempted to take all these vials yourself? To take all these skill books yourself? 350 skill levels. You'd be the greatest swordsman that ever existed. Greatest whatever. And with 147 attribute points to spend, of course it intrigues me, yes. But skill levels gained in such a way are not equal to skill levels earned. The swordplay that has been drilled into me is more natural and fluid than any granted by gods. and likely more diverse. Fine, I said. I said I would take your advice, and I will. I will put these in the treasury for now, and when you're ready to advise me on what to do with them, you let me know. Thank you for trusting me. There's one more thing we need to put in the treasury, and this is just between me and you, okay? Show me. I pulled out the small glass orb, the love potion, and I set it as delicately as I could on the wooden tabletop. Nikolai peered at it, then used his fork to move the orb around a little, looking at every facet of it. It resists my attempts to identify it, Nikolai said. Is this also a quest reward? It's more like a bonus reward sort of thing. And what does it do? Apparently, it's a love potion. Nikolai snatched his fork away and leaned back from the table. Is this for real or a god's joke? I mean, it's from the same dude that gave me most of my boons, so I've no reason to doubt it. Nikolai couldn't take his eyes off the orb, but he very clearly wanted as much to do with it as I did. What are your plans regarding that? He asked. Burn it with fire? But it is a gift from a god, correct? Yes. Then I doubt fire will harm it. Is there a place called Mount Doom anywhere nearby? I know of no such named place, nor would I imagine anyone naming anything to be quite so obvious. Seems harsh. How about another volcano, perhaps one with a more appealing name? To my knowledge, there are no active volcanoes within the Empire. But I think we are taking the wrong track with this discussion. Destroying this, well, bauble, is not what our aim should be. Hiding it and never using it? While it does have certain immoral implications, perhaps there is some future situation in which this love potion will serve a vital purpose. So I should just keep it on me in case I find someone who needs to love me? Better than keeping it somewhere here. Reluctantly, I slipped the bauble back into my bag. Is there anything else you got as a reward? Nikolai asked, eyeing my half-finished bowl of gruel like it was a fresh pile of bacon. I slid the bowl over to him and he tucked in. Yeah, I mean, sort of. I got this taming thing. I showed him the other glass ampule. And I got some information. What kind of information? You know how I'm, connected to a few gods? Kind of like a chosen one? You are no chosen one. Sure, okay, but, I know. Go on. That Titus guy was like me to some other god, and it sounds like that god is going to send some pain our way because of what we did to Titus. Because we killed him? He was going to enslave us. Just passing on the information. With the first of the Legion here, my concerns over our security and our army are diminishing on the daily, especially because... He stopped, looking over my shoulder. I followed his gaze and saw that people were trudging inside. Given the leaves and needles on their faces and in their hair, it was fair to say the weather was deteriorating, and that last night's shindig had taken its toll. What were you saying? I asked Nikolai. Meeting my eyes, he shook his head once. Whatever he'd been about to say, he didn't want it to be public knowledge. As it stands, I said, I still think I need to make a trip around the valley. We have to know what's out there. You are still planning on taking Amber? I think it's a good idea. I would like to see if there is a ranger among the group who just arrived. The three of you will make a much better team out there than just two. And though you have the ability to complete whatever quest you come across, and I trust you will bring Amber back alive, another ranger would actually facilitate training Amber as a ranger. Hey man, no complaints from me. Again, Nikolai nodded once. Then, he stood up. Unless there are other surprises, you should leave tomorrow at first light. Chapter 35. While moseying in the direction of our first storehouse, I almost got run over by Lee and Darius. More Darius than Lee. They were practically running to the barn. Whoa, I said. Where's the fire? No fire, Darius replied, but lots to do. Lee nodded enthusiastically, a big smile on his face. "What could be so important right now?" I asked. "Getting the caravan out the door before too many people wake up." "Are you two going?" The two looked to each other. Then one slowly shook his head, and the other followed suit a heartbeat later. "I'm not going," Lee said, "but Darius is. Still, I wanted to get the caravan out, and I've kind of got a long list of items I'd like to have on the next shipment back, and if everyone else gets to add their 2 cents, it'll be too much stuff to get." "Same story," Darius said. "But most of what I'm requesting is for the animals." "Doesn't someone need to approve all this stuff?" I asked. "Like the treasurer?" Lee replied with a giant smile. "Ah, now I see. What is it you're taking to trade?" "Well, as treasurer, I've been overseeing a small project wherein some excess coinage is, well, converted back to basic metals." "You're melting down the coins?" "Not the imperial coins." "And now we're sending a wagon full of gold and platinum." "Right, how could I forget?" "You're sending that to the capital. There are also a few chests with some precious stones and some of the non-magical jewelry." "How much of the treasury are you liquidating?" "Roughly 35%. My eyebrows shot up. "I know what you're thinking," Lee stated. "If you were, you probably wouldn't have done this. It's not as bad as it sounds. Mostly we're trading this not-that-useful stuff for imperial coin. We're also buying a ton in the way of resources and tools which will allow us to produce trade goods. And significantly, we are getting food, lots of food." "And animals," Darius added. "Animals?" I asked. "Yes," Lee replied. "Cows, pigs, that sort of thing." "And they're coming all the way from the capital?" "Some are, but not many. More are coming from local farmers who want to be paid in imperial coin, and we're getting a sweetheart deal because we are also carrying some goods for them to the capital and bringing back some choice items. But for that to happen, we need funds." "I got you funds." "Right. But the job of a treasurer is not just to sit upon a hoard and do nothing with it. That's the job of a dragon. I'm using the money to grow more of it." "Don't you think that should have been a conversation with me?" "I did, but instead I had a conversation with Nikolai, and he thought you'd be bored by that sort of a conversation." "He said what?" "He said you were busy." Sounded like he said I'd be bored. My memory on that exact phrase in the conversation is a little fuzzy. "Unfuzz it." "I'm not sure that'd be the best action here," Lee said, backing away. "You might ask Nikolai. He'd probably know." I turned around, stomping toward the cantina, ready to rip Nikolai a new one. But I realized I didn't care that much. The micromanagement of settlement funds actually was a complete bore to me, which was why I was happy to pawn the job off on Lee. Why try and get more involved now? I tried to find Lee to apologize for getting angry, but he and Darius had already disappeared, likely into the barn. I could have gone in there after them, but I realized I had other things I needed to do before I went off on my little walkabout with Amber and the Mystery Ranger. And Lee needed to get Darius all set so Darius could venture out beyond our valley to get supplies. Notably, I had to sack up and talk to Amber about the whole going out into the wilds with me and level up. Amber was hard to find, especially when there were so many new people about. I lost track of her for almost a week when the dwarves arrived, and after the whole disaster with Titus, any sight of her was fleeting. Like me, she seemed to eschew sleeping in the longhouses, but I never saw her outside. Standing there, I thought of something and turned around. The roving carpet of Prinky stood there. Usually I gave them some superfluous task as soon as I'd eaten breakfast, hence why the village was so absurdly clean at the present. But today I had a new task for the Prinkies, one I'd yet to assign them, so I was curious to see how it went. "Go find the Kitsune girl Amber," I said. There was the momentary wait as the order penetrated their tiny magical minds, and then they were off. Every single Prinky ran in a different direction, which would have been more effective if they had looked to see where their brethren were going. Instead, it was a giant clusterfuck as they all ran into each other and of course started fighting over who had the right of way. There was much chirping and flying fur before they were finally off. I pulled an axe out of the bag, and headed out of the gates into the forest to chop down some wood. A little light lumberjacking to relieve the stress. Chapter 36. Round about mid-morning, I headed back into the camp, dragging a few trees behind me. Some of the new residents gave me very strange looks as they saw me. I took the trees to the sawmill, then took a look at the lumber storage, and tried to get an idea of what else needed to be built in the growing city. I wanted some better observation capabilities. Looking at the crane still operating out of the middle of the mountain wall, I figured we could probably get some sort of ledge built a few 100 feet up. Of course, climbing that high up would probably be an issue for most anyone except me, and then I'd never hear the end of it. Which meant elevators. I wondered how difficult elevators were to build and engineer, and I headed off in the direction of the barns, thinking I'd find Lee there. Instead, I got found by a Prinky, who started chirping wildly. Then other Prinkies came towards us and formed a line. As I moved, they moved. The line followed me wherever I went. It was weird. I was tempted to unsummon them because they were creeping me out, but I realized they were being weird for a reason. I snapped my fingers as I remembered that I'd told them to find Amber. So this had to be their way of showing me where she was. I walked along the line of Prinkies. Sure enough, they started rolling up, tightening the line as I followed. The line led through the town, snaking this way and that, until it came to a tall oak tree nestled near the western edge where our constructed wall met the mountain. The Prinky stood at the bottom of the tree, one looking up into the branches. He was the sole non-mover among the Prinkies, just standing there, staring. So I stood next to him and stared up. Amber was glaring at the Prinky from the comfort of a tree fort, of sorts. It wasn't overly large, little more than a platform 15 or so feet off the ground, with a roof of sorts and the frames of a planned wall. "Prinkies," I said sternly, "go bring shiny pebbles to Nikolai." A moment as they digested the orders, and then they were off. I scrambled up the tree and sat on a branch to the side of Amber's treehouse. "Sorry about them," I said. "Cute, but annoying." "Yes, they certainly are," she said. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you." "You found me." "Like your place here," I said, looking at the mostly empty platform. Well, it's a nice enough location, provided no one decides to shoot arrows over the wall." She looked over her shoulder at the other side of the wall. "I am pretty well hidden." "I mean, now," I said. "But you realize what happens during fall, right?" It dawned on her, and her face fell. "Fuck." "I know," I said. "Really gets the best of us." "How did I not realize this?" "I mean, have you lived a sheltered life in a city? Maybe one that's basically surrounded by big pine trees that—" "I want to be a ranger, and I forget that oaks lose their leaves in the fall?" "We all make mistakes." "A farmer does not forget to plant in the spring." "See, you remembered that." "I'm no farmer." "Well, to be fair, you aren't a ranger either. Yet. Big point there. That yet." She glared at me, clearly not amused by the distinction. "Dude," I said, leaning into the trunk, "you want to be a ranger. You're going to be one. We're going to make sure of it. You won't have to go back to whatever job you had that made you so willing to get away from Osterstadt, okay?" She frowned and pulled the leaf from her hair, then let it drop. It fluttered lazily to the ground. Then she peered at me, and I met her gaze. She seemed to search for something in my face. Whatever it was, though, she found it, and she exhaled slowly and let a small smile come across her face. "Thank you," she said. "Might be a bit early for that," I replied. She laughed a little, and I couldn't help smiling with her. "My kind are not often given the opportunity to follow their dreams. But you, I think you are different." "That's what people keep telling me." "You are." I wasn't comfortable talking about myself, so I decided to change the conversation. "Your people, the Kitsune, why are they kept from their dreams?" "My lineage is, well, strange." Kitsune girls are, perhaps it is better to say we are created, she said, but stopped. Then she started talking again, seemingly uncertain of the direction she was taking her thoughts. We're created. Our history is debated. Due to, well, certain aspects of ourselves. We're very popular in certain, fields, and those in power often force us to work in those fields because we are in such demand. What field? She raised a perfect eyebrow. What is your guess? Libraries, I said. She gave the slightest laugh to that. I was locked into a horrible contract with ballooning debt because I refused to go back to being a hostess. I saw my friends disappear into brothels, and though I knew I would earn plenty of money there, it is not for me. That's not going to be an issue here. And, I mean, if you want to live in the trees, I can get that. Sort of. I think the winter will make that rather miserable, but if you're avoiding living in the longhouses because of, the male gaze, that's a different story, and it is. Despite interrupting me, she faltered, unable to go into whatever it was she was planning on saying. She just looked down at the ground. There are private rooms inside the mountain, I said. If you want, you can have one. Even if it's just, until the leaves grow back on your tree. She smirked at me. Thank you. Again. Sure, not a thing. There is, one more thing, which is actually the real reason I'm here. Is this where you disappoint me by asking if I am seeing? No, not at all. Me and you... Shit, this is going to sound bad after that. Look, the two of us and another ranger. We're going out into the valley to see what's out there. We might be gone a long while, but when we get back, you'll have some levels, and hopefully get to the point where you can be one of our main rangers. I could tell she was running through scenarios in her head, trying to figure out how to trust me, if she could trust me, or if this was some scheme to draw her out alone, which, I got. So I sat there as an acorn dug into my butt, letting her work things out. Do I have a choice? She asked. Sure, I said. I mean, I'm going. You can choose to come along, get some experience, learn the ways of ranging, explore, or keep doing what it is you're doing here. And don't worry. If you aren't ready, if you want to hold off, there will be more opportunities later. She nodded once, quickly. I will come, or go, with you and the ranger. Awesome, I replied. We leave tomorrow morning, so, sorry for the late notice, but get what you need ready, okay? Before she could answer or yell at me for only giving her a few hours to prepare, I dropped out of the tree and moseyed back towards the smithy. I wanted to see about getting another shield. Chapter 37. Zoe was banging away in the smithy, yelling at dwarves for putting her tools in places they didn't belong, notably down low. Zoe seemed to relish putting the tools in spots where the dwarves had to use stepladders. Petty, perhaps, but also hilarious. Just as I was about to open my mouth, ask about Mouse and Lily, and get the small talk out of the way so I could ask about a custom shield, a bell rang out. The fuck is that? I asked, looking around for where a bell might have been hung. Gate warning, Zoe said, looking past me to the big gate blocking the tunnel. We have one of those? Recently installed, she said. A magic tripwire at the base of the tunnel lets us know if someone is coming up, or leaving. I assume if that was the case, the guards would not be massing on the gates. Sure enough, our newly swelled ranks were grouping up behind the gate, heavy shields ready to slam together and form a wall. I jogged across the grass, knowing that our visitor had about a mile of an uphill trek and there wasn't really a need for hurrying. Natalie stood next to an older man with salt and pepper hair and a wicked scar across his neck. Natalie watched the formation, then had a whispered sort of conference with the man, and then moved some people around. On the wall there were archers standing ready, just not very many. Taking the steps two at a time, I fairly bounded up the wall and took a position next to a woman I'd yet to meet. She had a quiver hanging off a hook on the wall, an arrow in one hand and her bow in the other. She gave me the stink eye for a second, until she realized who I was. Then she gave me a curt nod and stood up a little taller. "My lord," she said. "Afternoon," I replied. "Are you one of the new, recruits?" "Yes, my lord," she said, keeping her eyes on the patch of ground between the wall and the tunnel. "Former Legion?" "Yes, my lord." The complete lack of any additional information made it rather clear she either didn't want to talk to me or didn't feel comfortable talking to me, so I just stood there, waiting. I could hear sounds coming from the tunnel, footsteps from boots and horses, as well as the vague creak of wagon wheels. Whatever was coming up, they were in no hurry, and there were quite a few of them. Taran walked up behind me and stood on the battlements. He put both hands out on the crenellations, looking like he was trying to be the cover model on a Harlequin novel. "That bell," I said. "You're doing?" "And it worked perfectly," Taran replied. "How does it work?" "Simple. There is a little jolt of magic that runs through a piece of silver that is inlaid into the floor at the base of the tunnel. If anything living crosses that silver line, it triggers a warning up here. The bigger the life form, or a group of life forms, the bigger the bell that rings. Up to a point, of course. We only have 3 bells. Which bell did this ring? The third. Is there any way to tell, what's coming? Something large. Okay, but are we talking a herd of cows being driven up here to sell, or a horde of goblins coming to kill us? That remains a mystery. Though, by the sound of it, I get it. Does seem to take a while. I could move the thread up further, but I thought having more time would be better than less. Good point. That's what Nikolai thought. You told Nikolai about this? I did. Though, if I'm being honest, which I should because you're the hearth leader and all, it was kind of his idea. And no one thought to ask me about it? We thought it might bore you. Do people really think so little of me? I wouldn't say we think little of you. It's more that you clearly aren't as interested in this sort of thing. Dude, I've been doing fuck all lately. We've noticed. Then why, frankly? It's because there is the thought that you need a little break of sorts. The whole Titus thing, I think it really fucked you up. What? I was fine. I am fine. You brutalized those men. They were here to enslave us. You had preferred I write a strongly worded letter? No, but your performance was rather terrifying. As well it should be. You think any of those assholes are going to come back here? They'll go out there and tell their asshole friends not to come here. That if they do, I'll cut them in half and dance with their entrails. See, that's all well and good for being a warlord or a goblin king, but you're a duke of the empire, and people want to like you. These people want to trust you, not fear you. Right now, you're more like the beast parents use to keep their children frightened of the forest, except worse, because the kids know you're real. I'm frightening children? Yes. Well, shit. That's why we're trying to give you some room to, blow off steam. Learn a way to defend the holding without being so fucking gruesome. Subtlety has never been my strong suit. No offense, my lord, but no shit. I didn't like hearing that I was scary. Well, no, I take that back. I didn't mind being scary, but I didn't like scaring my own people. Especially kids. I like kids. I used to think they liked me, but it's possible they were only ever friendly to me because I was scary. But I wasn't scary back on Earth, not in the same way. I had a layer of blubber that helped soften my edges, and I didn't have a massive beard and lots of long hair. Oh, and my weapons were usually hidden. Here I walked around with a big fuck-off axe, or a massive sword, and I killed things constantly, usually in full view of my people. It made a certain sense that I was the boogeyman here, but it couldn't last. Not if I wanted to have a healthy society, a place for people to call home. The first guest came from the darkness of the tunnel into the sunlight. A heavily muscled man wearing mostly rags that did an okay job of hiding the heavy armor underneath. The sword at his hip looked old, but also well crafted and cared for. and both the horse and the man looked like they had eaten recently. Something was amiss. Chapter 38. "Afternoon," I called down. He looked up, noting the archers, and then let his gaze rest on me. "This Cogs Hall?" he asked. "We really need to invest in a sign," I said, mostly to Taryn. "And yes, this is Cogs Hall. I seek Nikolai." "Friend of his?" "You could say that." "Mind waiting down there?" "Are your people going to shoot me?" I made a show of looking over at the archers. "Maybe, but their aim isn't the best." I got the hint of a smile from the man. I gave him a jaunty wave, and then I stepped back from the wall. "Keep an eye on him," I said. "He's got some decent armor on under those rags." Taryn nodded. I hopped off the wall, finding it easier to just drop the 20 feet than deal with pushing by people to get to the stairs. Nikolai was in his office off the hall, his face buried in paperwork. I knocked on the door as I entered, and Nikolai looked up, annoyed. His eyes were red. I dropped into the chair in front of his desk and put my feet up. He pushed the feet off. "What are you doing here?" he almost barked out. "Couple of things," I said. "I've been talking to a few people, and they told me you think I'm bored with all this governance stuff and that you might as well make all the decisions because I'm, insane, maybe?" "That is not at all how I would characterize what I have been doing, Montana, and you know it. I have more skill in this area than you do because you were a Thingman. Because I ran the Thingman. I orchestrated the entire army. I made sure everyone was paid and fed and housed. I did all the administration for the group. I ordered weapons and materials. I don't want to inspect your bona fides. I know you can do the job. I just want to be part of it as well. It's my fucking name on the door. Which, can we get a few signs on the gate or something? Everyone seems to have trouble knowing who we are." "You would like a sign?" "Yeah, welcome to Cogs Hall. Good guys welcome. Bad guys come get your jaw ripped off." Rather specific threat. But I suppose it may deter a few individuals. If they have jaws. Or can read. Ah, right. Bit of an illiteracy problem in the Empire of Glatton, isn't there? Problem? I suppose that depends on how you look at it. I think it's a problem when more people can't read than can. Then it is a problem. But you also see the difficulty we would face putting a sign in place. I'm not going to not put a sign up because some people can't read. That's just catering to the lowest common denominator. And no one wins in a race to the bottom. Is there a real reason you are here, or is this another fun game of Annoy Nikolai? As if on cue, a Prinky came in the room, holding a shiny pebble in both hands, and presented it to Nikolai. Nikolai raised his eyebrows at me, gave me a hideously dirty look, and then pointed at the little furry fellow. The furry fellow, for his part, just stood there with his pebble, happy, big eyes looking at Nikolai like Nikolai was just the bee's knees. Nikolai snatched the pebble and threw it over his shoulder, where it clattered against the wall and landed in a rather impressive pile of more shiny pebbles. It covered a good portion of his floor. The Prinky ran off. "Oh," I said, "there is a reason I came here. An actual reason. 2, I suppose. One is we need to get Amber out of her treehouse. Did you know she was living in a treehouse?" "I did not," he said, but then he leaned back as if a thought had just come to him. "I knew she wasn't sleeping in the longhouse, that she was camping somewhere in the boundaries of the holding, but I have to admit I never thought to look where she was. She seemed to be showing up to meals regularly, so I assumed she was fine. Is there something wrong with her treehouse?" "Yeah, it's a piece of shit, and it's in an oak tree." "Enlighten me on the oak tree problem." "Winter, no leaves." "Okay, well, I told her she can have a place in the mountain." "Will she take it?" "I think so, yes. But I mean, you've got some time to find her a place. She agreed to go on walkabout with me." "What is a walkabout?" "When you, go walk about a place." "You mean your exploration of the valley?" "Bingo." "You are calling that a walkabout?" "I am." "Fine. The other reason you came to see me? There's some dude at the gate asking for you. Nikolai stood quickly. Why did you not lead with that? He asked as he stormed out of the room. Because I knew you'd leave before I had the chance to say anything else, I called after him. Chapter 39. I caught up to Nikolai, who was speed-walking across the village as if he was late for a very important date. We could use some paths, I said. Roads, Nikolai replied. When the snows come, we will want roads. And snow plows. Snow plows? Imagine it's a machine that, well, moves snow out of the way. Seems superfluous, he said. As we reached the gate, he seemed to straighten up ever so much, and called out in a voice I hadn't heard in some time. His command voice. Open the gate, Nikolai bellowed. There was a momentary pause as the Legionnaires, as one, all looked over at Nikolai. Natalie walked over to him. She stood very close before looking at me and speaking to Nikolai. Those on the other side of the gate are armed and armored, and they are trying to disguise that fact. They are not whom they seem they are. I know who they are, Nikolai replied. Now open the gate. At least stand behind the shield wall, Natalie said. I will do no such thing. Open the gate. We have left them waiting too long as it is. Natalie signaled to some of her guards. They ran forward and used a really cool counterweight system to lift the massive iron-wrapped granite bar off the gates. Then the stone doors opened inward, revealing our visitors. There were more of them now. Lots of hard-looking men and women standing around wagons, covered wagons. There were also plenty of horses, some being ridden, some not. It was a group equally as large as the dwarves, if not larger, as they were still in the tunnel and grouping up in the small area between the gate and the mountains. For looks, I pulled out a sword, and I planted it in the ground while I stood next to Nikolai. Nikolai eyed the leader, who was still mounted, and said, Vian? Nikolai, the man replied. Why are you here? Sadly, our thoughts on the timetable were incorrect. You are far too early. This is a conversation we need to have elsewhere. Nikolai stared at Vian, then nodded. Let them all in, he said. Montana, if you will join us in my office. No one was comfortable with this turn of events. Our soldiers moved to one side, keeping together, though, ready to charge or accept a charge, I suppose. All the archers on the top of the wall remained in place, ready to rock. Vian hopped off his horse, passed the reins off to one of his compatriots, and then followed Nikolai. I hopped in behind them. They walked in silence, though I could hear a muffled conversation happening behind us. When I looked over my shoulder, I saw that the new group was being sequestered to one side. They were numerous, some of them still coming in from the outside world. My curiosity was piqued. Nikolai opened the door to the hall, then gestured that Vian should go first. Vian went in. I took a step, and Nikolai grabbed my shoulder. Allow me to talk first, Nikolai said, and do not interrupt. I nodded, and he pushed past me and walked into the hall. It was super tempting to sit down on the throne, but at the same time, that just seemed like a dick move. Instead, I just leaned against the wall. As soon as the door clicked close, Nikolai locked it. Are we safe here? Vian asked. As much as anywhere can be at present, Nikolai replied. Vian nodded while sweeping his gaze around the hall. Rustic, he said. Indeed. Who is the brute? Vian asked. You so soft you need a hairy bodyguard? Nikolai smiled. It was a big smile, like he was overly delighted by the asked question. The Duke. Well, shit on my first impression, Vian replied. He dropped to a knee. Forgive a soldier's impetuous tongue, my lord. Brute is a pretty accurate descriptor, I said. No worries. He is unlike the typical nobility, Nikolai said. To a rather worrying degree at times. I had thought Benedict would have chosen someone more genteel, Vian said, back on his feet and studying me. I believe he chose wisely, if at odds with the rest of the imperial aristocracy. Well, Nikolai held up a hand. The timeline. What of it? Destroyed. How? One of the reasons I had to come here. I believe we have a mole. Nikolai bit back a curse, opting to punch the wood wall instead. You seem weak, Nikolai, Vian said. Something we can discuss later. A new, distressing ability in the world, one which may have far-reaching implications. But we must focus on you and why you are here. We are on the run. Already? I did not anticipate this either, but it is the reality of our situation. And if you wish our plan to continue, you must provide us sanctuary. How many? Losses? Yes. Perhaps 70%. That high? There were ambushes. The Empire stumbles into civil war, though none wish to admit it as of yet. We were merely the first casualty. Can I ask questions yet? I asked. Yes, Vian said just as Nikolai said, no. I sighed and sat down, content to listen for the moment. He listens to you? Vian said. I do, I replied. For the moment, Nikolai added. How many are with you? 300 and change, Vian replied. Most of the top tier and the veterans. This was considered the primary assignment. I remember. Though I wonder if we made a mistake. No one could have thought we would be targeted so quickly. The legions, Nikolai said. Are they remaining neutral? The border legions are. Those in recent conflict seem to remember their duty better than their more sedentary brethren. At least 7 have been put on the rolls due to lack of manpower. This is bad. Very, Vian replied. You understand why we are here, then. Who follows you? Valamir, but in the guise of Wigmar. He has declared? Vian nodded. Lines are being drawn. What are the sides? Valamir, obviously, though he does not have the support we expected. There have been some surprises in that regard. Who else, then? Lady Bader. Nikolai's eyebrows shot way up. Katja Bader? The very same. What is her claim? Through her grandfather. Ah, yes, he was a glutton. She is charismatic, Nikolai said. Vian chuckled. Term it how you will. But she is bringing plenty to her side. Enough so that Valamir lacks the votes to push anything through the Senate. Nikolai seemed to consider that for a moment. He sat down on one of the non-throne chairs in the hall. The third side? Who do you imagine? Can I hope and say it is her? Vian shook his head. Most assume she has been taken by Valamir. You must have been successful if you are here. She is among us. The third is Eutharic, and I fear he might be the worst of them. Eutharic Edgemond? The same. Does he even have a claim? Only that he is the best possible person to lead the Empire, and he is prepared to cut a bloody swath through anyone who disagrees. Mercenaries? By the boatload. Where did he get the coin for this? I certainly have no concrete knowledge he has gotten backing from Mardoom and the Conclave, but the rumors are there. The signs are there. He throws more coin at swords than Valamir. They have yet to be full-on battles in the Southlands, but it is only a matter of time until the détente is breached. Not to interrupt, I said, totally interrupting. But is Mardoom still at war with the Empire? Yes, it is, my lord, Vian said. Rumib Pass remains a stalemate, despite the bodies the Queen has thrown at us. But the bigger problem is the second and third armies. We've yet to determine exactly where the Queen is sending them. 3 armies, Nikolai said. The country is mobilized for war, like it has never been before. You think they are aiming to take Empire lands? More likely they aim to take the Empire, Vian replied. Already the Empire is unprepared should the Queen order her armies around the southern edge of the Drabik Mountains. She can march nearly unmolested straight to the capital. You think she will? I asked. There are substantial obstacles on the east side of the Drabik Mountains, Nikolai said. If she is able to overcome those, perhaps. But I cannot imagine she will try before spring. Vian nodded. It is rare to find someone willing to wage war in the winter. It is difficult to compete against nature and the elements. Nikolai, I know you were not expecting us, but we need to be here. You do, Nikolai said. For more reasons than you know. We will have company soon. Good or bad? Bad. Valamir's? Definitely. But I expect Eutharic will be on his way shortly. They may suspect we have her, and as long as she is alive— Who? I asked. Nikolai and Vian shared something unspoken, the two of them looking at each other for what seemed to me like an awkwardly long time. Okay, what's going on here? He is the Duke, yes? Vian said. He should know. It was pretty clear that Nikolai wasn't keen on telling me anything, and it was possible he was about to relent, but then, as befitting their impeccable timing, a Prinky came running into the hall and offered up a shiny pebble to Nikolai. Nikolai swatted the stone from the Prinky's hand, and the pebble clattered against the wall. The Prinky didn't seem to care that it was annoying Nikolai. It was just happy it had done its job, and it ran back outside in search of more shiny pebbles. What the fuck was that? Vian said, and I noticed he had his sword out. Something stupid from the fucking Duke, Nikolai snapped. Stupid? I asked. Those things have cut our construction time in half. Why are they bringing me rocks? I told them to. Why? I got tired of them following me around. This, Nikolai said, stabbing a finger in my direction. This is why I have not told him about what is going on. Vian slid his sword in his scabbard, and I rather quietly unsummoned the Prinkies. My bit of foolishness was at an end. I think I find him amusing, Vian said. Thank you, I replied with a bow. So, can I get the news of what's going on then? Vian smiled. Nikolai, would you rather tell him or have me? Nikolai sighed. Vian was, Vian interrupted. Vian was one of the Thingmen, Nikolai said. One of the top-tier Thingmen, assigned to many of the most important tasks the Emperor assigned. If he was in the Legion, he would have been a colonel. And all the men with him, they're Thingmen too? I asked. Most are, yes, Vian said. There are some— how do you want me to phrase this? Other people? There are some the Emperor cared enough about, Nikolai continued, that His Majesty sent protectors to when the Emperor felt he was running out of time. Not for nothing, I said, but why are you all here? Because the Thingmen are nothing without the Emperor, Nikolai replied. Vian chuckled, then said, Our enemies pounced as soon as they were able. We were slaughtered in our beds, destroyed in ambushes. We are about half of what remains, and this might be the last safe haven available to us. Is no one on the Emperor's side in this succession war? I asked. There is no Emperor's side, Nikolai replied. The Emperor is dead. His daughter, the princess, is missing. His brother is a conniving fuckhead determined to steal a throne that was never his. There are 3 sides out there right now, and none of them are friendly to us. And they will come knocking, Vian said. You will be asked to choose a side, and any side that comes wants all Thingmen dead, or to swear allegiance to a new liege. That kinda sucks, I said. That is putting it lightly, Vian said. But all of those dudes out there are elite soldiers? Yes. This represents most of the best the Thingmen had to offer. And what is it you want from us besides sanctuary? Once again, Vian looked to Nikolai before saying anything in response to me. Nikolai nodded. We would ask to be your sworn men, Vian said. A long moment passed, and I could tell both men were waiting for my answer. An answer I wasn't exactly ready to give. Most of what I'd done in Valdrani was using just instinct or winging it. I wanted to be smart about shit, but it certainly seemed I'd have to wing it one more time. Obviously, I knew what Nikolai would say. These were his people. Of course he wanted them around. And unfortunately, I didn't have anyone else I could talk to about the whole issue. Eliza? Who knew if I could even trust her? Ragnar? Skeld? They weren't aware of the larger world enough. Hell, they were barely above me in terms of Imperial knowledge. And Lee was as in the dark as myself. But as the moment continued, I realized I didn't have a choice. Not really. Here was an elite guard, a group of soldiers. Enough that we would certainly be safe, at least for a while. Maybe it wasn't the best idea, but it was the best idea at the moment. "Okay," I said. "I accept." There was a loud knock on the door, and then Natalie's head poked in. Without pausing for us to say anything, she spoke. "We have a problem." Chapter 40. I was out first, but Nikolai and Vine were quick behind me. As soon as we looked across the village, it was pretty apparent what the issue was. The Legion and the Thingmen were about to come to blows. Swords and weapons were out, shields were up, and loud shouting came from both sides. I had a bad feeling about things. As much as I appreciated large groups coming to my holding and swearing fealty, it also made it difficult to assimilate them into a community. Already the dwarves were presenting an issue because they wanted to, in a sense, live separate from everyone else. The Legion retirees had a very strong attachment to Cleve, though they all knew him as Benedict, and they weren't exactly keen on me being his heir. The stories around the campfire, the gossip, was that they were particularly perturbed by the fact that I had never been a Legionnaire, and I knew nothing about the Thingmen, except that they looked and moved like Navy SEALs. At least they moved how the SEALs moved in movies and documentaries I'd watched. I didn't know any real SEALs. They just had a real sense of danger about them, supreme confidence in their bodies, abilities, and comrades. I wasn't about to wait for it to get worse, so I walked in between the two groups. I stretched my arms out, suppressing the giggle as I thought. Christ motif. "Everyone here needs to chill the fuck out," I shouted. I don't know if the asshole didn't hear me, but a Legion lady tried to bash me and then stab me. The classic move for the Legion, at least as far as I knew. Twisting my body around, I got my left shoulder in place to accept the shield, and felt the metal to form around my deltoid. Then I caught the lady's sword in my hand, and I ripped it out of her grip. She made a sort of shock noise, and I kicked her shield back to make some room. Blood dripping off the blade, I brought the sword down on my knee and snapped the iron in two. Then threw it over my shoulder in the direction of the smithy. I figured they could melt it down and make another one. We certainly weren't in the position to waste metal. "You want to try that with me?" a gruff voice asked over my shoulder. One of the Thingmen, about as brutish as me, stepped forward with his longsword held lazily in his right hand. "I'd prefer if we could not fight amongst ourselves." "Who made you ruler?" "He is the Duke here," Vian barked out. The Thingman's head whipped over to face Vian so fast I thought I heard the man's neck snap. And just as fast, he was on one knee, sword stuck in the ground, head bowed before me. "Forgive me, my lord. I knew—" I put my hand on his shoulder, and he straight up flinched. "Not a thing, dude," I said. "You didn't know." He nodded, but he didn't get up. The Thingmen were certainly sensitive about rank and title. I wonder if it came from a lifetime of service to the Emperor. They must have always been in the thick of the courtly games. Also a note, looking from the ex-Legion to the ex-Thingmen, the Thingmen were almost universally younger, in their prime. We suddenly had a legitimate fighting force, and they were all staring at me. Vian walked up next to me and faced his soldiers. "This is the Duke of Cogshall," Vian said. "He has agreed to take us." As one, all of the Thingmen dropped to a knee and bent their head. "What's this?" I asked, shocked but trying to hide it as best I could. The shocked feeling had certainly spread through everyone else in the village. They all just stared at what was going on. I turned to ask Vian what I should do when I realized he was kneeling as well. Nikolai was there, though, a grin on his face. I stepped around Vian and leaned in to whisper, "What the fuck?" "They are waiting to swear allegiance to you," Nikolai whispered back. This was substantially more grave than the swearing of the dwarves. It seemed like they expected something bigger, a more fancy oath. "Okay. Oath time," I said. Nikolai rolled his eyes. "What do I say?" "You say you are ready to hear their oath." I stepped back to my place and stood there, trying to feel like I was the duke these soldiers thought I was. "I am ready to hear your oath." There was a momentary pause, and then it began, all of the Thingmen speaking as one. "I make this oath, that I shall be first in any battle, forging ahead with Lord and my friend, that I shall come to the call any time my lord requests my weapons, that I shall lay down my life so that others may live. Yet should my lord perish, I shall not flee, but shall advance upon the enemy with great fury and slay my lord's enemies until my lord is avenged. In times of war, I will rage. In times of peace, I will train. By the gods of my lord, may my lord's own sword twist and turn in my belly, should I fail to keep this oath." Unbidden, I knew my response, and it came out of my mouth. "I have heard your oath," I said, "as have the gods. Hear then my vow to you. I will tend to your needs and your injuries. I shall house you and yours. When we have spoils, I will gift you as to your merit. You will sit among those honored, and my sword shall stand between you and your enemies. My strength and my warband will walk with you through these lands wherever they may go. May our deeds be legend, and our legends be true." Again they spoke as one. "I have heard your oath, as have the gods." A moment passed, and it felt like a weight had been lifted. Smiles flitted about for a second before all the Thingmen stood up. Then there were cheers from the rough-and-ready Thingmen. They were clapping each other on the back, all very excited for some reason. I was confused. "What's going on?" I asked Vian. "We have a place to call home again," he replied, "and a lord to follow." "These are good things?" "A soldier without a lord is either a mercenary or a bandit," Nikolai said, "neither one of which is a particularly honorable profession." "And all these men and women here," Vian said, gesturing to the Thingmen, "they will be given a new choice this night. Tomorrow, we will be sworn men again." Chapter 41. The Thingmen kept their distance from me, and yet were overjoyed with each other. They were so excited about everything. They spread throughout the village to introduce themselves to everyone. The legionnaires were still clearly wary of the Thingmen, but the Thingmen didn't seem to care. And then there were the dwarves. Because there were dwarves amongst the Thingmen, it was a great and grand meeting for them all. Within the hour, despite it being the middle of the afternoon, there were great cries for mead and ale and drink, and carousing was underway. I had a feeling the merriment may have been, well, perhaps not ordered, but strongly encouraged by Nikolai and Vian. They seemed to appreciate the divide brewing, and I think this was their attempt to bring the community together quickly. While the Legion remained standoffish, I knew they wouldn't be able to keep away when the ale came out. A small number of people had come with the Thingmen, but weren't part of their ranks. There was something strange about them. First was an absolutely striking young woman, the likes of whom I really hadn't encountered in Voldrani before. I guess Amber came close, but the Kitsune girl was beautiful in the vein of a sex symbol or a pinup. This girl was elegant, a classical beauty. She moved like she was dancing. But her eyes were haunted, and she seemed, well, hunted. She had 4 warriors around her, all women, none of whom had sworn allegiance to me. I knew the girl had to be some form of nobility. The question was, who was she? And why was she here? There was also a large human male with no hair on his body, at least that I could tell, who wore a bright red tabard with a golden hammer emblazoned across the chest. When he saw me, his eyes narrowed, and he leaned over and said something to the woman walking next to him. The woman wore dark purple robes, but the robes weren't cloth, they were chainmail. She carried a large spiked mace. She did smile at me, but made no effort to talk to me nor anyone else. I noticed that she followed the beautiful girl about as closely as the girl's bodyguards did, which forced me to wonder if she was also attached to the girl. And there was one final guest, an older woman, I think human. She looked human for the most part, but a little bit off. Which, had we been on Earth, I would have just chalked her up to being a little strange, but on Valdrani, someone who deviated that far from the norm could full-on be a different species. The woman was quite old, and given the way everyone treated her, I had the feeling she was someone of importance. She had that sprightly look of the grandma who knew secrets and would slap your wrist with enough snap to make you question your life choices. Someone started dragging tables out of the cantina. Before I knew it, there was a smorgasbord set up outside, a fire crackling in the bonfire pit, and musicians playing. A regular party. I stood at the edge of the party area and watched. At the rate we were consuming food and drink, it was going to be a very dry winter. "And you are the Duke?" a little voice said. I looked to my right and saw the older lady standing there. Her eyes met mine, and she smiled. "What a disappointment," she said. I was a little taken aback. "Me?" I asked. "Oh, yes." "Expecting someone taller?" "Expecting someone nobler." "Yeah, that's not me." She raised one eyebrow and scowled. Then she did something with her hands and sat down, on an impossibly thick chair that had come out of nowhere. She gestured to the ground in front of her, and I saw that she expected me to sit with her. So I did. Seated on the ground, I was at eye level with her on her magic stool chair thing. "How then, pray tell, did you get involved in this mess?" she asked. Oh man, you'd have to define mess better for me to answer that. "You are the Duke here, are you not?" "Yes, ma'am, I am." She chuckled. "Ma'am? You have an interesting way of speech, Duke." "Thank you." "Not necessarily a compliment. You sound like you are unintelligent." "Well, frankly, I am not known for my intellectual abilities." "Given your appearance, I believe you." "Yeah, I look like a monster." "Monster? Harsh." "Said by one blessed by the god of monsters. Might you upset your patron?" "Typhon doesn't really seem the sort to get upset over something like that." "You are on casual terms with him?" "I'm on casual terms with most everyone." She said, grunted. Then she reached into her sleeve and pulled out a pipe. She lit the bowl with her thumb. "Neat trick," I said. She smiled around the pipe stem and puffed until she blew out some green smoke. It had a pleasing odor to it, like vanilla but just a touch different. "I almost want to like you," she said. "You cannot like me if you prefer," I said. "Lots don't like me." "I know." "You're into the brutal honesty thing, aren't you?" "I cannot say if my honesty is brutal, but it is honest. I feel there is little to be gained by lying at my age." "How old are you?" She cackled in response, then just gave me a smile and blew more smoke out. "Fair answer." The party continued around us. I watched Eliza curtsy to a dwarven man, and they started dancing. It was all that was needed for a large group of dancers to join. Men and women, women and women, men and men, children and anyone. I hadn't spoken to Eliza since the Titus incident, and I wondered how she was getting on, if the slavers had done anything to her, if she'd been shaken by the event like most of my people had. "Is that your love?" the old lady asked. "Nope," I replied without thinking about it. "Good," the old lady said. "Can I ask your name?" "Montana of Cogshall, you might." "Seems only fair, since you know mine." "Ask then." "What's your name?" "You may call me Hetsesta." "Beautiful name," I lied. She cackled again. "Why are you in this mess?" I asked. I was in the wrong place at the right time, I suppose, though I would like to think I was meant to be here. Maybe you were meant to be here. Only the gods truly know. Perhaps you could ask them for me. Next time I see them, I will. That only got a half-hearted chuckle. She blew smoke out, and it wafted around for a moment before turning into more concrete shapes, animals that started to gallop towards a group of children. The children, mostly dwarven but a few humans, were initially scared but then delighted by the cavorting smoke animals. I worry for the children here, she said suddenly, making a smoke rabbit bounce around. Because of me? I asked. You have quite the ego. Because of what is coming here. I will protect them. I know you will try, and for that I applaud you. There are those who would ignore the suffering of others for their own gain, but considering the complete lack of anything I might term a residence fit for a duke, I sense you are the type who puts his people first. I looked at the little village, and I nodded. Seems silly for me to have a nice place to sleep when it's just as easy for me to catch a nap under a tree. What do you know about what's coming here? There is a cycle to things, young Duke, to the way our world works. If you are able to look beyond yourself, you will see the signs. There is a great contest coming, one that will challenge us all. I fear you are to play a part, and I cannot yet tell on which side you might fall. What sides? The only ones that matter, good and evil. You don't think maybe there are shades of gray, some good, some evil? Not in this. There can be but one victor in this. So is there, like, a main bad guy somewhere, plotting his or her conquest of the whole world? I doubt it is a single person. I would hazard a guess it is something greater than simply a person. A god? Perhaps. Though as far as I know, there are limits as to how they interact with the world, else they might walk the land and sow destruction as they see fit. That's true, they do seem to have a certain amount of power. I have only the most tenuous connections to their power, so I cannot gauge their true abilities. But as far as I know, the world holds nothing over them. They can change it at their whims. I get the sense that there's a, contract of sorts between the gods, that they all have to abide by it, and that dictates what they can and can't do. She nodded, letting the green smoke snake out of the side of her mouth. Were I to guess, and I surmise you are one who might ask me to guess, then I would guess the happenings are the result of the gods interfering as best they are able. Well, I said, I'm not really that interested in what the gods want. I want a safe place where people can raise some kids. A place where monsters aren't coming in and wrecking shit, and where people of all types can be, at home. A lovely dream, if improbable. Hey, these days, I'll take improbable. Basically, since I got here, I've been saddled with impossible. Another puff of green smoke. Something we all struggle with, young Duke. You are really big into vague sayings. The specifics are never as fun. Maybe you can share some specifics with me. Ask the right question, and perhaps I shall. Who are you? Ah, but that must be a vague answer. How might I answer that? Who's the girl? Which girl? The one you came here with. I see no girl. I came with the Thingman. Come on, Hetsesta. The pretty girl you were chatting with after the oath. She grinned around her pipe, but instead of answering, she just drew in a big mouthful of green smoke, and then let it out in the shape of a comely woman. The smoke woman was about 1 foot tall, and did a little dance before the wind swept her away. See, I said, I'd like to think there was something more you're trying to tell me there, like the girl will be seductive, but she's not real, she's like smoke. Sister cackled so loud she started coughing. I put my hand out to keep her from falling off the chair. She gripped it hard. Her tiny fingers felt like they were made of iron. Finally, she shook her head. "Just showing off," she said. "I enjoy making things." Being that I had but 2 tricks up my non-existent sleeves, I summoned a Prinky. Pop! It came into existence, all furry and cute, looking up at me expectantly. "A Prinky!" she said with genuine joy on her face. She reached out and pulled it into her lap, then started petting it. The Prinky half closed its eyes and made a purring noise. "You're the first magic user I've seen who didn't freak out at seeing one of those," I said. "Why should I? They are the most delightful little creatures. Provided, of course, someone else pays their costs, which is you, correct?" I nodded. "And being that you likely have little to no use for the mana you might have trapped inside, you might as well bring a little joy to the world and let these creatures out." "I do. They're around most of the time, really," I said. "Then perhaps this little backwater village holds a sliver of a good life for an old lady." "You can keep the little guy, if he makes you that happy." "How many can you bring to bear?" she asked. I took a peek at my mana, and I did a spot of math. 125, I said. She nodded a bit, then said, "So it should be no problem for you to keep this one here for an old lady to have a spot of warmth." "How often do you play the old lady card?" "As often as it works." "It can stay," I said. Then I looked straight at the Prinky. "And you do whatever she asks you to do, okay?" It might have nodded, or it might have just inadvertently moved its head while getting scritched. Hard to tell. "I do appreciate you humoring me, young Duke," she said, standing up with an almost amusing amount of grunts and groans. "But an old woman needs to get some sleep." "Before you go, and since you won't answer any questions about the girl," I said, "can you answer a question or two about the others who came with the girl and yourself?" "The clerics? I might be willing to speak about them." "Clerics? What gods do they serve?" "Oh, I think if you meet them, you will understand they serve themselves." "What gods do they pretend to serve?" "And here I was under the impression you were well versed in the gods." "I'm a terrible student." "That remains to be seen. The hammer represents the Lord of Justice. The purple chain is said to be a symbol of Succoth, but I fear she may actually be a servant of Nurgle. Good night." Before I could ask her anything else, she slipped into the night. I swear I knew exactly where she was, and I was watching where she went. But one second I had my eyes on her, and the next she had just, well, vanished. I went to find Nikolai. I had too many questions. Chapter 42. Nikolai wasn't enjoying the party. He didn't seem the type who enjoyed parties, especially not after getting hungover at the first one. Fortunately, because we gave him his own private office, he was able to sequester himself away while the merrymaking happened. At least that's the story I told myself while making my way along the edges of the firelight, looking for Nikolai within the throngs of people and not finding him there. I went into the hall and heard heated voices coming from Nikolai's office. Now, I'm normally one to advocate for such actions as eavesdropping, spying, and, in general, getting every little slice of information possible, no matter the moral implications. But, in an effort to stop being creepy, I strode across the room and gave Nikolai's door a sharp rap. The voices inside silenced, and it took a moment before the door opened. Nikolai looked out, saw me, and then opened the door a little further. Vian was inside, leaning against a chair next to Lee, while Natalie occupied the single open chair. "My lord," Vian said. "Duke Cogshall," Natalie said. "Montana," Nikolai said. It was pretty clear what kind of meeting this was going to be. Unpleasant. "What's going on here?" I asked. "A meeting of the minds," he replied. "Trying to get a handle on everything that's been happening. Don't you think I should be here for this? 1, you are here now. 2, I thought it more pressing that you continue your conversation with the Imperial Historian. Is that who that lady was? She did not tell you her title. She just gave me a name. Why is she here? Silence. What is it that you're not telling me? I asked. They are planning to... Natalie started to say something, but a sharp look from Nikolai stopped that train of thought. What Cleve intended and what has happened are rather different beasts, Nikolai said. And there is more to all of this than we have let on to you. I'm not liking where this is going, I said. I am trying to be honest with you. Just be honest, I said. Don't try. You know that I was more than an ordinary thingman. Sure, you were. I was one of the leaders of the group. I was one of the men the Emperor considered a friend, and one of the few who gave the leader of our nation counsel on a daily basis. When Benedict Cogshull saved the Emperor's life, it was me who put together this plan, because I saw then what would happen now. See, like in a magical bending fate way, or I saw the way the winds were blowing, but I used no magic. I merely understood those who wanted the entirety of the Empire as their own. As soon as an assassin got close enough to injure the Emperor, even the Emperor knew his time was limited. And so we had to make a plan to ensure that the Empire might survive the coming calamity. Okay, I said, starting to pace. I can get some of what you're saying. The assassination attempt wasn't just some one-off crazy person acting alone. It was part of a larger plot, right? Yes, Nikolai said. Several someones worked together to kill him, Vian added. There were several wealthy and important people who were taking issue with the direction of the Empire. And now those people are going to pick a new emperor? Yes and no, Vian said. Likely and unfortunately yes, Nikolai said. But we hope no. They have a cockamamie plan in place, Lee said. I'd expect nothing less, I replied. And somehow it hinges on me. Yes, Nikolai said. From the beginning, when I told Cleve Dye to let you go with the other group at Saunders, it was hinged on you. I was wrong then, and I hope I am not wrong now. So what? I take back the Empire? The Empire is not lost yet. Yet being the key here, Vian sniped. Mardoom is up to something. Natalie nodded, then said, My brother's informants have all but confirmed their involvement with more than one party angling for the throne. Valamir? I asked. I would not put it past the slimy sack of shit, Vian said. It could be all 3 of the current contenders, Nikolai said, or others who have yet put their intentions forth. Leon has a growing list of those who are talking about it, Natalie said. How many spies does your brother have? I asked. Not nearly enough. Regardless, Nikolai said, the point of this plan, the one the Emperor and I worked on, was to remove the interference of the other nobles, enable us to focus on the Empire's way forward from a safe place, hence a valley with no entrances and no exits, easily defensible even if we have no army. But we do have an army, I said. We have part of an army, Vian corrected. Some elite troops and some retired farts. Those retired farts can still hold a shield wall, Natalie said. Nikolai sat behind his desk and held his hand up. The army, my Lord Duke, is some of our discussion topics for this evening. Or it would have been, however. You're all worried about the woman in purple and the dude with the hammer on his chest, I said. Nikolai's eyebrows raised just enough to tell me he was impressed. They present a problem, yes. Who's the girl? I asked. It was one of the multitude of questions Hetsesta didn't answer, but it seemed like the one she was most hesitant to even say a word about. Natalie scoffed. The girl, he says. I looked over at Lee. He just shrugged. Clearly it was something natives knew about. She is perhaps the most famous woman in the entirety of the Empire, Natalie said, incredulous. And you ask about her, as if she is a common trollop. Okay, I said. Well, obviously, I'm not super up-to-date on the famous ladies of the Empire. I must have misplaced my Us magazine somewhere. Lee got a look on his face, and I knew he'd figured it out before I had. That's the princess, Lee said. Has to be. Natalie nodded at Lee, then gave me a look like I was a daft prick. What? I asked. Why is she here? Because if she was elsewhere, Nikolai said, she would be minutes away from death. She is the rightful heir to the throne as outlined in the Emperor's will, which means if she shows up at the Senate— Wait a minute, I interrupted. She said she doesn't want to be the Empress or Emperor, whatever. That is not a formal abdication. Until the crown is actually offered to you, you cannot abdicate. Thus, as I was trying to say, if she shows up at the Senate, she will have 200 votes for the crown. And since you, if not other nobles, would clearly vote for her, she would become Empress. That is why Valamir wishes her dead, as do all the others aiming for the crown, perhaps the entire country of Mardoom. Definitely Mardoom, Vian said. Their Dark Queen has issued a death prize for the girl already, since they declared war on us, in fact. Regardless, she is here because this is the only place her father and I believe she would be safe, Nikolai said. There is the matter of the timeline we had estimated, however, because the Thingmen and their escort were not meant to be here until spring at the earliest. What went wrong? I asked. That is a very good question, Nikolai said, glaring at Vian. Vian shook his head. It is not my fault. Someone in our group has betrayed us, and we were discovered in all of the safe estates we had arranged. Time after time we barely escaped, and even then it was largely due to rearguard actions. I lost half my company keeping ahead of our pursuers. They will be at your gate in 2 days. Maybe 3 if they pause outside the tunnel. Can we kill them all? I asked. A bewildered smile spread across his face, and he looked over at Nikolai. Is he serious? Vian asked. Unfortunately, Nikolai replied. Probably. Look, I said. We just get a bunch of nice round logs, and we roll them down the tunnel, or some boulders. Barrels of pitch, Lee offered. I snapped and pointed at Lee. Excellent idea. While the thought of killing them all is quite entrancing, that would mean open conflict with Valamir and all his supporters. And I fear we would not last the winter in such an event. We must be self-sufficient before we can truly stand against Valamir. Or Eutharic, Vian said. Eutharic scares me nearly as much as, or maybe more than Valamir. He has to find the way here, Nikolai said. I know he knows where the princess is, Vian said. You want to share that with the rest of us? I asked. Vian shook his head and sighed. The princess is the princess, and some of her— Vian searched for the right word. Her retinue are not what I would think of as loyal, or even working in her best interests. They are sycophants, both of them, each pulling at her and promising paradise through different pathways, neither one of which is true. They're pretending to be clerics, right? I asked. Yes. And the one who's actually a priestess of Nurgle is the one who you suspect works with Eutharic? His eyes narrowed, and he nodded slowly. So the Hammerman is with Valamir? I asked. That is my current theory, yes. But how did you know? Just a guess from what you've told me about Eutharic and Valamir, and what the Imperial historian led on? Ah, yes, that one, Vian said. She is an impossibility. I cannot fathom her loyalties. She is loyal to the Empire, Nikolai said, but no individual within it. She's an odd duck, I said. Both Nikolai and Vian nodded. Okay, so, army. You want to figure out how to merge the Legion folk with the Thingmen as well as the dwarves. Is that the issue? That is an absurd oversimplification of what we are attempting to solve, Nikolai replied with a sigh. And if you wish to interject yourself into the process, I would always welcome your input, my duke. Yeah, no, I hear what it is you're saying. But I am leaving tomorrow morning, so— Leaving? Vian asked. We need to explore the valley. So I'm going out with a ranger who needs to level up, and if Nikolai hasn't asked you, do you have a ranger among your group? We have some, yes, Vian replied, then looked over at Nikolai. You need someone? Someone steady, Nikolai replied, and trustworthy. Someone who can keep this lunk alive. Hey, I said. Or more likely keep him out of trouble, so we do not awaken embroiled in a new war we cannot win. I'm not going to get us into a war. Hell, I'd get to do that. You got me into a war, Nikolai. Let us refrain from calling it a war yet, Nikolai said. Sure, but regardless, let's get the focus back on me and my needs. We really need Ragnar here to poke a hole in his ego, Lee said. I wish I could take those two with me, I said. They are in my hearth, after all. And he has a hearth, Vian said. Of course he does. And they're otters, I said. Lutra, please, Lee interjected. Right, my bad, I said. But rangers. Vian nodded, and looked around at nothing for a moment before nodding his head. I have some thoughts, he said. Leaving tomorrow morning, though, I replied. So, might want to think fast before they're too wasted tonight. That should not be a problem. I will have the ranger meet you by the northern gates tomorrow morning. Or in the cantina. Vian nodded. In that case, I said, I leave you to building our military-industrial complex. I got some weird looks, but no one stopped me from leaving. Chapter 43. I slept under the stars, enjoying the feeling of security for a night. For the first time, I thought about getting a bed of sorts. I missed having a soft place to lay down, or really just a place to call my own. Maybe when I returned from the walkabout, I'd make it a priority. I was a duke. I could pull a few strings, get myself a little pad somewhere, maybe attached to the hall, or even built inside the mountain, just with some windows and a balcony. A little 3-room apartment, or, something with indoor plumbing. I was not a huge fan of life with latrines, but there weren't exactly overwhelming options in the world of Valdrani, at least that I had found. Sleep came quickly. Almost as soon as my head hit the rolled-up cloak I was using as a pillow, I was out. And just as soon I realized I was somewhere else. Hanging in the air, blackness all around, and yet I could see myself, and I could feel the air around me. In front of me, a large eye opened, yellow with a vertical slit. It was huge, at least 100 feet tall. If I moved my head, the eye moved as well, so I was never able to take my eyes off the big eye. It was disconcerting, to say the least. There was something else there in the darkness, just beyond the edge of my ability to see. I could feel it. Trying to speak elicited nothing. I could move my head from side to side, but that was it. No other part of my body would respond to my commands. Power, a voice said. It was deep and potent and unnervingly inhuman. Echoes of the voice seemed to swirl around me, and a faint sense of something chewing but far off. A map spread out before me, or a very good model. Given that it was a dream of sorts, it could very well have been the real Valdrani. I really don't know. I do know that I was looking down on the Empire of Glatten. I could see the cities, the mountains, and, if I squinted, the vague network of roads that cut through farmlands and forests. The massive swath of trees was the Emerald Sea, and there was a nearly perfect circle cut out of the mountains just to the northeast of Osterstadt. I figured it was my valley. It had to be. It was the only valley-looking place near the spot where Osterstadt cut through the mountains, and tracing the river back it made sense. The perfect circleness didn't make sense, but it had to be the valley. I couldn't make out too many details, but it did look like there were massive amber plains to the north, before turning into a dark, swamp-looking place. And there were some cities to the northeast, which I assume had to be Mardum. Just as I was committing it all to memory and really trying to understand the geography of the region, a red splotch appeared in my valley, and it spread over the whole of the map. Every inch was covered in red. "Consume," the voice said. The map blinked out, and the eye replaced it. "Power," the voice said one more time. I was very confused, and I would have told the stupid eye that, but I wasn't able to talk at the moment. I had the feeling the eye thing wanted to say more, but I had the distinct feeling it ran out of power itself. The whole disconcerting scene hung there for a moment, then it seemed to wobble, reality itself wobbling. More than anything else, that was the most upsetting. One last wobble and it all vanished. I woke up thrashing my limbs about, looking everywhere to figure out where I was. It took me a hot minute before I accepted I was back home. But just as I was putting everything back into my head as merely a stupid dream, I caught sight of an after-image of the giant yellow eye, hanging above me in the sky. It lingered there just long enough for me to know I'd seen it, before winking out, and the night sky filled with too many stars back as it had always been. "Sometimes I hate this stupid world," I said to no one in particular. Chapter 44. I made it to the cantina before anyone was even in the kitchen, which was saying something. The dwarven bakers tended to get there somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 or 4 in the morning. I made myself a pot of tea on the glowing coals, and then sat down and ate a loaf of day-old bread, which was significantly tastier than it sounds. I was really starting to get used to having fresh bread on the daily, and have it make almost no effect on my waistline, at least insofar as I could tell. Frankly, with the sheer amount of muscle mass I had, I probably should have been eating far more calories than I was, but my diet was pretty vast. I sat there at one of the many tables, drinking my tea, wishing I had some Faygo root beer, well, that I had more of it. It wasn't like I drank that much soda back on Earth, but it was something that had always been close to home for me. No matter where I was, if I could have some Faygo root beer, I could close my eyes and, for a few minutes, be back in those few moments of joy I had as a kid, sitting in front of the TV watching a movie I wasn't supposed to late on a Saturday night. Now I had to make deals with the gods just to have a little pop. But then again, I was almost a god in my own right, so maybe it wasn't so bad. I missed movies, too, and popcorn. I had thought about trying to introduce new foods to Voldrani, well, foods that were new to them. It could, conceivably, give us an economic advantage over the rest of the Empire. Sure, there were plenty of dishes native to Glatton that I'd tried, and most of them were excellent. But, given that it had been a bizarre night, when the first baker arrived and asked if there was anything I needed or wanted in particular, I couldn't but expound on the glory that is the beignet. Which is why I was pretty well covered in powdered sugar and smelling strongly of oil when a really grim-looking man walked up to me. "My lord," he said, "I am Alexios, and I have been ordered to report to you for duty." He stood at attention in front of me, apparently not at all intrigued by the plate of fried sugary goodness in front of me. I pushed the plate his way, and I saw him look down at it and frown. "Are you the ranger?" I asked. "I am a ranger, my lord. I do not know if I am the ranger." "You're the one who's coming with me to explore the valley?" "Yes, my lord." "Well, then take a seat and have a beignet." "I would rather not, my lord." "Are you gluten-free or something?" "I apologize, my lord. I have not heard of this gluten." "You really don't need to say my lord every time you talk to me?" "Yes, my lord." I plucked another bit of dough from the pile and took a big bite. I felt the powdered sugar coat my beard like snow, and also the ranger's derision over my having a beard. He was clean-shaven, like virtually all Thingmen, and heavily muscled. "Want to sit?" I asked. "My lord, I am not worthy to—" "Nonsense. Sit, eat." I'm guessing we won't have hot food for a while." He thought it through for a moment and then sat down. Carefully, he picked up a beignet and then took a timid bite. He couldn't help the smile that spread over his face, but he did tamper it down almost as quickly as it happened. "There's more coming," I said, "so eat up." Try as I might to lure the man into conversation, Alexios would not engage. I couldn't tell if it was because of the difference in our ranks, or if he just wasn't a talker, or something else entirely. He did, however, enjoy the fried dough, devouring almost as much of it as I did. Amber maybe have had the desire to be a ranger, but she did not have the alarm clock to be a ranger. She came running into the cantina after the main breakfast, when Alexios had stretched out along the bench and was taking a nap. "I overslept," she said. I stretched as I got to my feet, and a slight groan escaped my lips. "It's fine," I said. "This is Alexios, and he's a ranger with the Thingman. He's coming with us." Amber looked him over, and while she struggled to maintain a polite look, there was a hint of fear on her face as well. She did not like Alexios, so, I had that going for me. I woke Alexios and sent him into the kitchen to get whatever food he wanted us to have on the trip, and then we'd take off. I waited for Alexios to get inside the kitchen before I turned to Amber. "Everything okay?" I asked. "Who is he?" "I told you, the ranger." "And he comes with us?" "Yeah, he'll be training you. I'm there to make sure we all get home okay and hopefully get some quest XP." She nodded. "Is he a good man?" she finally asked. I blinked a few times, trying to find an answer to give to a question like that. Was he a good man? I had no idea. It's not like I knew the guy in the slightest. He'd been fine in the time we'd spent together, breaking some bread. But other than that, I had nothing. "I believe he is a man of honor," I said. "And he is one of my sworn followers, so if there is a problem, he answers to me." She swallowed hard, then finally nodded. "I am ready to go when you are." "Lovely," I said, hopping to my feet and leaving the cantina. Chapter 45. Before we left the walls, we formed a party. Alexios suggested we not go north right away, that instead we should inspect the area around the settlement to see what we might find in the immediate area. That meant a trek along the cleared area around the settlement, and immediately. I knew Alexios was much more at home in the wilds than he was even in the mild civilization contained within the walls of Cogshall. It also made me realize that the village/city/what-have-you needed a name to differentiate it from the holding. We did find one interesting thing in our search around the village. A hastily constructed platform of sorts high up in a pine. It had a clear vantage point over the walls and into the settlement. It had all the signs that the lookout spot had been used, and recently. Trash and poop. Rather fresh poop. "You have a goblin problem," Alexios said. "I knew that," I replied, but I didn't know how close they were. I wrote a note out to Nikolai explaining where the platform was and what we'd found there. Then I summoned a Prinky and told it to give the note to Nikolai, and then do whatever Nikolai told him. The Prinky was off and running instantly. I noticed it took a single Prinky less time to react to orders than a group of them. A nugget of information I filed away for later. Alexios was very intrigued by the trolls, so instead of following the river directly, we went along the clear path of destruction left by the trolls. They weren't exactly careful about how they moved, knocking trees over here and there, pushing rocks around. It made me think of the safari videos I'd seen of elephants, the sort of casual destruction they left anywhere they went. Alexios remained constantly in motion, looking all around, pointing tracks out to Amber, telling us both what the noises were that we heard call. The birds, the squirrels that sounded like birds, the animals that made bizarre knocking noises. He pointed out the torn-apart trunks, places where trolls had gotten angry or gotten their back scratched. There was a whole book to read in the nature around us. I noticed I started to get some skills I hadn't really expected to pick up. Cool beans, you've leveled up the skill tracking. Cool beans, you've learned the skill birding. Now you can identify common birds. I was having fun. At least I was until it started to rain. That put a damper on things. The weather turned very quickly. A heady storm came in swiftly from the west, with dark gray clouds swooping in on us. The temperature plummeted, and then heavy rain came down. Given the horrific weather, I wanted to stop, but considering my other two explorers seemed very keen on continuing on, I didn't say anything. I didn't want to be the weak one. We pressed on, moving through the forests, heading slightly uphill. We finally got close enough to the river to see the water. It seemed like the trolls weren't keen on crossing it. They, like us, were following it uphill. The river next to us alternated between ridiculous rapids and deep, still pools, and I could see some large fish swimming about. When I got close, though, Alexios pulled me back from the edge. "Be wary, my lord," he whispered. "These pools hold dangers." "Agaknern?" I asked. "Nothing quite as evil, I hope. There are plenty of beasts who dwell in the still parts of the northern rivers of Glatten, and I must imagine those same creatures exist here." "Is there any way to catch them?" "A myriad, my lord. But why would you wish to do so?" "Are they a viable food source?" "Certainly, but that is an activity for the fishermen, not a duke." I was flabbergasted, but he seemed to take my inability to form a sentence in response as acceptance to his beliefs, because he was off, catching up to Amber and pointing out the semi-dormant hive of wild bees. Though I disagreed with Alexios, I wasn't planning on poking about the deeper pools just because I wanted to see what was in there. I'd done that in the war waters and almost gotten smushed by a giant tentacle thing. Not an activity I was keen on repeating. Still, these pools were nowhere near as deep as the holes in the war waters. The creatures inside couldn't possibly be as big. It was something I'd investigate further another time. Ultimately, this was a trip to train up another ranger and to map out the valley. We weren't exactly making good time through the wilderness, but going slow was part of the plan, at least as far as I could tell. I kept track of everything I was passing, doing my best to mark down anything interesting, which so far was relegated to a few good-looking fishing holes and an increasing number of beehives. We stopped for a late lunch, mainly because we'd started so late in the day, and I asked Alexios about the bees. "They are honeybees," he replied. "Are there normally this many hives?" I asked. "When there are this many flowers, yes." "Oh. Are you hoping there is something special about the bees?" "Wouldn't hurt. If you have an apiarist, you could bring these colonies back and have a ready supply of honey. But other than that, I believe these are common honeybees." I thanked him, and we ate our bread and sausage. Amber remained quiet. She'd barely spoken all day, but she looked as if she had settled into things a bit, not quite as tense. I wanted to believe it was because she was just so into learning that she was focused on picking up everything Alexios said. One nice thing about being in the deep woods was that the rain didn't hit us quite so hard. It couldn't really penetrate the trees, even though I could see that the rain was absolutely soaking the world around us. It wasn't that bad where we were walking. Granted, I was still thoroughly soaked, and wished I'd dressed more like Alexios or Amber. They wore leather armor over wool clothes. Amber had a dark green woolen hooded cloak over all that, while Alexios had an oilskin coat of some sort and a tricorn hat. I had on my last non-torn dress shirt, my seal pants, and that was pretty much it. I had armor in my bag, a set of plate and a set of chain, figuring I could slip on what I needed to when I needed it. I was a fool. We continued on towards the lake, the one bit of geography I knew existed in the valley. Late in the day, when we left the river and went up a hill following a game trail, we got our first sight of it. It was huge, and a remarkably dark blue, especially on this rainy day. There were a few islands dotting it, all covered with vegetation. Some were just tall grasses, others trees. At least that's what it seemed like to me. Leaving the game trail, we hiked downhill for quite some time, the rain finally starting to peter out. With the sun sitting on the horizon, we started looking for a place to make camp for the night. Apparently Alexios had a hint about something, a feeling he'd gotten after he saw something on the trail. He didn't mention it to us, though, because he wanted to see if we would notice on our own. We did not. What he'd noticed was damage to the trees, like things were running, large branches knocked off trees, and the general absence of any big game. Big predators were about, and Alexios had spotted their cave. Which wasn't that hard once you knew what to look for, or you got close enough that you could smell it. It barely qualified as a cave. It was only about 100 yards deep, but was mostly filled with animal remains and other nasty detritus. "We could camp here," Alexios said, pointing to the cave. I started. "It's kind of really gross in there." "True, but we would be left alone. Nothing will come near that cave." "What about the current residents?" "Something scared them off." "I thought you said nothing would come near it." "Nothing but the thing that did." "See, you're not making sense to me." "This cave was the troll home. Something drove them off, but did not keep the cave as its own home. Something bigger and badder than trolls is cruising around these woods?" "That is my belief, yes." "Any idea what that might be?" "No." "Why do you think this is safe here if there's some bigger and badder beast out here?" "Because it did not choose to keep this for its lair. If it did, there would be signs pointing to whatever it might be, and given the time of day and the weather, I would expect it to be here." "But like trolls. They're disgusting." "I am not bothered by it," Amber said, walking into the shelter the cave offered. Once I got inside, if you climbed up the sides to some of the natural rock ledges, it wasn't that bad. There were no piles of offal or refuse up there, and the smell went away after a while. We pointedly did not have a fire, but we spent some time shooting arrows at the soft corpses of things I couldn't identify. I took first watch, knowing that, if I decided to, I could spend the night awake. Chapter 46. My desire to sleep was pretty close to nil. I didn't want to chance having another one of those terrible dreams, not while we were out in the wilds. The night was cold. The rain had stopped and the moons were out. Their light reflected back at me from a profusion of puddles. The night wasn't too quiet. Frogs called back and forth to each other, bugs zipped around. I saw bats pulling off some serious acrobatics in the moonlight. I wished I had a book, preferably an e-book that had a built-in light. The nights were long and full of boredom. Time ticked by slower and slower. Finally, I found a piece of wood and started to carve it. I made little figurines of Ragnar and Skeld, little otters standing up. It made sense because otters were about the same shape as the little branches I could get from the mouth of the cave. Just as I put the 6th Ragnar in a row, I noticed that the sounds from outside the cave had stopped, suddenly enough that it startled me. I slipped my dagger into my sheath. Then I laid down on my stomach, trying to make myself small in the shadows of the cave. I looked out into the world, trying to get a clue about what was lurking about and causing all the little critters to go quiet. The ground wasn't shaking. The puddles didn't ripple like in Jurassic Park, but thanks to my tremor sense, I could feel it moving. It was very heavy and yet took soft steps. I could feel the weight pushing mud out of the way. It wasn't easy to feel it. I actually had to concentrate to feel exactly where it was. But my curiosity was piqued. What was this creature? And then I saw it. Rather, I saw its silhouette. Its skin must have been very dark because it almost seemed to absorb all the light around it. But it was very large, 20, maybe 30 feet tall, and nearly as wide. It had a massive torso and an almost ungainly-sized head, and it was bow-legged. The beast sniffed, deep, loud. He had the scent of something, and given the path he'd taken to get to the cave, I had a bad feeling about it. It seemed like he was following our trail. I wondered if Alexios had some instinct about the monster, if perhaps he had a feeling the monster was tracking us, and that's why he wanted us to sleep in the stink. If that was the case, maybe the stench was worth it. The creature put one large hand down in the mud and leaned forward, sniffing into the cave again. I was just about to move forward when a pebble hit my face. Following its path, I saw Alexios looking at me, shaking his head ever so slightly. So I stopped moving. Completely. The creature sniffed around a little more. It seemed to get increasingly annoyed. It backed up, sniffed around, and then it bent to the ground. Then it lumbered into the trees, being substantially louder than it had when it entered the clearing. Amber was on her feet instantly, followed by Alexios. I got up as well. Alexios approached me and had his mouth next to my ear. "I believe it to be a ruse," he said. "The creature believes we may be here, so it tries to lure us out. What's the plan? I do not believe the beast will leave us this night. We must draw him away." "Which means you, right?" "Yes, my lord. I am the best candidate for this particular ploy." "I think it'd be better for me to do it. If he catches me, I'm more likely to survive the encounter." "I suppose it would be best if he did not catch me then. Go down to the lake, my lord. We will meet in the place where the river leaves." "Got it." Alexio pushed his pack at me, and then he sprinted out into the clearing, heading uphill away from the lake. I slung Alexios' gear over my back and crept along the cave until my foot was at the edge of the moonlight. I knelt down and listened for a moment. Heavy footsteps going away and uphill. The beast had taken the bait. I turned to tell Amber to follow me, but instead got a close-up view of her pushing me out of the way and taking the lead. "This way," she said, and I followed. She took me straight down to the river, stopping at a slight calm stretch, rough rapids downstream, and what appeared to be a super deep pool upstream. "We have to cross here," she said, "and try to go as much upstream as you can. We need to get the scent off us as much as possible." Made sense. I dove in, whereupon I realized it wasn't that deep, and promptly smashed my face into a rock. My vision exploded into colors, and I didn't fight at all when I felt arms pulling me to my feet out of the water. "Put your feet down," Amber said. "Wade across until the middle." After a second, the little concussion icon denoting the debuff I was under disappeared, and I felt a ton better. And I could follow the basic instructions she'd given me. Sure enough, I was able to keep my feet and walk almost all the way across. Much easier than trying to swim for it. Amber, on the other hand, needed help, as the current was too strong for her to keep her feet the whole way across. There were 15 or so feet where we had to swim, but other than that, it was a quick trip across. We splashed through the shallows heading upstream for about 100 yards, and then came ashore. There was sandier soil and fewer trees on the eastern side. We only stopped long enough to catch our breath, and then we raced uphill along the river. I heard a growl right before Amber put her hand up for me to stop, so I already had a spear out. The wolf, or wolf-like thing, pounced at Amber from the darkness. As soon as I saw it moving, my spear went thrusting out. I caught the beast right through the midsection, lifting him up so high he soared right over Amber before slamming down. I stomped his head as I pulled the spear out. "Thanks," she whispered, already continuing on as if nothing had happened. I quickly checked the death notification to confirm that it was indeed a wolf. In this case, GG, you've killed a black mountain wolf, level 14 beast. You've earned 125 XP. What a mighty hero you are. As we read along, I couldn't help but think about how much easier taxonomy was in this world. Everything was already labeled for you. Just kill one, and then you know what it is, or was, I suppose. 20 minutes of hard running along the banks, and we came up on our first real issue. A waterfall. Not that big, but meant we had to do some wet rock climbing. We clambered up, occasionally needing to do a little boosting and pulling so we could both get to the top. It was seriously challenging, considering all the handholds were wet. We ended up having to climb the rest of the way, until we crested the last bit of rock and saw the lake spread out in front of us. A great swath of darkness, rippling ever so much from the gentle wind. Quick as can be, Amber was up in a tree, clinging on to some of the very top branches in the 100-foot pine. It wasn't clear if she'd done so to hide or if she was trying to get a better view. Certainly, I'd have preferred it to be the latter, but considering she was trying to see into thick forest in the middle of the night, I had a feeling it was the former. Regardless, her speed impressed me. In the time it took for me to look out and appreciate the midnight beauty of the lake, she'd zoomed up to the top of the tree. I took a spot near a rock, leaning against it. I wanted to be sure I was visible-ish, enough for a trained ranger to see me. And I waited. And waited. Finally, I saw a figure on the other side of the river, the western side. The figure made its way along the beach deliberately. Then it waded out into the lake and swam around the river outlet before coming up onto the shore near me. "Is Amber with you, my lord?" Alexios asked. I pointed up at the tree. "Ah, she did as I instructed." "Hid up in the tree?" "Yes. I assume she has her bow out, ready to fire down on the beast should it have followed you." "Did you make it around okay?" I asked. "I did, my lord. Thank you." "And what is this beast? Did you identify it?" "It is nothing I have seen before, my lord. It hunts with intelligence, but I detected no sense of sentience. It does not seem to use tools, nor have anything I could identify as clothing or armor. It is a male, I believe, but I found no indications of a lair or a family. I am hopeful it is a solo hunter." "And it moved the trolls out," I said. "But then where did it come from?" "Another question I cannot answer," he said. "But for tonight, I suggest we head up into the tree. If we are high enough, I believe the beast will not be able to reach us." "How high?" "At least 50 feet, my lord." Chapter 47. Let me make this very clear. If anyone ever asks if you'd like to sleep in a tree, say no. There is really nothing good I can say about it. There's a lot of sap, plenty of swaying, and you have to rope yourself onto branches so you don't fall out while you're sleeping. I did sleep, a little, if only to pass the time away. Alexios and Amber traded off the rest of the night's watches. They wouldn't hear of me doing anything else. And we were pretty close to each other in the tree, 50 feet up and on neighboring branches. When the sun came up, I handed out dried meats and cheese, and we ate, in silence. Neither one of the rangers was keen on talking. Perhaps it was because of the silence that I heard the whimpering of something, or some things. Then a shush. Immediately I looked down around the base of the tree. Nothing. But over the rock that was between us and the lake, coming down the shoreline, I saw a very strange sight. Bears. Bears walking on their hind legs. Big fucking bears, wearing clothes and carrying weapons. Well, walking was being kind. They were definitely bad news bears. They were stumbling, barely moving, and nearly all of them carried a bundle or had a bundle strapped to them. I realized the bundles were where the whimpering came from. Then I heard it clearer. Crying. Babies crying. "Ursus," Alexios whispered, stringing his bow. "What are you doing?" I asked. "They are violent," he said, "and enemies of the Empire. That's women and children, buddy. Put the bow down." "My lord, that's right. I'm your lord. I will handle this, preferably without violence. You see me getting my ass kicked by these bears, then and only then can you fire an arrow at them, understand?" He nodded, not happy but willing to follow my orders. While the group of bear people, the Ursas, limped along the sandy shores, I climbed down the tree. I figured that their destination was the river, so I wanted to be there, relaxed and chilling when they came along. I put away all my weapons and tried to look as relaxed as possible. The first of the Ursas came up the rock and stopped. Its eyes went wide. Then another came and had a similar reaction. 4 more in quick succession, all stopping with a start. I gave a friendly wave. No reaction. For a moment at least. Then one turned around, whispered something, and the other 5 backed away until it was just one left watching me. A moment later, a big bear came walking up. Very much bigger than me. He had a large wooden shield on one arm, a big oval sort of thing painted with runes or symbols. A thick bronze sword was in his other hand, and a helmet sat on his head. All bronze, it looked heavy, and he moved like he was exhausted. His shield was bumping along the rock as he came forward. Still, dude was big and mean-looking. I figured he'd find the energy for a fight if he had to, so I needed to calm the situation down. Oddly, he had a slight glow about him, something I had not seen on anyone or anything before. "Good morning," I said. He paused and backed up a step before standing up straight. "You with the Empire?" he asked. He had a slow way of talking, like he was thinking through each word before he said it, and that Imperial Common might not be his first language. And his voice was low, a profoundly deep bass that I could feel resonate in my bones. "That I am," I said. He grunted. "I am Montana Cogshall, Duke of Cogshall. May I have your name?" I was being overly polite, but I figured a little flowery language might ease tensions a bit, just keep everyone on the up and up. "You have an army?" he asked. "Well, I mean, it depends on what you'd call an army. I'd like to believe I'm an army of one, but then again, I've seen plenty of propaganda commercials related to that, and I like the phrase. There's a certain, grandiose nature that comes from saying that. There are also quite a few professional soldiers who are sworn to me, but they are back in my settlement." "Settlement? Is it close?" "Again, you'd need to define close. It's about a day downriver." "By the mountain wall?" "Yeah, that's where we built it. There's a tunnel leading over to the other side. Put up some walls, we have a nice fire at night. It's a homey place." He seemed confused, which wasn't necessarily bad because it meant we weren't fighting, so bonus points for me. For a minute, he looked me over, I think noting my lack of weapons and the ease I displayed in the situation, which, was mostly true. I didn't want the interaction to go violently, but at the same time, I felt confident I could take him. At this point, I felt confident I could take on just about any creature in Voldrani. Finally, he looked back over his shoulder, I assume at those who were traveling with him, then back at me, then over his shoulder. Something was weighing on him, and he was trying to come up with a solution to a problem he really didn't want to have. I had no idea what was going on, so I really didn't know any way to help him. "A Duke of the Empire," the big bear said. "And you have a settlement with walls." "And a kitchen," I replied with a smile. I think he smiled back. It's difficult to tell with bears. They don't exactly have the right facial structure to smile in the way we do. "We need shelter," he finally said. "If there—" he faltered. "I will do whatever you would like, whatever is necessary, if you will give us shelter." "You guys seem a bit, I said, out of sorts. Do you mind telling me why you need shelter?" "Something infected my tribe," he said. I held up a hand and interrupted him. "Like a disease of some kind?" He shook his great furry head. "No. A corruption. Something evil. Dark." "Like a demon?" "Not that either. I do not know how to describe it, other than the shaman turned. She was new. Our old shaman died, and his apprentice rose in his place. But she was wrong, and it started to spread amongst our tribe and neighboring tribes. They have all come together, all under the sway of the, He trailed off, unable to find the right word. "The darkness?" "Yes, the darkness. All the tribes in the area, all my people in these mountains, they have succumbed, except for those of us here. We escaped with the children, but we have been on the run for more than a week now. Our pursuers seem not to tire, but we have reached our limits. Though we were once at war with the Empire, I beg you, shelter us. Save us. I heard the babies crying. Is that... are they okay? They are tired, hungry. We are out of food, and we are out of energy. How many of you are there? 39 adults, 72 children of various ages, most infants. I looked up at the tree and saw Alexios and Amber looking at me. Fuck, man, I said. That's a pretty shitty situation. And you've got a lot of kids. And you seem like a nice guy. You have found a quest. The Bare Necessities. A tribe of the Ursas have requested sanctuary. They are being pursued by an evil and are in danger of being eradicated. Reward for success, their loyalty. Penalty for failure or refusal, unknown, yes or no. He hoisted up his shield, ready to fight. But I'm going to say yes, I continued, taking on the quest. So I'm asking you to please not fuck me over. Yes? He asked, hesitant like he didn't believe me. Yes, I said. If you are asking for my protection, especially to protect your little ones, I will give it. I will escort you to my settlement, and we will bring you behind our walls. And no one will get you, okay? He sunk to his knees. The relief over what I was saying, combined with his exhaustion, seemed to overwhelm him. I rushed forward and grabbed him, helping him back up. He was fucking heavy as fuck. Like, I know I'm insanely strong and whatever, so my concept of weight is skewed, to say the least, but in my various dealings with living beings, this dude, for his size, was among the heaviest I'd come across. You still didn't give me your name, big man, I said. He chuckled slightly, still leaning on me. I am Borin. Borin the Defender. Chapter 48. Alexios, I yelled out. Get down here. Borin looked up into the tree. For the first time, he saw my two rangers. They are with you? Borin asked. Ranger and ranger in training. Out here trying to get a better idea of this valley. You have claimed the valley is yours? He asked. I mean, according to the Empire, the valley is mine. The mountains to the east and the west are mine, and as much of the territory north of the valley I can hold is mine as well. But I'm more focused on the valley. The Empire eats land like my cubs eat grubs. That's gross, but also apt. Alexios dropped the last 10 feet and stood in front of me with a smart salute. My lord, Alexios said. How quickly can we get back to the settlement? I asked. With all of them? Yes. It depends largely on how much they are able to walk, and if the beast from last night is hunting. Okay, well, I want to get back as quickly as possible. If necessary, I'll fight a rear guard against the beast, or against whomever is following them. Borin, this is Alexios. He's one of my rangers. Up in the tree is Amber, the ranger in training. Borin finished for me. Exactly. Now what can I offer you or your people to keep you going? Do you have food? We do, I said, doing a little mental math on the quick. Planning to be out potentially for weeks at a time, I'd overpacked food. It certainly wasn't enough to feed the 100-plus bear folk for long, but it would probably do for a lunch of sorts. Do we need to eat on the march? Borin looked over his shoulder. Amber, I called up. You see anything coming this way? Look for dust, Alexios called out, and climb higher. She was up the tree in a flash, and I saw her peek out the very top. And after a moment, she dropped down close enough we could talk. Another group, she said. Or something. Something's causing the birds to fly up in a pattern, If we eat here, Alexios said, I would bet that whatever is out there will get here before we leave. We must get moving now. Boren stood up on his own. I will wait here. Buy you all time. Ridiculous, I said. Take a second to eat some food. I pulled all the foodstuffs out of my bag and pushed them at Alexios and Boren. Next, we need to get over to the other side of the river, so I'm going to cut a tree down to make a little bridge. As soon as that's done, we are moving. Cutting trees down, Alexios said. We have no time for that. I was already moving, though. I didn't feel like explaining how I could do stuff to Alexios. Instead, I got my axe out and laid into a big tree that was near the riverbank. Just because I could carry whole trees around didn't mean I wanted to. A few good swings, and the first of the trees fell. Boren was handing food out, and had just about gotten to all his people by the time I got the second tree down. I took an extra minute to tie both logs together, and then I walked across to make sure it was stable. Good to go, I shouted. I summoned all the Prinkies I could, and ordered them to assist the Ursas. Once everyone had crossed, I pushed the trees into the river and watched them float away. The Prinkies actually did a decent job providing assistance, offering hands, giving some extra balance, even holding food and drink for the Ursas while they were walking. And once they got a bite or two in them, we actually started to move at a reasonable clip. Not exactly fast, but, faster than we had been. Amber was at the front, ranging out and making sure things were as clear as possible, and Alexios brought up the back, doing his best to hide our passage. The Prinkies helped with that too. They'd run off in different directions, leaving all sorts of weird trails this way and that. As for me, I tried to be anywhere I was needed. I did some carrying of grown-ups, and I did some carrying of babies. Which, of all the babies I've encountered, baby Ursas are ridiculously cute. They're about as close to actual living teddy bears as you can imagine, and really, all they wanted to do was cuddle. So, amazeballs. I'd wager they were even cuter than a Prinky. But not by much. We were making good enough time that Alexios began to relax ever so slightly. Not a ton, and certainly not enough that he was willing to stop hiding our trail. But as we got to evening, and we were still quite a distance from the settlement, it became clear we were going to have to make a very difficult decision. It would certainly have been best if we stopped for the night. Despite the constant supply of trail rations, Boren's people weren't doing particularly well. I mean, slightly better than they had that morning, but it was very clear they would all benefit from a night of sleep. And yet Boren insisted that those who followed him would not stop. But the additional problem for going through the night was simple. We'd have to contend with the beast again. I had a feeling it was a nocturnal hunter, and there was no way we could keep this group quiet enough to make it through the darkness unnoticed. But if we slept somewhere, we could maybe make a defensive camp of sorts, keep the beast away with fire or something else entirely. It was a problem exacerbated when Amber found a reasonably defensible location for a camp. Ultimately, Boren refused to stop. Whatever was chasing him was a clearer danger to him than the mystery monster we'd encountered during the night, and I could understand that. It just meant we'd be forced to outwit the monster. Or fight it. And I wasn't exactly looking forward to either. Chapter 49. The clouds moved in with the night. Before long, we could barely see anything. Well, I could see fine. Dark vision and tremor sense were a pretty amazing combination, and the world still felt completely alive and normal for me. But it appeared the bears didn't have any sort of dark vision. And that meant using a lot of Prinkies to hold hands and make sure the Ursas didn't trip over things, especially because there were so many babies being carried. We were certainly going slower through the terrain. It made me realize how spoiled I'd been back on Earth, what with having roads everywhere and all. Traipsing through complete wilderness was a totally different experience. I mean, I'd been hiking a few times, part of being an Eagle Scout, but it was exceptionally rare for us to go far off trail, and even then, we weren't exactly going through primeval, untouched forests. Here, it was occasionally easy-ish going, with big pines and little undergrowth, but you mostly just had to watch out for disintegrating down trees and big ferns. But there were also quite a few rocks, and to stumble against one of the rocks could definitely send you to the ground. We had a few close calls, but there were no serious injuries. It had to be close to midnight when I felt something off. Tremors. Soft steps of a giant creature coming in from the west, pitting us against the river. I stopped walking and pulled out a spear. The Ursus looked at me but kept moving. Finally, the end of the line came up, Alexios. "He's out there," I said, looking to the west. "I know," Alexios replied. "Can you feel him or something?" "Or something. What is your plan here?" "Kill it," I said. "My lord, begging your pardon, but I was given specific instructions not to let you do anything stupid." "This isn't stupid." "You are risking your life for a group of strangers, who are most recently enemies of the Empire, fighting a creature you know nothing about, in the dark, in terrain you have never seen before." I held my hand up and he stopped. "I am trusting you to keep these people safe." "Are they even Do not finish that question," I said, forcefully enough that he blanched. "I will say this one more time as an order. I am trusting you to keep these people safe, to see them to our settlement, all alive and as healthy as they are now. Understood?" "Yes, my lord," he said. He saluted once, his face betraying how much he wanted to disobey. But then he ran off, and I was all alone with my stupid decisions. The beast was nearby, but he was tracking the group, still moving. It was time to track the monster. The hunter had become the hunted, which, in hindsight, not at all the case. I headed west, moving away from the river and uphill some. I wanted to make enough noise, figuratively, that the beast would follow me instead of the group. In that vein, I jabbed the spear into my leg and got some blood pouring out. Then I spun the spear around in the air to make sure the scent of blood was fresh. The beast stopped moving, and the tremor started towards me. It was coming. It had smelled my blood, and it was most definitely thinking I was an easy target. No way it could know that I'd already healed. I raced away from the river, and I could feel the creature follow. It was closing on me. Motherfucker moved fast. It was unnerving. A creature his size shouldn't have been able to slip through the forest both as quietly and as quickly as he could. Had I not been tracking him exactly with my tremor sense, I doubt I would have been able to pick him out from the forest. Once I got going and my breathing was hard, I couldn't hear him at all. Thing was, I wanted to make it a bit of a chase. I wanted to keep him after me as long as I could, to ensure the others had plenty of time to make an escape. I figured I could probably take the monster, and if not, if he did me some serious damage and managed to kill me, well, I would get a nice hike across the Empire to get back to my village. For a second, I thought about changing my spawn point, but then I realized it wasn't exactly the time to go about doing such a thing. It was a pretty good plan, as far as my plans go, and I think it had a really good shot. Minus the cliffs. The creature was definitely hurting me, in retrospect, because I came hurtling over a downed log into a clearing and realized there were very tall cliffs right in front of me. But not like the ones near the settlement, the ones that were thousands of feet. These ones were mere hundreds of feet, but they were wet and sheer, and the beast had caught up enough that any attempt to climb them would result in the creature pulling me down and having his way with me, which, was hopefully just eating me. I slid to a stop in the mud and had the spear out. The creature stopped in the trees. It was dark, and he must have assumed I couldn't see him, but I saw the outline of him. Again, it was like his skin just sucked light in. Dude was big. Huge upper body, at least. He seemed to have skipped quite a few leg days. He had wide feet and long arms that reached almost to the ground. Big, round muscles, and from what I could discern, large flaps of skin over most of his joints. I couldn't see much of a neck, so I had a feeling it was a lot of head and jaw. These sorts of fuckers always seem to have an overabundance of teeth. I wanted to say something sassy, but I couldn't think of anything in the moment. So I waited. And he waited. Maybe he wanted to make an entrance, but he didn't move out of the woods until the perfect moment for spectacle. A giant streak of lightning cracked overhead, and he came out of the trees. The thunder roared around us. He was a mottled gray, with small eyes facing front, strange triangular folded flaps for ears, and a big fuck-off mouth with big teeth. Not as many teeth as I was expecting. There were a few pretty decent-sized gaps. He had big hands, 3 long fingers with an extra joint at the end, and 1 stubby thumb. Extra grabbing power, I supposed. It wasn't that he didn't have a neck, either. His head just came out laterally from his body, coming forward, giving him a nice long jaw. His nose was pug-like, giant pug-like, but a similar scrunched-up look that made me think he probably snored like a motherfucker. I felt a little pang of fear rise up. It wasn't an effect of the creature, that I'd be immune to, but it was from the creature all the same. He was big and mean, and yet intelligent enough to trap me, and to hunt me. I was starting to feel like I'd gotten in a little over my head. Then, just to really cap things off, it started to pour down rain. Oh well. Chapter 50. He lunged at me, closing the distance between us faster than I could really comprehend. I managed to get the spear up and planted it in the center of his outstretched hand. The spear sunk into his flesh, and the creature snapped his hand back. He looked down at the spear embedded in his paw, confusion evident in his tiny eyes. With his other hand, he pulled the spear out like I would of a splinter, and tossed it aside. While he'd been playing with that spear, I'd gotten another from my bag, and as soon as he looked up, I threw said spear as hard as I could. It whistled through the air and slammed into the creature's shoulder. It hit with a good meaty sound, but the sound was deceiving. It just seemed to sink into his thick, wrinkled skin. He barely even noticed it. Sure, some blood came out, but no, like, spurts or anything. It was pretty much textbook evolutionary advantage. Thick wrinkles of skin for extra protection. Probably not intended as protection against spears, but worked just as well. I took a moment to move farther back, and pulled the sword and shield out of my bag. I set to receive them, even as he was already in motion. His big hand came around and slammed into the shield, but unlike the trolls, this dude was smart enough to grab onto the shield, and he ripped it from my arm. It happened so fast and with so much power, I thought he was going to rip my whole arm off. He threw the shield over his shoulder, and I took a chance, lunging in with a slash at the side of his leg, right into his knee. The sword bit into his skin, but I don't even think it went into his flesh. Getting that close to him, however, was not the best of plans. His hand was around me in a flash, and he lifted me off the ground. He pinned my arms to my side, and just like that, I couldn't move. He brought me to his mouth, his breath horrible, fetid. All those terrible smells you get if you only eat raw meat. Perhaps because of the rain, perhaps because he moisturized on a daily basis, but his hands were actually slick. With a little wiggling, I managed to slip one arm out of his 3 fingers. As he brought me into his mouth, I brought my dagger into his finger, jamming it in with all the strength I could muster, which, in this case, was enough to embed the dagger into the knuckle. He roared. Thick ropes of saliva flew out of his mouth and wrapped around me in a viscous nightmare. He opened his hand, and I dropped the 20 feet to the ground, rolling my ankle, which hurt like a motherfucker. I hobbled away from him as he struggled to get the tiny dagger out of his finger, which probably also hurt like a motherfucker. He had big fingers, so he was having a heck of a time getting a hold of the little knife. Getting all the way to where my back was against the wall, I looked up, trying to judge if I could make the climb. The pain in my ankle was subsiding, but it wasn't really doing the whole supporting weight thing, which made climbing and even running challenging at best. I saw the sword I'd dropped, right where the beast's foot was. Seeing a quick opportunity, a lull in the fight, I shot an identification the creature's way. Really fucking useful information there. Basically the Voldrani method of saying, "This is Bad Leroy Brown." I grabbed all the spears from my bag of holding and just started launching them at the beast. One after another, the spears hit the monster. One after another, they did fuck all. Sure, some of them stuck in his skin, but none penetrated to any real depth. They got his attention, and he grabbed a big handful of mud and threw it at me. I got covered in the sludge, and I couldn't see shit. Then he lunged at me, which I felt. I dove to the side, and his massive clawed fingers closed on where I'd just been, my leg straight up sliding across his skin as he closed his fist. Weaponless, I scrambled on all fours across the clearing, trying to get to the trees where I might have a chance to put something in between the two of us. I felt him leave the ground, so I knew he was leaping for me. I tried to move faster, but it wasn't enough. His hand slammed down on my leg, and he picked me up, dangling me in the air until I was eye to eye with him. Granted, I was upside down, but we were at eye level. And, that's when he ripped my leg off. Chapter 51. The creature had my left leg in one hand. He put his other hand in my crotch and around my torso and pulled. He seemed a little surprised by how much effort he had to exert, and probably at the volume of my screams, or the tone. I was hitting some impressively high notes, but then again, getting a limb pulled off is definitely in the top 10 of most painful things to live through. My leg remained in his grip, and I watched as blood fountaining out of the stump covered his face. He sputtered and waved his arms around, trying to get the blood from getting in his eyes or something. I suppose to really keep it from ruining his look. He tossed me to the side. I spun through the air and hit the mud with a wet thwack, sliding across the clearing until I hit a tree. I laid there for a moment in shock, watching my health bar drop remarkably fast. It's definitely something I would not recommend anyone doing, ripping your leg off. With my health bar sliding under the 50% point, I finally got my shit back together. I reached into my bag of holding and pulled out the healing potions I'd taken just in case Amber needed them. I drank one, pulled the stopper off the other, and poured it over the spot where my leg previously had been. I realized the big fucker had ruined my God-given seal pants. That pissed me off. The healing potion on the leg seemed to close things up, and the healing potion in my mouth got my health to stop dropping. I saw the bleeding debuff icon in the corner of my vision blink out. I was stabilized, for now. The first plan that came to my barely functioning brain was grabbing the taming ball out of the bag and using it on Mr. Monster. It would be a pretty good time to use the gift, save my life for sure, and give me another monster pet. But if this orb was as powerful as Paul had made it out to be, then using it on this random dude seemed a waste. Still, respawn across the Empire or use the gift. I reached into the bag and focused on the orb. I felt it in my hand and I was about to pull it free. But Mr. Monster had other ideas. He'd been trying to eat my leg, but there was a slight issue. He couldn't bite through the bones. As hard as he was trying, it just wouldn't snap, and after a truly big attempt, he got frustrated. He looked around the clearing until he saw my limp form and threw the leg at me. My leg sailed across the open air and slammed into me. In a technical sense, I kicked my own face in. The boot did a solid number on my jaw, and I had to spit some teeth out. Looking at my left leg, or the one that was no longer constrained by simple things like left or right, I had a vision, a memory of a film where the dashing hero faces off against a monster with a big jaw and an unquenchable appetite. He is able to overcome the creature, at least for a time, by using a bone to wedge its jaw open. I had a bone, a little over 2 feet long, and it was unbreakable. If I could get it into the creature's mouth the right way, he wouldn't be able to eat me, and I might be able to crawl away enough to be out of combat and then, see how intense this regeneration process really gets. High up on the list of gross things I never wanted to do was reaching into my own dismembered leg and tearing the femur out. But I had to hand it to the beast. He was really helping me get inside myself, see what I was really made of. I closed my eyes and willed up my stand tall ability, and the pain of my injury seemed to subside ever so much, and it looked like my leg was back. All illusion, but it was a pretty damn good one. "Hey," I shouted, "you are one ugly sack of shit." The creature didn't really seem to care what I said. He did, however, care that my leg was reattached. He darted across the clearing with a quickness that was at odds with his size, and picked me up again, bringing me up to his mouth. This time, my arms were free, and I had my femur in one hand, holding it down and out of his line of sight. I think he thought he'd just eat me and be done with it, because instead of pulling me apart or anything, he just opened wide and started to shove me in. Grabbing his tooth with one hand, I pulled myself into his mouth, sliding across his thick, gross tongue. My other hand reached out, and I got the top of my bone into his gum. Then, using all the strength I had, I forced his jaw to hyperextend before I got the other end of my femur in place, right against the last tooth of his bottom jaw. Perfect. He couldn't hope to open his mouth anymore, so getting the bone out was going to be next to impossible. He tried to bite down. Nothing. His jaw wouldn't move. It was locked open. Immediately he dropped me and put both hands to his mouth. He got a finger into his mouth, but it was the finger with the dagger in his knuckle, and he couldn't get it to work the way he wanted. He screamed in despair, trying to bite down to get the bone out, but nothing was working. I didn't stay to watch the party. As soon as I'd hit the ground, I was crawling. This guy was going to realize he was fucked pretty soon, and he'd likely go mental on me if I was still around. Even if he couldn't eat me, he still seemed more than capable of grinding me into paste. I pulled myself into the trees, and then I reached into my unfillable knapsack and got out 2 long weapons, which in this case happened to be a battle axe and the magic sword. Getting the battle axe under one arm and the sword under the other, I had the best set of crutches I could hope for, and I was off, moving as fast as my one remaining leg would let me, hoping I could get some distance between myself and the monster before I blacked out from the excruciating pain. Chapter 52. I found out very quickly that there seemed to be no limits on my regeneration abilities. About 2 minutes after I left the clearing, my leg was regrowing. It itched like you would not believe, and it hurt, but I was so beyond being able to comprehend the pain that I think my brain just shut that side of things down. But the itchiness, that stayed. I kept moving in the general direction of the river and of the settlement, cutting across the forest in the best angle I could. The rain was still coming down in buckets, just drenching absolutely everything. And now that it was coming down harder, it wreaked havoc with my tremor sense. Tiny vibrations were everywhere. Any closer to the river, and I just had to forget about it. I would work by sight alone there. It took about 2 hours before my leg was back. When it was, I have to say, it was a pretty perfect leg. No blemishes or bruises, no scars or nothing. Smooth skin. The lack of leg hair was a little strange, but I figured it wasn't worth looking the gift from the god in the mouth. I'd take not having hair if it meant I got my leg back. It did make me wonder about something. My leg, the one I left behind, would that grow another me? Or rather, would it just remain as a leg, decomposing and eventually becoming soil? In a purely hypothetical manner, would it be possible to feed a village through a winter if I just cut my leg off once or twice a day? It was definitely something I thought about while I limped along. The only real problem I had once I got my leg back had been rather ridiculous. I only had one boot, so I kept stepping on things, and it hurt. Finally, though, as the sky way to the east had started to lighten ever so slightly, and the rain lessened until it wasn't pouring down but just sprinkling, I caught up to the group of the Ursas. They were sitting around at the edge of the cleared ground in front of the settlement. I saw the twin red tails of Amber, and I walked over to her. "Welcome back," she said. "What happened to your pants?" It was a rather hard explanation, considering that one leg had been ripped off at crotch level, and the other was mostly fine, and I was missing a boot. I lost some of it, I said. Why are we here? Alexios went to the gate, she replied. Said he didn't want anyone to shoot these guys by mistake. How long have you been here? Long enough to eat some food, but not so long that anyone is worried. I nodded, and in the stillness and relative silence of the morning, I could hear the faint whimpering of the babies. It made my heart rage. This is stupid, I said. Get everyone moving. I'll make sure y'all are safe. I stormed out of the trees, glaring at the walls and the gates. I'd only been gone 2-ish days, but there'd been more work done in the meantime. The walls were looking big and imposing, what with being made out of stone now. The wooden gates facing me had yet to be replaced with stone doors, but I knew that was on the docket. Some of the towers were mostly finished, and I could see a large fire blazing away in one of them. Alexios stood below the tower and seemed like he was having a discussion with whomever was on watch. Covering the distance in short order, I heard the banter between Alexios and the guard. It was just small talk. Open the fucking gate already, I yelled up at the wall. Nothing happened. Last chance, I yelled. Alexios just looked at me like I was crazy, which, I probably was a bit. Still nothing. I took a few steps back, then unleashed my version of the Sparta kick at the gates, right in the middle where I knew the crossbar had been placed. There was a giant cracking sound, but the gate didn't really move. I kicked again, and this time there was a loud snap, and the big doors opened inward with a wicked creaking of the hinges. There were lots of people with weapons inside, and not a one looked at all welcoming. The Ursas had caught up to me and stood there, waiting to come inside, clearly unsure of how to proceed. Get the fuck out of the way, I said softly, looking from one soldier to the next. These people need our help. As I walked forward, the soldiers parted and lowered their shields and weapons somewhat. It wasn't a complete stand-down, but it was reasonably close. Vian and Nikolai came up to me with Natalie right behind, more or less the representatives of 3 of the 4 groups right now. I was starting to get really angry at the divisions apparent in the community, because it was clear nothing good was going to happen with it. What is this? Vian said. Hold your fucking horses, noob, I snapped. Noob? He repeated back to me. You can answer that question for me then, Nikolai said. I am chancellor of this holding, and I have been here from the beginning. These people have asked for sanctuary here, I said, for our help. They are the Ursas. Sure, and you're the dick, but I don't hold that against you. There are plenty within your walls who have died to them. And what enemy are we protecting the Thingmen from? Who is fucking chasing them? As far as I remember, the danger there is from the Empire, and yet we just gave sanctuary to over 500 soldiers. These are babies and children, Nikolai. If anyone comes to my gate with their children and asks me to help protect them, I will do it. Anyone. You hear me? I hear you, my duke, but no buts. I will fight you all. Just like I will lay down my life to protect you and yours, if someone begs me to help them, I will do it. A silence hung over the area, the tension so thick it was suffocating. Vian drew his sword and leveled it at me. Without thinking, I grabbed the blade and ripped it from his grip. He looked shocked. Blood poured down the sword. I snapped the blade over my knee and threw the ruined weapon back over the wall. Anyone else? I yelled. No one moved. Clear a longhouse, I said. Find healers, bring food. I will stand guard outside the house as long as necessary for everyone to feel comfortable. Still nothing. I just walked, assuming the Ursas would follow, which they did. Nikolai fell in by my side. You have made an interesting decision here, he said softly. Do you disagree? No. I am proud of you for your choice. It will not be the popular move, but I believe it is the right one. I figured the whole joy of having a feudal system is that I don't need to care about being popular. People still have to do what I say. That is one way to think about it, my lord. Oh, it's my lord now, is it? I wanted to push you, Montana of Cogshall. You need to be a true leader sooner than later, I fear. I'm still hoping I can swing becoming a fisherman with a tiny cabin. That ship has long since sailed. The last of the longhouses wasn't occupied by men yet, so by the time we got the group of bear people over there, it had been emptied out, and a few healers were there waiting. Rebecca and Isaac also stood there. Rebecca starting to look quite pregnant, holding a large basket full of steaming bread. The healers and Isaac did most of the work getting the 39 adults and 72 children into the longhouse. I pulled out the largest shield I had, plus the biggest sword, and I stood at the entrance to the place. Shield on my arm, blade down in the ground, my hand resting on the hilt. Ready for war. You have completed a quest. The Bare Necessities. A tribe of the Ursas has requested sanctuary. They are being pursued by an evil and are in danger of being eradicated. You have given them a home and protected them from those who might harm them. Reward for success. Their loyalty. It's always nice to be rewarded for doing what's right, I thought, and readied myself to stand there for as long as needed. A second later, Taryn was by my side. Then Ragnar and Skeld showed up, all armed, all standing at attention. To really round the party out, Fritz chose that moment to dig up from below and lay down on the path, not even bothering to look at anyone, just resting malevolently. The Thingmen stared. So did the Legionnaires. But no one said a damn thing. Until a dwarf started laughing, and just like that, the leader of the dwarves, Harmit, stood in front of me. "Lad," he said, "I think I am starting to like you." He pulled out his big war pick and took a place in the line. The rest of the dwarves followed, and we had 200+ people now standing guard. Then the Batenti came, and all the non-humans and the Thingmen. And then all the Thingmen. For a moment, the 800 of us stood there. "Point made," I said. "Pretty sure this is the bulk of the village. So we all agree that the Ursas are part of the family now, right?" "Right," came back the roar of the crowd. "Okay, so how about you all get back to work, so when the bad guys chasing our family show up, there's something to keep them out." "Shall we start with repairing the door you broke?" Harmit asked. "Excellent idea," I replied. "But make it stronger this time." Slowly the crowds parted, everyone going off to do their own thing. But I noticed that many of the Legion folk did not participate in our rousing cheer. They were neither happy nor swayed by anything I said. They felt I had taken in their enemy, and I had a very bad feeling the worst divisions in our community had yet to be felt. Chapter 53. After a few hours, one of the healers came out of the longhouse and gave me an update on the Ursas. Plenty of malnutrition, exhaustion, and dehydration, but overall it looked like everyone would survive. At least, everyone who'd made it to our settlement. I had a bad feeling that there'd been more who started out with Boren. I stepped into the longhouse and saw that most of the Ursas had fallen asleep already. The babies were snoring in piles of blankets arranged around a roaring fire. It looked like Boren was only upright out of sheer force of will, maybe to make sure this wasn't some sort of trick where his people would be slaughtered as soon as their guard was down. He gave me the bare equivalent to a smile, then gestured outside. I nodded and we stepped back out. The honor guard was still there, to some extent. Roughly 100 people standing around at attention with weapons. The two of us got some distance from the longhouse and the guards, moving over to a patch of open grass. "Your town is quite new," Boren said, looking out over the settlement. "It is. Just a month or so," I said. "I worry you are unprepared for winter." "That makes two of us." "It is very hard here. The snows are very deep, Heavy, perpetual, very little sun, many storms. You paint a pretty clear picture. Do you have plans to provide food for your people this winter? We have a fair amount of food in stores, I lied. I'd planned to winter with a small group of people, and I'd made my preparations with that in mind. My initial group was about 1/10 the size of my current group, and I was getting very nervous about keeping all those bellies full, especially with so many little ones now. Those were all mouths that couldn't help feed others. He seemed placated, though, and nodded in thought. I imagine you have questions, he said. I do, a few of them. You know these mountains? Very well. I have lived in these my entire life. My people have been here for generations, back to the very edges of time. Does it bother you that the Empire claims them as their own? He frowned and picked at his teeth with a big claw. Once again I was stunned by the sheer mass of the bear man. He was easily 1.5 feet taller than me, and almost half again as broad. His coarse fur was a brown so dark it might have well been black. The stronger tribe has always been the one who takes the territory. The Empire is just the strongest tribe. It was certainly a way to look at things. And maybe that was the way things worked here in Valdrani. It seemed vaguely like colonialism, the way that the land was taken, and yet this was a completely different world. Maybe in this world, if you were strong enough to keep the monsters out of an area and make it safe, it made sense that you could say the land was yours. What did you mean by corruption? I asked. What happened to your tribe? Not just my tribe. All the tribes. We are the last of the Ursas in these mountains. Fuck me, I said softly. How big are the tribes? My tribe was 80. Were you the head of the tribe? He nodded. But my tribe was small. As one, the mountain tribes were thousands. And this corruption? It is not something I understand. It is like a darkness wormed into my brethren, and all the Ursa stood for was forgotten. There were sacrifices, rituals, all designed to bring about our power, to return our strength so we might push back the invaders, the Empire. Here, yes. To the east, the Dark Queen. To the north, the Greenskins. And from the west, the Night Goblins. I think we call them Dark Goblins, but Night Goblins sounds a lot better. They are vicious creatures, ones I pitied. But now I fear my kind is worse than them. The Night Goblins do not torture and eat their young, and I do not fear the Night Goblins. That stopped me, hit me dead in my tracks. I couldn't fathom such a pernicious evil. Well, you are safe here, I said. I know you mean what you say, but I fear you know little of the dangers you face. Whatever they may be, I will face them with you. He nodded, then knelt. If you would have me, I would be your sworn follower. Are you sure? I am. As are the others. When they wake, they will be prepared to swear to you as well. You have a traditional thing for, the oath? He nodded. I offer to you my claws that they may serve you in battle, my fur that it may keep you warm in the winter, and my spirit that it may keep you aloft until you pass from this plane to the next. As always in Valdrani, it seemed like I just magically knew what to say next. I accept your claws, your fur, and your spirit, and I swear to keep you and yours safe, fed and warm, until your passage. I helped the big dude up to his feet, then gave the big bear a hug because, well, I've always wanted to hug a bear. "Welcome to the fold," I said. "Now get some rest." He patted my shoulder with his giant paw, then walked off to the longhouse. A young thingman came running up to me. "Your presence is requested at the southern gate, my lord," he said, snapping his fist to his chest in a salute. "Thank you," I replied, and sprinted towards the tunnel gate. I saw that something had to be going on. There were men and women all over the walls, all armed and all on high alert. I hadn't heard the warning bell, which gave me a little pause. Vian stood at the base of the stairs, looking my way. As soon as our eyes met, he waved me over. "What's going on here?" I asked. "They have arrived ahead of schedule," Vian replied, barely above a whisper. "Please tell me it's my Bacon of the Month club?" A wan smile at my terrible joke. "Valamir's soldiers in the guise of another." "And they want to talk to me, I assume?" "Yes." "Is this, how should I play this? Are they here for conflict?" "They are here for the princess and the thingman." "Well, they can't have any of them." "Which I appreciate, my lord, and yet they're going to want to come in, so maybe those of you who are recognizable can slip out the back for a minute or two?" "Exactly what I was thinking, my lord. You play the nice host and say that we did indeed come this way, but you sent us back down the tunnel, and we headed wherever." "Towards the War Waters. There's an empty castle in the middle of the lake. You were going to be safe there." "Sure. Excellent deception, my lord. Just buy us enough time to get out of the northern gates." "I'm excellent at stalling." He saluted, and then I clasped his wrist. He ran off. I climbed the stairs to the top of the wall and peered over. Our little open area was basically full of men and women in full plate armor sitting on armored horses. They all had green tabards on, and their shields were green with crossed swords under a pine tree in gold across the middle. A man with little armor looked up at me, and I almost wished I hadn't taken the time to put on pants. I would have appreciated forcing him to view my undercarriage from below. "Is there any chance you might be this Duke of Cogshall I am forced to wait upon?" he asked. He sounded bored, and as if this was all beneath him. He had a pinched face with a long nose and a massive swoop of hair. His helmet hung off his saddle horn, and by the look of his bejeweled sword hilt, he wasn't exactly a front-line combat soldier. "Yes," I replied, leaning against the wall. I pulled an apple out of my bag and took a bite. "Duke of Cogshall. You are?" "I am Lord Categorix of Averny, and hello." He stumbled a bit, unused to being interrupted. "Yes, hello. I am here on behalf of—" "You've got quite the escort." He looked up at me, then around at the knights surrounding him. "A man of my station requires adequate protection. I notice you have quite a few armed fellows about your person." "True, but this is their town. Makes sense for them to be here. When I'm out, it's usually just me." "How lovely for you. I appreciate a quiet walk in the woods." "I am sure it is the highlight of your day," he said, his tone clearly indicating he thought I was a bumping backwoods hick. "Well, some days," I said, leaning into the hickness. "Other days I like to go fishing. Sometimes I do both. I go walking in the woods, and then I go fishing." The man sighed. "Are you sure you are a duke?" "It's what the indicium implies." "And you are surely a credit to the Empire." "Hey, man, thank you." "Not a compliment." "Well then, I guess, fuck you." I finished eating the apple and walked back down the stairs. Silence from the other side of the wall, perhaps the group trying to figure out how to deal with such an imbecilic duke. Nikolai came walking up to me. "What is the situation?" he asked. "Valamir's boys pretending to be someone else. Green tabard. Is there a symbol on it? Golden Eastburn. The dude out there is Categorix." Nikolai sneered. "He is a bootlicker of the lowest order, and most assuredly in Valamir's employ." "Is he a duke?" Nothing of the sort. He is a baron, but I imagine there have been plenty of titles dangled before him for this particular chase. He's got a lot of knights out there. Categorix has plenty of money at present. I would imagine those are all mercenaries. They looked like they all had the same armor. It is possible he has hired the whole company. Are there mercenary companies in the Empire? I thought anyone who wanted to fight professionally would be in the Legion. There are some. More from other lands. The Icemen from the Frozen Wastes. Decent branding for a pretty unoriginal name. They need little from a name to kill. Got me there. A loud knock at the door interrupted us. "Might the Duke be so kind as to grace us with his presence once again?" Came a shout from the other side. I looked at Nikolai. "Vian is taking the princess and a few others out through the other gate. We'll let these assholes in to look around and—" A bell sounded. This wasn't the tunnel bell, though. It was the newly installed bell at the northern watchtower. "That can't be good," I said. The bell rang again. "Emergency," Nikolai said. I ran for the north wall. Most everyone ran, really. I was the first to make it up the rampart and stood next to a young dwarf who was very pale. Looking out across the open field, I could see why. I was starting to feel a little queasy myself. In the trees, as far as I could see from east to west, were the Ursas. But unlike Borin and his folk, these bears looked mean. They had glowing eyes. Some had glowing claws. They held huge weapons, some on fire, others letting off smoke. And there were thousands of them. They just stood there, glaring at us and our walls. Nikolai appeared at my side. "Gods," he said softly. "Might want to tell Vian to rethink the going outside the gates thing," I said. "I think he might upset the teddy bear picnic." This concludes Dukes and Ladders by Eric Ugland. Narrated by Neil Helligers, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2019 by Eric Ugland. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Air Quotes Publishing Incorporated and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.